In the ballroom, nobles whisper amongst themselves, the gossip never-ending. Suddenly, footsteps echo, and the chatter of the crowd dies down. A figure steps into the hall, capturing everyone's attention. The sound of rain outside resembles a rising tide. It's Erin Leeser. Why would that villainess appear at this ball? Rumor has it she mistreated her maids, forcing them to flee in the middle of the night. She even used underhanded tactics to force the poor second prince into an engagement. To be engaged to a woman like that. Erin's hand tightens, clutching the fabric of her dress. In the eyes of the world, Erin Leeser, the eldest daughter of the Marquis family, is a notorious villainess, indulging in cruelty and extravagance. Outside, the rain pours down and lightning tears across the night sky, illuminating the Marquis's mansion. But the truth is not what it seems. Inside the mansion, a figure stands by the window, holding a thin whip. Erin's entire body trembles. The whip strikes hard, lashing against her skin. Erin collapses to the floor, curling into a ball. The woman again looks down on her. Erin, you truly are a useless child. If your father knew about this, what would he think? The woman grabs her and pulls her up. Erin can only clutch at the woman's dress, her pupils constricting in fear. The woman orders the young lady to always maintain a perfect posture and a noble expression. What should you do? Erin is forced to lift her head, her body shaking uncontrollably. The wounds on her knees are clearly visible. She stares blankly into the void, her eyes lifeless. The woman smiles with satisfaction, taking Erin's hand. Yes, that's right, this expression is useful. A twisted smile spreads across her face. Stupid and pathetic thing. No one knew that since childhood, her stepmother's abuse had never stopped. Was she really as slow and pathetic as she said? In her chaotic memories, a man grabs Erin's arm. Lady Erin, you must tell the Marquis what his wife has done. Erin's eyes are empty. She says nothing. Later, the maid falls into a pool of blood. She reaches out to her, my lady, run now. She couldn't protect anyone. Another man brings a plate of strawberry cake to Erin. Have something to eat. I noticed. You haven't touched a thing. He looks at her gently. Despite clearly hating their engagement, he still treats her with such kindness. Her fiancé, kind to her until the very end. Even him. Then, that man also falls into a pool of blood. The second prince died because of her, because he was engaged to her. A phantom points at her, all the dead are your fault. They died because they were with you. Worthless. She bows her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's my fault, everyone. A cold blade pierces through her chest and blood erupts. The assassin, his body trembling, stands before her, his sword dripping with blood. He looks down at the collapsing Erin. The lady asked me to give you a message. Don't worry, your family will join you soon enough. Erin lies in a pool of blood, her life fading quickly. Just like that, she was killed. Bright sunlight floods in. A modern building comes into view, along with a cup of Americano. An iced Americano. She nods. Yes, all right. The coffee machine whirs as she works skillfully. Order number 325, your iced Americano. Incredibly, she has been reborn as a modern-day Korean, retaining all of Erin Leeser's memories and gaining a second life. But her second life isn't much different from her first. Her parents found her troublesome, mostly ignoring her, and she kept her distance from them as well. Then she was reincarnated once more, beginning her third life. Born into a family of knights, she grew up as a sword prodigy and eventually achieved the title of Swordmaster. She still doesn't understand why her life keeps repeating itself. She only knows that no matter how she dies, she will be reborn with the memories of her past lives. But this time, the situation is different. A swordsman swings a glowing blade at the monster before him. Damn it, why did a monster suddenly appear? He is inside a room. He grips the hilt of his sword, his eyes sharp, and dashes forward. The other knights watch him in horror. Lady Erin. Erin holds her long sword, her gaze icy. There are still monsters left. Go help the other knights. The knight stammers, why yes, my lady. Erin Leeser, the foolish girl who couldn't protect anyone, abused by her stepmother, and murdered in her first life, has now returned with the memories of a sword master. She doesn't know why she's back in Erin's body, but this time, Erin's eyes gleam. She leaps into the air, the tip of her sword aimed straight at the giant monster. Erin swings her sword down. The monster's head rolls on the ground, blood gushing out like a fountain. She lands steadily, standing over the monster's corpse, her sword dripping with blood. I will absolutely not live that kind of life again. Erin looks up, her eyes filled with determination, her long brown hair flowing in the wind. Athena Academy, the Empire's only academy. It hosts not only talented commoners and nobles, but also royalty from neighboring countries and even members of the imperial royal family, a true elite institution. The carriage slowly comes to a stop. The door opens and a pair of exquisitely shod feet step down. We've arrived. Erin gazes at the academy in the distance. Only now, seeing it with her own eyes, does she truly feel that she has been reborn. A few days ago, she had traveled back in time. At first, she didn't realize she was Erin again. A terrified maid stood before her. Lady Erin, if you're scared, hide behind me. I'll protect you. Sarah? Why is it Sarah? She clearly remembers Sarah dying. Wait, she just called me Lady Erin. Erin is shocked. Based on her surroundings and her reincarnation experiences, she quickly understands that this strange event has happened to her again. She has returned to her 20-year-old body. Whispers echo around her. Look, it's Erin Leeser. Her carriage is so extravagant, and that dress you'd think she was going to a ball. I heard she transferred to the night department just to chase after the second prince. I really don't want to be in the same class as her. The maid, Sarah, asks worriedly, my lady, are you really all right? People already disliked her, and this time, the students at the academy despise her even more for two reasons. First, she was completely ignorant of swordsmanship, but transferred to the night department. Second, she is engaged to the second prince, Ferdinand. This wasn't her choice, but everyone believes she stubbornly insisted on this marriage. They say she threatened to end her own life to get engaged to the second prince, and that she transferred to the night department to be near him. The other students are innocent in this. The biggest victim is Lady Adley, whose lover was stolen by a notorious villainess. She has tarnished the honor of the knights, torn apart a loving couple, and stolen the title of the second prince's fiancé. Of course they would hate her. Erin lowers her gaze. Sarah, don't worry about me. You should return to the Marquis's mansion. Sarah clasps her hands together. Are you sure you'll be all right on your own? Erin gently takes her hand. Yes, I'm fine. She walks away with a steady stride. All the rumors about her were fabricated by her stepmother, but she won't reveal this truth to anyone. The image of Sarah falling in a pool of blood flashes in her mind. My lady, you have to run now. Because she knows the price of speaking the truth. Therefore, she must solve all of this herself. This is the burden she has to bear. Erin enters her room, takes off the splendid formal dress, and changes into the academy uniform. It's been a long time since she's worn a uniform. She strokes the cuff, her fingers wrapped in bandages. Her gaze lingers on the bandages, a strangely familiar feeling washing over her. Outside the window, night falls. The image of a woman with a thin leather whip returns to her memory. In the room, Erin sits on the floor, her head bowed low. Just before leaving for the academy, her stepmother had still whipped her. Her whole body aches dully. This is the evidence, the work of her stepmother, Cleo. Why would she do this? She beat her so cruelly, even though she was going to kill her soon anyway. Erin's final words from her previous life haunt her. This isn't baseless. The Leeser family has a long history of producing countless knights for the Empire. Although her father never reached the level of a swordmaster, he is a high-ranking knight. Her younger brother, Karen, is studying swordsmanship to carry on the family tradition. But before she died, The entire family was pushed to the brink of ruin, all because of one person. She didn't understand then, but now she thinks she does. There must be someone backing her stepmother, but who could it be? Did someone visit her back then? Aaron suddenly looks up. I remember now. Karen. Karen kicks the door open and shouts at Aaron, "Are you crazy? What are you thinking? You can barely walk yet you. Want to join the training?" Aaron silently looks at her younger brother. His temperament hasn't changed at all. That's right, they argued just like this back then. Do you really have to transfer to the night department? Everyone already hates you. Karen grabs her wrist. Do you want to make your situation even worse? Aaron looks down at him. Karen has a reason to be angry. He's also a student in the night department, dreaming of becoming a knight. In her past, at that moment, she was utterly ashamed. He must be furious. Even now, the situation is the same. How did we become like this? We were so close as children. You used to follow me everywhere. Karen looks at her, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know what you're planning, but you won't be able to meet the second prince either way. Aaron is slightly taken aback. The second prince? Karen looks away. His voice is firm. That's right. The second prince is in the advanced class, while you're in the beginner class. How could you possibly meet? Everyone is gathered today for the swordsmanship evaluation, but it's only for today. So give up and go back to your old class. Karen's gaze falls on her bandaged hand. Aaron quickly pulls her hand away. Why didn't you say you were hurt? Aaron remains silent. She turns and places her hand on the doorknob. If you're done talking, can you leave? Karen looks at her in astonishment. What? Because I have to go to class. The Knight Department of Athena Academy, known as the last bastion of the Empire, trains knights to fight on the front lines against the ever-increasing hordes of monsters. Aaron stands alone at the door. Even the advanced class students will be dispatched for monster subjugation. She takes a deep breath to calm herself. Ferdinand is on a mission by order of the Emperor. Aaron pushes the door open with a dull thud. As she steps into the classroom, all eyes turn to her. The atmosphere in the room freezes. She actually came. What an extraordinary woman, in every sense. Can that arm even hold a sword? She would never have returned to this place without a purpose. Then, Ferdinand approaches with a plate of strawberry cake. Have you eaten? It seems you haven't touched a thing. Aaron looks up and sees that familiar face. Her pupils constrict, her heart pounding. He's still alive. Ferdinand and Derek Arthur are standing by the window. Derek has his arms crossed, a look of annoyance on his face. No matter how I think about it, Marquis Leeser's request is ridiculous. Marquis Leeser, the head of one of the 5 great families, holds the front line against the monsters. Though he never became a swordmaster, his ability to defend the front lines for so many years is commendable. However, he recently made a huge mistake. Derek frowns. Not only did he use his influence to get his daughter into the Knight Department, but he also forced an engagement with the second prince. Ferdinand sits by the window, leisurely flipping through a book. The thought of it makes Derek tremble with anger. The fiancé of that villainess can be so calm. God, how crude. Derek gestures wildly. Ferdinand, this is unbelievable. Didn't you hear the Marchioness crying her heart out? She knelt and begged, please, teach my daughter a lesson. Aaron said if she couldn't be engaged to you, she would end her life. There are rumors that Aaron used manipulative tactics. That woman, past and future, will always be a stumbling block for you. Her love for you is nothing more than a desire for the title of crown princess. Ferdinand listens in silence, his expression unreadable. Ferdinand, I don't want to see you die. No matter how powerful you are. As long as the Emperor favors the first prince, the throne will never be yours. Derek continues, you must accumulate power, become stronger than you are now. We need a knight who can be a source of strength. Although Karen is talented, Duke Adley is the strongest sword master in the Empire. Therefore, his daughter. Adley's daughter, Derek, suddenly becomes angry. I'm talking to you. Why are you so distracted? Derek's gaze shifts past Ferdinand, landing on the small figure at the entrance. He is stunned, his pupils shrinking. Ferdinand finally speaks. Derek, I don't believe in rumors. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Ferdinand looks at Aaron, a slight smile playing on his lips. Seeing him again for the first time, her heart trembles. After 3 lifetimes, he has never been forgotten. What should she say to him? No, does she even have the right to speak to him? Aaron is frozen in place, her feet feeling like lead. A curse echoes in her mind. The second prince's death is your fault. Because he was with you, he died. Aaron turns abruptly and flees from Ferdinand's sight. A group of knight students gathers in the middle of the training ground. Edward stands before them, his voice booming. Welcome to the swordsmanship evaluation grounds. I am Edward Viren, the instructor for the beginner swordsmanship class. As you know, the first day always begins with an evaluation test. This is the only chance for the beginner class to observe the swordsmanship of the advanced class. So watch carefully. The explanation is over, let's begin immediately. Erin lowers her gaze. Swordsmanship evaluation, what did I look like back then? Memories flood back. The past version of her, with trembling hands, couldn't even lift a sword. The surrounding students jeered loudly. Haha, she can't even hold a sword. How pathetic. But she had no choice but to keep trying, because no matter what, she wanted to learn. Swordsmanship. She had longed for it since she was a child. A little Erin used to hide behind the door, secretly watching her brother practice with his sword. But then a stern voice rang out, spying again? Erin fell to the ground in fear. Her stepmother looked down at her with cold eyes. I told you, a lady does not learn swordsmanship. All her efforts were cruelly thwarted. So when she transferred to the night department, she was overjoyed, but that joy was short-lived. Do you think staring at me like that will change anything? Philip, this narrow-minded person, had tormented her relentlessly. He snorted, Aaron Leeser, don't use that casual tone to say my name. So, what if there are rules? I am royalty from the Edwin Kingdom, and you are just a noble of the Empire. He clearly hates it when she calls him by his name. The first emperor of Lexia had set a rule at the academy that, except for members of the royal family, no one's social status should be considered. In other words, royalty and commoners could interact freely. Philip's voice was low and venomous. More importantly, do you want me to tell you what happens next? A person like you, who can't even be a real knight, will have to endure great humiliation. Aaron ignores his provocations. Even if you say that, she looks directly at Philip. I'm not afraid of you. What? Edward's voice cuts through their confrontation. All right, that's enough explanation. He waves the documents in his hand. From now on, we will begin the swordsmanship evaluation. Aaron Leeser, step up and demonstrate your swordsmanship. Aaron lowers her gaze and replies yes. She steps forward, her eyes determined. Just stand there and watch. Then judge for yourself whether I am a true knight or not. Aaron grips the sword. It's so heavy. In her current physical state, just lifting it makes her tremble. Philip sits in the stands, smirking. Look at those trembling hands. Aaron clenches her teeth. My hands are about to blister again. She stands alone in the middle of the training ground, looking lonely and fragile. Everyone has mana in their dantian, and of course, she does too, just like a normal person. The difference between her and a normal person is that she has lived a life as a sword master, so she knows how to wield mana. In the stands, Philip's pupils constrict. What's happening? The trembling has stopped. How is that possible? A long time ago, her father had called her and Karen to tell them about the family's lineage with great solemnity. Our family has passed down a legacy for generations. Every 2 or 3 generations, a descendant is born with the qualities of a master. If I cannot become a sword master, then one of you 2 will possess that talent. Her father could never become a sword master, and neither could Karen. Therefore, the one chosen by the sword, a spark flashes in Aaron's eyes, her pupils shining with realization. It's me. She raises the long sword high, power flowing through her limbs. Aaron swings her sword, and the training dummy is sliced in 2, collapsing with a thud. She sheathes her sword and stands tall, letting out a long breath. Sweat beads on her skin, her chest rising and falling slightly. Aaron looks at Philip with an indifferent expression. If you're done talking, you may leave. Philip is frozen in place. What? Aaron turns and walks toward the door. I have to go to class. Damn it, I was worried about her, and she just kicks me out, Karen mutters. How did her hand get injured? I heard she ran into a pack of monsters on her way here. Is that where she got hurt? The swordsmanship evaluation must be over by now. Anyway, our class schedules are different. Hey, have you heard about Erin Leeser? What about her? A student lowers his voice. I heard from the advanced class that just finished their evaluation. Before the student can finish, a hand grabs his shoulder tightly. Hey! The student jumps, startled, and turns around in fear. Karen. Karen looks down at the student, his gaze dangerous yet alluring. Tell me that story. You've all worked hard. The evaluation ends here, Edward announces. All right, class dismissed. As Aaron is about to leave, a voice calls out to her. Erin Leeser. Philip unexpectedly bows his head. I offer you my sincerest apologies. Aaron is slightly surprised. She frowns. Raise your head, people are watching. Philip stubbornly maintains his bowing posture. I am not ashamed. The way you wield your sword has more knightly spirit than anyone. The one who is not like a knight is me. I let my narrow-minded prejudice cloud my judgment. Philip clenches his fist. Finally, I realize how meaningless those rumors are. He raises his head and looks directly at Aaron. Please accept my apology. I hope we can get along in the future. Aaron is a little surprised, but it makes sense. He's different from his past self. Now, even the way the other students look at her has changed. Does this mean, Aaron thinks for a moment, an idea flashing through her mind? Perhaps Ferdinand's fate will also change because of this. Aaron extends her hand to shake his. I accept your apology. Then she lets go. She turns to leave. I have something to do, so I'll be going. Her footsteps fade into the distance. Your Highness Ferdinand. Ferdinand turns his head at the call. Aaron is standing there with a calm expression. I would like to speak with you privately. May I have a moment of your time? Aaron stands before Ferdinand. Thank you for your time. Your Highness. I asked you here because... Ferdinand watches her silently, his voice gentle. My lady, you may have as much time as you need. Aaron looks up, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Ferdinand takes a step forward. However, he gently takes Aaron's hand. After we talk, you should visit the infirmary. Aaron stares at him stunned. Ferdinand, who is always fair to everyone, is gentle and compassionate by nature. Aaron lowers her gaze. He's treating her so well probably for this reason. Even though he was forced into an engagement with her, in his heart, he must resent it deeply. She looks up. Your Highness, you have received the Emperor's order for monster subjugation, haven't you? A hint of surprise flashes in Ferdinand's eyes. How did Karen tell you? Aaron's gaze is firm. I also know that my name is on the subjugation team list. I came to see you today to make a request. Please do not do anything for my sake. Ferdinand listens silently, his expression growing complicated. In Ferdinand's office, Derek, you all must have received the list as well. Ferdinand holds up the paper. The Monster Subjugation Team list. He speaks gravely. As you all know, monster subjugation is one of the Academy's annual activities. The Academy usually selects members from the top 5 of each class in the Knight and Magic departments, combining them with experienced high-ranking knights to form a team. He speaks slowly. And for this subjugation, the chosen ones are myself, Derek, Eamon, Header from the Advanced Knight class, and Lilia from the Advanced Magic class. Eamon sits on the sofa, his voice calm. Regardless of the selection results, why do you talk as if you're the team captain? Derek jumps up, his face flushed. That's not it. He clears his throat. I was just making an announcement before Ferdinand arrived. However, your dedication to your lord is quite impressive. Derek frowns. I prefer to call it loyalty. Karen, who had been silent, finally speaks up. I haven't heard all the details, but Aaron Leeser know my sister. They say she perfectly executed the Leeser family's swordsmanship. Karen looks up, his eyes wide with shock, unable to say a word. But she never formally learned swordsmanship. How could she master the family's techniques? I used to catch her secretly watching me practice, mimicking my movements, but that was a long time ago. She gave up long ago, so what is this? There's one more unexpected name on the list, Aaron Leeser. Ferdinand continues. The Marquis will surely be pleased. The two siblings fighting side by side in the prestigious monster subjugation. Karen stands up abruptly. My sister's participation is ridiculous. She just transferred to the night department. This subjugation mission is meant for top students. Eamon turns to Derek. Arthur, you were there today too. What did you think of Aaron Leeser? Derek adds, you should have seen it for yourself. She in short, I never thought I'd say this, but her swordsmanship was flawless. Karen's fists clench, his knuckles turning white. No matter how excellent she is. I absolutely refuse to let my sister go on a monster subjugation. The room falls silent. Everyone looks at each other. What's wrong with him? So, are they close? They don't seem like it. From a distance, Lilia throws her head back and laughs, a wild and piercing sound. What touching sibling affection. I used to have a brother like that too. Lilia walks towards Karen. But now I'll never see him again. A cold fire burns in Lilia's eyes. It's because of you. Lilia lowers her voice. That rumor, a cold smile appears on her lips. A rumor? You mean the story that your sister killed my brother is just a rumor? If it's really a rumor, why does everyone believe it's true? I don't care if your sister participates or not, but if she comes, don't expect me to help her. Just controlling my magic so I don't accidentally hurt her will take all my concentration. Karen's fists clench tighter, trembling violently. A soft sound comes from the door and Ferdinand enters. You're here faster than I thought. Derek frowns. Aaron Leeser must have been up to something again, right? What did she say? Aaron's voice echoes in Ferdinand's mind. Your Highness, you have received the Emperor's order to hunt monsters. No matter what, I will participate in this hunt. No, I want to go. Therefore, you don't need to repeat that order. I called you here today to ask you not to do anything for my sake. Ferdinand sighs wearily, rubbing his forehead. It seems Knight Aaron will also be participating in this monster hunt. Everyone is stunned, looking at Ferdinand in astonishment. Aaron plops down on her bed, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm already tired and I haven't even done anything. Whether in her past life or this one, participating in the monster hunt was fated, simply because it was the Emperor's will. The Emperor sits on his throne, looking down at Ferdinand. Didn't the Leeser family go to great lengths to get their daughter into the Night Department? She must have the corresponding strength. Ferdinand looks up at the throne pleadingly. Your Majesty. Ferdinand once opposed the Emperor, but the Emperor retorted, Are you trying to defy my order? His objection was completely ignored. In the end, the hunting party still departed, with Aaron among them. During that hunt, Karen lost an arm and Ferdinand lost his former lover, Lady Adley, forever. Because he chose to save Aaron, abandoning Lady Adley. For that choice, Ferdinand had to bear the full wrath of Duke Adley. From then on, Ferdinand's position became precarious, hanging by a thread. Aaron suddenly clutches her wrist. The wound under the bandage throbs. Of course, that will absolutely not happen in this life. The hunting party will depart in a month. Damn it, it's starting to hurt again. Before then, I have to improve my physical strength and mana core as much as possible. Karen abruptly opens the door to her room. Aaron freezes. Karen, you. The bandage on Aaron's hand is stained with blood. Karen shouts, Your hand is worse than before. And you still want to go hunt monsters? Are you insane? Also, during the swordsmanship test, why did you use our family's sword style? Karen takes a deep breath. He calms his anger and continues. I was going to say, I heard you plan to join the monster hunt. Do you know what that means? You could die. Aaron replies calmly, I know. She turns towards the door. But this is the Emperor's will. Even His Highness Ferdinand couldn't stop it. I'm leaving. Karen watches her retreating back. How can you be so calm? Don't you know what a monster hunt means? Or do you have no sense of reality at all? Lilia wants to avenge her brother. Not only that, you'll be with a group of people who despise you. You still want to go despite all that? No, Aaron's eyes are resolute. Yes. A month later, on the day the monster hunting party departs, the camp is bustling with people and horses as knights adjust their gear. Carriages are loaded with supplies. Everything is ready. Lilia's brother, Calypso, was once her attendant. He died very quickly after that. When Lilia saw her brother's cold body, she broke down. She threw herself into magic practice with a frenzy, the flames of vengeance burning in her eyes. Lilia watches Aaron's back with a complex expression, wanting to avenge her brother. The sound of hooves breaks the early morning mist. The hunting party moves through the forest. Derek rides his horse, his brow furrowed. No matter how I think about it, this combination is too strange. He looks at Aaron up ahead. We've been riding for a while. Aren't you tired? Wait a minute. When did you learn to ride a horse? What have you been doing behind my back? Those two seem close, which is strange enough. And Lilia's silence, I can't ignore it, because I know what Lilia's smile means. Derek glances at Lilia. Most importantly, a lavish carriage is slowly rolling along behind us. Lady Adley is here too. This has really turned into a comedy. Derek sighs softly. This subjugation mission won't be simple. Ferdinand rides closer. I'm worried too, Ferdinand. After this subjugation ends, you really need to reconsider your engagement. Once you graduate from the academy, those of us loyal to you will officially become your knights. By then, the first prince will have already built his own power base to oppose you. The first prince has His Majesty's backing. You're at a disadvantage from the start. If you keep Aaron by your side, you'll be forced to spend all your time quelling internal strife instead of fighting. He is silent for a moment, then asks, Derek, have you ever actually seen Lady Aaron cause trouble? Derek is momentarily speechless. Well, that of course. Memories of nobles gossip surface. Are you talking about the Villainess from the Marquis Leeser's house? What a pity for the Marquis. The honor he built his whole life ruined by a daughter. Good thing he has more than one child. Derek snaps back to reality. No, I've never seen it with my own eyes. Up ahead, a knight shouts, there's a clearing ahead. We'll make camp there tonight. For horses gallop towards the clearing. A clearing in the distance, leaving small figures on the vast grassland. Aaron leads her horse, her posture straight, her shadow stretching long under the setting sun. Derek, what if the so-called past you know is actually a lie? Who will compensate for all of that? Derek avoids Ferdinand's gaze. That's a leap in topic. And don't say such things in front of Lilia. Night falls, the campfire crackles. Aaron is seasoning a pot. Karen watches her movements. You're cooking? A person who only learned ladle-like etiquette. Aaron hands him a bowl of soup. Here, this is for you. Karen takes the bowl. Oh, thanks. He takes a spoonful. It's not bad. Sis, I really don't understand you more and more. The sister I used to know was beautiful like a flower, loved by everyone. I never thought I'd hate you. Until a few years later, we slowly grew apart. Sis, are you going to see our new stepmother? You two have gotten close already? Spend some time with her. And with me too. Karen smiles, taking her arm. Aaron snatches her hand away. Karen is stunned. Sis. She turns and walks away without looking back. Sorry, I'm running late. I know, I'm going. After that, he always wanted to get closer to her, but the distance between them never shortened. Karen, why are you crying? The stepmother embraces him. Your sister might just be going through a phase. Why not keep your distance for a while? Wait for Aaron to return to her old self. Don't worry, in the meantime, I will take good care of Aaron. Karen's tears fall. Yes, ma'am. By the fire, Aaron and Karen sit side by side. Karen starts the conversation. How's life in the night department? Aaron takes a spoonful of soup. Not bad. Are you keeping up with your studies? Not finding it too difficult? It's fine. Karen is silent for a moment. I see. The two fall into silence, the atmosphere a bit awkward. A slight smile touches Erin's lips. Karen looks at her, confused. What are you smiling about? She shakes her head. Nothing. Just thinking about how long it's been since we sat together like this. Also, you calling me sis sounds strange. Karen looks at her. What's so strange? I'm just telling the truth. Footsteps approach. Looks like the food is to your liking. Eamon walks over, holding an apple. How can you laugh so carefree in front of someone who wants to kill you? Are you really that dense, or do you just not care? Karen stands up, shielding her. Don't start trouble. Eamon sneers. They say don't bite the hand that feeds you. Are you worse than a dog? Eamon. Eamon's eyes turn sharp. That's enough, Karen. Even you. What, Ferdinand? Are you defending that woman now? Erin bows her head. This is a mess. Everyone is looking this way. His Highness Ferdinand publicly defending me will put me in a difficult position. I heard Eamon is a sword genius, but it seems you're better at stirring up trouble. Erin's voice is cold. It seems the rumors are false. You're all talk. Eamon's face flushes with anger. Are you looking to die? If that's your wish, I can kill you right now. He erupts in anger, a dark aura radiating from him. A voice breaks the confrontation. That's not right, Eamon. We came here for a monster subjugation battle, not Ferdinand's ex-lover. The Saintess of the Lesia Empire, Lady Adley. My lady, why are you out in the cold? Adley's voice is gentle. I heard some noise outside, so I came to see. She turns to Erin. Hello, Lady Leeser. We've crossed paths a few times, but this is our first formal meeting, isn't it? Erin bows slightly. A pleasure to meet you, my lady. She didn't attend the engagement ceremony. In her previous life, she had never greeted Adley like this. Before the monsters appeared, she had never left her carriage. And then she died. Erin looks up, her gaze meeting Adley's. She's staring at me. There's definitely no goodwill here. After all, I'm engaged to her ex-lover. Adley approaches Erin. Lady Leeser. A look of interest flashes in her eyes. You are a very interesting person. Just now, your eyes seem to shine. Adley turns to Eamon with a radiant smile. Eamon, on second thought. A duel seems like. Adley's gaze returns to Erin. Is that all right? Erin thinks to herself, does she want to use Eamon to get revenge on me? If that is your wish, my lady, I have no objection. Adley smiles brightly. Excellent. Then let's begin. Standing in the middle of the clearing, she announces the rules. We will conduct a moderate duel. Fight honorably and try to minimize injuries. After all, we're here to subjugate monsters, not people. Adley's gaze sweeps over the two. Then, begin. The wind rustles through the trees. Erin and Eamon face off with their swords. As expected of a sword genius, Eamon's stance is clean and efficient, with no wasted movements. In this life, she and he are adversaries, but in the previous life, Eamon was a knight sent by Ferdinand to protect her. What are you doing? Don't just stand there, run. He was always sharp-tongued and lazy, and in the end, he never became a swordmaster, but he understood the spirit of a knight. When Ferdinand died, he was no longer obligated to protect her. But he followed that order until the end. No matter how much she disliked him, she had to give him credit for that. Erin takes a deep breath, and a blue divine power erupts from her body. Eamon's pupils contract sharply. What? Erin's figure blurs into an afterimage, lunging forward in an instant. The flash of her sword is as fast as lightning. The two blades clash, creating a piercing shriek of metal. Eamon grits his teeth. I'm being overpowered again? By this complete amateur. Erin lands a kick to Eamon's side. She stands with her sword, her silhouette outlined by the moonlight. She looks down at her opponent on the ground. Her gaze is cold. It seems you haven't sobered up yet. She slowly raises her sword, the blade glinting coldly in the night. Erin lets out a relieved smile. Don't worry, a few more hits and you'll wake right up. Eamon's face is filled with terror. What? A blood-curdling scream tears through the night sky, echoing through the forest. Erin swings her sword, its tip tracing a cold arc. She sheathes her sword with a clean, decisive motion. I lost. I lost to Erin Leeser. Adley approaches Erin. Lady Leeser. Adley smiles. So the duel is over. Yes. She didn't want to use Eamon for revenge, did she? Her attitude is as if she predicted this outcome. Eamon struggles to his knees, using his sword for support. He looks at Erin with difficulty. How did you do that? You only recently started practicing with the sword. At the party, I saw clearly. Your hands were perfect, without a single blemish. You had never held a sword, not even a needle and thread. You were completely ignorant of swordsmanship, and even less so of a knight's honor. How could you possess such advanced skills? Erin suddenly turns, a red light flashing. What are you doing so suddenly? Roar. Monsters swarm out from the forest. Their red eyes glow in the darkness. Damn it, Eamon grits his teeth. Since when? Adley suddenly stumbles. Eamon quickly supports her. My lady. She clutches her chest, gasping for breath, her face pale. A giant monster with no visible features appears behind her, opening its blood-filled mouth and letting out a deafening roar. Erin draws her sword, its blade glowing with blue light, and in an instant, she slays the monster. She's having an attack. There are too many monsters. We can't run fast. While carrying her. This way, there's a place to hide here. The monsters roar in the forest, searching for their trail. It's still not completely safe here, but at least we can breathe a little. The two of them sit down, leaning against a large rock. The monsters appeared earlier than expected, and most of them are mid-level or higher. Erin looks up at the sky. Could this be related to me turning back time? Hey, Erin. Eamon leans closer. Let me see your back. Erin startles, covering herself. Eamon's face flushes red. What are you thinking? You're wound. You're wound. I just want to apply medicine to your wound. You got hurt earlier because you saved me. Erin looks at the bloody gash on her shoulder, momentarily speechless. It's just that you can't reach that spot yourself, so I wanted to help apply the medicine. What kind of person do you take me for? The medicine bottle is placed on the ground with a soft thud. Why did Lady Adley suddenly have an attack? Eamon explains. Her body contains immense divine power, which is why she has frequent flare-ups. This time, I think it was because the monsters triggered her power. I see. This condition is really troublesome. When I was young, Eamon suddenly starts telling his story, confusing Erin. I once followed my father down to the dungeons. Perhaps it was to discipline his lazy son. Or to teach me a lesson about the price of crime. But to this day, I still remember the prisoner I saw that day. He was tied to a wooden stake, brutally beaten like he was a sack of grain, his body covered in old wounds. Those same brutal wounds are just like the ones on your back. Erin stands up. Eamon says, please take Lady Adley back immediately. Erin looks up in surprise. What? Lady Adley's breathing is getting more rapid. The situation is getting worse. What do you take me for? If you want to run, you should be the one to take her and run. She pushes Eamon hard. I'm begging you. Please go. I'm faster than you, Eamon. So you have to be the one to call for reinforcements. Erin's gaze is cold. She looks around. The situation is not good. She can still hear the monsters, but they don't dare to come closer. Could there be something here? Erin's eyes scan the bushes. She realizes something. Footsteps sound as Eamon emerges from their hiding place, carrying Adley. What happened? Did you encounter monsters? The ground suddenly shakes. Wait, why is it just the two of you? Where is Knight Erin? Eamon lowers his head. We got separated on the way. She said she would be the decoy. Ferdinand's pupils constrict sharply. Swing, slash, thrust, annihilate. Erin stands alone, surrounded by a divine blue light. These are the movements she repeated endlessly in her third life. Her eyes are locked on the darkness ahead, her face splattered with blood. Killing intent fills the air. In that monster-infested world, law and order had long since vanished. Wiping out a horde of monsters wasn't a choice, but a necessity for survival. In that life, she had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a realm known as the Sword Saint. If I had realized my talent earlier in my first life, could I have prevented anyone's death? Erin's gaze is sharp. Back then, I couldn't protect them. But she swings her sword fiercely, cleaving a charging monster in two. This time, I will definitely protect them. Erin roars, forward. A blue light tears through the night. At the same time, Ferdinand's group finally catches up. What did you say? My sister is a decoy. Karen grabs Eamon's collar. You abandoned her to save yourself? And you dare call yourself a knight? I have to go save her. Erin leaves her alone as a decoy for a horde of monsters. From what I hear, that's no different from seeking death. That woman Lilia's gaze turns grim. She definitely won't die that easily. Karen looks at Lilia in surprise. Is that why you want to save her? Who do you think you are? Knight Karen, calm down. Saving lady. Erin is our top priority. I will go request reinforcements. Karen grits his teeth, his eyes fierce. If anything happens to my sister, I will never forgive you, you shameful coward. Meanwhile, on another path in the forest, Erin stumbles, her body swaying as she gasps for breath. I've erased all traces, dealing with the monsters using sword aura. Only a sword saint could do that. They'll just think I'm dead. I just need to take a detour back to the knight's camp. She stops walking. Back? Can I really go back? Back to them. Calypso, Lilia's brother. No matter how many times she is reincarnated, she will never forget him. He was the first person to realize her stepmother's evil nature. Calypso took Erin's hand. You must tell the Marquis what his wife has done. If you find it difficult, I will. So when the Marquis returns from the front lines, please tell him, my lady. But what if, just like stepmother said, father thinks I'm completely useless? What if nothing changes? Calypso's voice was firm and warm. No. The Marquis loves you, my lady. He smiled, planting a seed of courage and friendship in her heart. Look, Erin, I caught a little mouse. Calypso lies motionless in a pool of blood. That arrogant fool dared to warn me about things that never happened. Because of someone's lie, one of her attendants had to die. Erin's whole body trembles, her legs giving out as she collapses to the ground. I should have said my mother didn't hit me, but I really couldn't bear it anymore, so I confided in him. Calypso was taken home. Under her stepmother's lies, she was the one who killed him. Her reputation was already ruined. No one wanted to know the truth. The rain pours down. Erin stands in the rain. Why did I come back at this exact moment? If I could have come back sooner, I would have told Calypso, told him everything. Erin clenches her fists. But this time is different. Unlike before, Lady Adley has survived this time. Erin bows her head in thought. Perhaps the future will change because of this. If I don't return, and am considered dead in the forest, perhaps a better future awaits. If only I disappear, everyone can be happy. She suddenly looks up. Someone is coming. Ferdinand appears in the rain. She looks at him in shock. Lady Airy. Erin's body sways, her steps unsteady. Why is it you? Ferdinand rushes through the rain, calling out, Lady Erin. At the same time, at the Marquis Leeser's mansion, a woman stands by the window, gently swirling a glass of wine. Red as blood. She raises the glass, a cold smile on her lips. A few days later, the Marquis's mansion is heavily guarded, with knights stationed everywhere, preventing any intruders. For a Marquis's family, this is certainly the ultimate display of power. This power stems from Marquis Leeser's glorious achievements on the front lines, also proving his unshakable status in the empire. However, there is another person enjoying his power, wealth, and honor, living a life like a queen in this mansion. That person is the second wife of Marquis Leeser, Erin's stepmother. She stares at the rose on the table. It's been over 10 years since I married Marquis Leeser. These premium orris roses the servants who obey my every command. It seems I've become too engrossed in this role of the Marchioness. She picks up a pair of scissors and, without hesitation, snips off the flower stem. If I were to return to my original role, perhaps I'd feel a little regret. She calls out softly, Raymond, do you want to return to where you came from? I used dark magic to hide all traces of my sword aura, because it didn't suit the identity of a Marchioness. Decades ago, a man sat on the throne looking down at her. I have heard of your outstanding talent. A knight even stronger than Marquis Leeser. Forgive my bluntness, your majesty. I summoned you because I need your strength. This empire does not have many swordmasters, only 3. That's right, only 3. Even though I stand at the pinnacle of the empire, I cannot deal with them as I please. And my current situation does not allow for it. I will not sit and wait to die. Help me stop them from losing control, Cleo. I will become your sword and fight for you. The stepmother's memory returns to the present. She scoffs. That's all ancient history. His Majesty has always wanted to annex the Leeser Marquis, a family that produces swordmasters, which is why I've hidden my identity for so long. The Marquisite's greatest legacy was destroyed in the cradle. The Marquis is tied down at the front lines, almost as if he can't return home. Everything was going so smoothly. But then, the stepmother snatches the report from the table. It states that the Steiger Academy's subjugation team returned safely thanks to the help of a passing swordmaster. Her eyes turn sharp. A passing swordmaster? This empire doesn't have that many swordmasters for one to just happen to be passing through that forest. She angrily throws a vase to the ground. The porcelain shatters. A trembling maid knocks on the door. Excuse me, madam. I heard a loud noise. The stepmother turns around, a fake smile on her face. I just dropped something. Could you help me clean it up? The maid hurries forward. Yes, I'll clean it right away. Are you hurt, madam? The stepmother waves her hand. I'm fine. The maid bows. Then I'll take my leave. After the maid leaves, the smile on her face vanishes. Raymond, does this make any sense to you? Raymond bows his head. The news we received yesterday was indeed very strange. The stepmother's gaze sharpens. No swordmaster would just happen to pass by there. She rubs her forehead. Princess Adley was supposed to die in this subjugation. That way, the Duke would give up on Ferdinand. I went to such great lengths to force his engagement to the second prince, and even got the girl into the knight department. And yet my plan was ruined by some passing swordmaster. How ridiculous. She slams her fist on the table. Raymond calmly reminds her, if you break the table, it will be troublesome. The stepmother takes a deep breath to suppress her anger, her gaze dark as she looks at Raymond. There's a rumor in Steiger Academy that Aaron knows how to use a sword. I must confirm if what Knight Draken said is true. She recalls the first time she met Aaron. She still remembers that innocent little girl. Hello, ma'am. From now on, can I call you mother? Her eyes were cold. I am not your mother, you fool. Those innocent eyes, that beautiful, flower-like form, a perfect model from a prestigious family. But when she saw little Aaron swinging a wooden sword in the courtyard, how does Karen swing his sword? Let me think, just like her own initial desire, this child possessed the talent of a sword master. I was wrong. I was completely wrong. She whipped the young Aaron. The little girl fell to the ground, fearfully clutching her dress. Mother, her eyes became fierce. I must destroy it. That child's muscles are what a sword master needs. She has talent that surpasses even his. Please, madam, don't treat the young lady like this. Do you not fear the gods? You will not be forgiven. A mere servant dares to point fingers at me. A servant is just an insignificant supporting character. From that day on, Aaron completely broke down, her spirit utterly destroyed. The stepmother sneers. In the end, it wasn't a choice. There isn't much left to do. It's time for His Majesty to start taking action. The plan must not go wrong again. Go to the academy, Raymond, and confirm if the girl really knows how to use a sword. Even if her bones were broken, if she still learned swordsmanship, she would at most reach the level of a high-ranking knight. But if She really knows how to use a sword. What if her wrist were to accidentally break Raymond? At the same time, in Aaron's room, she is lying in bed. Karen sits by the bedside, quietly watching his sister. His eyes land on Aaron's bandaged hand, trembling slightly. Aaron's eyelashes flutter, and she slowly opens her eyes. Karen quickly supports her. "Sis, you're awake." Aaron touches her forehead, her voice weak. "Where is this?" Karen gently presses her shoulder. "Don't get up yet. This is the academy." "Your room." Aaron looks around. "My room, it seems I've been unconscious for a long time." She looks down at her changed clothes and carefully bandaged hand. "Who changed my clothes? They must have seen the scars." "Sis, you really are?" Karen suddenly stands up, his face flushed, and questions her loudly. "Are you crazy? You almost died. What on earth were you thinking? Did you think you were strong enough to be a decoy?" "Huh?" He immediately covers his face, his cheeks burning. "I'm not angry. It's just..." Aaron watches Karen's flustered reaction. "It seems he wasn't the one who changed my clothes. If it were Karen, he would have definitely asked about the scars first." She remembers the moment in the forest, Karen's arm in that dangerous situation. He still tried to protect her. "I really feel so relieved." A smile of relief appears on Aaron's lips. She clasps Karen's hand. Karen's eyes turn red, tears welling up. "Why would you do something so reckless? From now on, you are never allowed to do that again. If you feel like you're going to die, run, then surrender, understand?" Wait, did I see tears in his eyes? It must be my imagination. Karen stands up straight. "You should lie down a bit longer." Aaron sits up. "I'm thirsty." Karen immediately turns around. "You wait here. I'll go get you some water." Good thing that Ferdinand guy isn't here. He brings a cup of water, his tone annoyed. "That guy is so annoying. He kept hovering around while you were sleeping." Aaron takes the cup of water. "Stop joking." "You." "I'm not joking. Prince Ferdinand came to my room?" "Impossible." Ferdinand holds the unconscious Aaron. "Lady Aaron, wake up." "Your Highness Ferdinand." "Yes, please speak. Don't treat me like this. Don't be so gentle." That's what I said to him. After hearing that, he will definitely never come to my room again. However, luckily, the academy has approved a visitor. "Who's visiting?" Karen's voice rings out, "Knight Raymond." Aaron's eyes widen in horror. Karen continues, "Mother must be very worried about you. She asked the academy to assign Sir Raymond as your guard." "So she must have asked the academy to assign Sir Raymond as your guard. Isn't that great? Haven't you always admired Sir Raymond, sis?" Aaron's whole body trembles. "Raymond, he's coming here?" At the same time, in the central hall meeting room, Derek sits with a serious expression. "Recently, strange things have been happening one after another. What was thought to be a low-level monster horde turned out to have mid-level monsters. A Swordmaster fell from the sky and took care of them all. And then there's the matter of Aaron Leeser." He glances to the side. What happened there also made Eamon become strange. But the strangest one of all is Ferdinand. Ferdinand has his arms crossed, seemingly uninterested in the meeting. "How is Lady Aaron?" Karen replies, "She hasn't woken up yet." "But Your Highness Ferdinand, aren't you busy?" "I'm not busy." Derek screams internally, "How can you not be busy? You visit Aaron Leeser every single day." Ferdinand, who is always perfect, has recently been caught staring blankly out the window as if he's lost his soul. Derek wipes the sweat from his forehead. He knows he'll suffer for this, but the Emperor's orders cannot be delayed any longer. "Ferdinand, what on earth are you thinking?" The image of him holding an unconscious Aaron is crystal clear. "Lady Aaron, wake up." Aaron weakly opens her eyes. "Your Highness Ferdinand, why are you looking at me with those eyes? This warmth, I can't bear it." "Hate me, like everyone else." Ferdinand's expression flickers. Why would she suddenly say that? Those words, "Don't be nice to me, hate me like everyone else." Does Lady Aaron hate me? Is that why she doesn't want me to? She's deliberately saying those things to push me away. "Your Highness Ferdinand, how long are you going to make us wait in silence?" Hey, why are you talking like that? Ferdinand looks up. Lilia is right, Derek. I called this meeting, yet I was distracted. However, I don't see Lady Adley. Does anyone know where she went? Eamon replies, she went to visit Lady Erin. You just called her Lady Erin? Not Erin Leeser. Eamon explains. I met her on my way here. She said she heard Lady Erin had woken up. Lady Adley told me not to wait and to start the meeting first. Derek complains, she's deliberately ignoring us. Hearing this, Ferdinand's eyes light up. Lady Erin is awake. That's great. You all seem to be quite close with her. Isn't it nice that everyone gets along? We must report this ridiculous situation to His Majesty, whether it's the high-level monster horde in the northern forest or that mysterious Swordmaster. Lilia scoffs contemptuously. Just a murderer. No need to worry so much. Eamon raises his voice sternly. Lilia, you're going too far. Lilia retorts coldly, you have no right to say that. Weren't you the one who was clamoring about teaching Erin Leeser a lesson? Why the change of heart? Did you develop some camaraderie after surviving a crisis together? She turns to Ferdinand. Your Highness Ferdinand, you're the same. The one at fault is me, not Erin Leeser. It was me, I got too emotional. I didn't mean to say those things. Lilia sits back down, bowing her head in apology. Sorry, I lost control a bit. I mean, what we need to worry about isn't just the report. Hasn't everyone received the Academy's announcement? The three men's gazes turn to her. Duke Adley will be visiting Athena Academy as a guest lecturer. Your Highness Ferdinand, your ex-lover's father, Duke Adley, is coming. Ferdinand's face darkens, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. In Erin's room. He brought her to her room. The warm sunlight streams through the window. Erin sits on the edge of the bed, her mind in turmoil. An unexpected guest has arrived. Lady Adley, why did she come to visit me? Lady Adley sits opposite her, a gentle smile on her face. I heard from Knight Raymond that you acted as a decoy to save us. I wanted to thank you personally. Erin bows her head slightly. You don't have to trouble yourself, my lady. Erin feels a vague sense of unease. This person makes her feel very awkward. Lady Adley insists, no, I must express my gratitude in person. She sits down next to Erin, asking caringly, are you hurt? Anywhere else? I used my divine power to heal the wounds from the monsters, but the other injuries will have to heal on their own. She clasps her hands together, hesitating slightly. I personally changed your clothes, Lady Leeser. Erin's eyes turn cold. She saw it. Lady Adley immediately raises her hands, a sincere smile on her face. I haven't told anyone about the scars. And I won't in the future either. Erin's hands clench. She looks at the other woman in surprise. Lady Adley's eyes are full of sympathy. I don't know what you've been through, but it seems you don't want anyone to know. Lady Adley, do you really not hate me? Lady Adley shakes her head vigorously. How could I hate you? Erin asks in confusion, weren't you dating His Highness Ferdinand? We broke up because of me. I thought you would naturally hate me. Lady Adley looks slightly flustered. That's true. But that doesn't mean I hate you. Lady Leeser. Erin looks at her, her eyes full of confusion. Lady Adley lowers her head. I'm sorry, Lady Leeser. I can't tell you anything right now. There are some complications in this matter. Erin watches her silently. Complications. Lady Adley takes Erin's hand again. But I can assure you of one thing, I don't hate you. Lady Leeser, how could I hate the person who saved my life? Lady Adley smiles. In that case, may I call you by your first name? Erin stares at her. Savior, I don't deserve that title. I couldn't even protect anyone properly. That's why I was so panicked when Lady Adley entered the room. Lady Adley slowly walks towards the bed. Lady Leeser, you're awake? She takes Erin's hand and says solemnly, please take care of me in the future as well. Erin replies softly, yes. The unexpected meeting had taken up too much time. She couldn't skip class. Erin decides to attend the afternoon class, but Eamon stops her. Night, Erin, shouldn't you rest more? Erin finds herself in another unexpected situation. The surrounding knights begin to whisper among themselves. Did you hear that? Knight Aemon called her Knight Eren and even used honorifics. What's going on? The sun must be rising in the west. What are you doing? Eren asks with a serious expression. I'm confirming whether the sun is rising in the west. Aemon asks with a straight face, so is it? Eren replies, no, it's the same as always. That's not the point. Eren stares at him. Knight Aemon, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the advanced class? Why are you in the beginner class? I transferred. He points at Eren. Down to the beginner class. Beginner class? Eren's eyes widen in surprise. What do you mean? At the Knight Academy, it is tradition that to advance in rank, one must complete a mission assigned by the Emperor. The missions are varied and extremely dangerous. They include monster subjugation, dueling senior knights, and so on. Aemon had once taken on one of the most difficult missions. After a life-and-death battle, he successfully advanced to the upper class. So why would he go through all that trouble just to start over? Aemon casually twirls his sword. I transferred because I wanted to. You don't need to look so surprised. He also lowers his gaze. I realized I still have many shortcomings. Aemon remembers the scene from that day, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Eren, using her last bit of strength, had screamed, "Run!" Aemon's gaze darkens. The feeling of leaving a comrade behind, it's terrible. He tightens his grip on the sword in his hand. I was so weak then. And a weakling like me had the audacity to tell you that you don't understand honor. How arrogant were those words? The truly arrogant one was me. Eren listens in silence. Aemon takes another step towards her. I want to apologize to you. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. I will keep what I saw a secret. Aemon looks directly at her. But just one thing. When you're fully recovered, will you have a duel with me? I understand that look. It's my own. The look of a knight who yearns to be stronger, a look that wants to protect someone, even willing to sacrifice for it. That won't do. Phew, I almost had to camp out here. Let's go see Lady Eren. That gloomy Eren has already gone to the training grounds? Raymond thinks for a moment, then turns and walks away. That man is Duke Adley, one of the 3 Swordmasters of the Empire. Wherever he goes, monster corpses pile up like mountains. The captain of the First Knight Order of the Empire, the man who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, an idol and role model for all knights. A knight is reporting to Duke Adley. Most of them were high-level monsters. You say an academy student drove them back. A passing swordmaster took care of them? Duke Adley's eyes are sharp. I heard he was assigned to investigate this monster subjugation, but I didn't expect to meet him here. A fire of anger ignites in Duke Adley's eyes. A swordmaster suddenly appeared and wiped them all out. Do you know what it means to be a swordmaster? Don't speak so casually of a master when you haven't even reached the threshold of that realm. Duke Adley exudes a formidable aura. That power not only forges the blade, but also infuses the flesh with mana. This pressure is even more. One must witness it in person to understand its terror. The aide-de-camp is intimidated by his aura. Yes, I understand. Duke Adley retracts his aura and turns to leave. He glances at the newcomer. Did my aura overwhelm him? He's not an academy student, but he looks very familiar. The aide whispers a reminder. That is Knight Raymond of the Leeser family. The Leeser family? The Marquis used to only bring his personal knights, so I didn't recognize him. But Lloyd seems to value this child greatly. A knight strides forward and salutes Duke Adley. Forgive my lateness, Your Grace. It has been a long time. Duke Adley is silent. He heard this man was a high-ranking knight like himself, but that shallow exterior is far from it. Duke Adley suddenly asks, where is Eren? At the training grounds. Then let's go there. Duke Adley strides ahead. He seems to want to meet Lady Eren to investigate the incident. More importantly, it's rumored that Duke Adley is only interested in those with talent. For swordsmanship. Being judged like that is not a pleasant feeling. What is this all about? A stir goes through the crowd. Are Lady Eren and Duke Adley evenly matched? No, look closely. It's not an even match at all. Aaron is gaining the upper hand, while Duke Adley is clearly struggling to defend. Aaron's eyes are focused. It's just a simple thrust, but he dodges, and the blade whistles through the air with a deadly sound. Aaron stomps her foot hard, the tip of her sword pointed straight at her opponent. Duke Adley's eyes widen in astonishment. He reluctantly raises his sword to block. The two swords clash. So fast. Eamon's pupils constrict, cold sweat running down his back. Damn it. Aaron twists her wrist, the blade pressing down. She copied my swordsmanship, our family's sword style. Aaron's expression is calm, as if she understood it all just by seeing it once. She learned it just by seeing it once? How's that possible? Is she really a failure? The crowd gasps in amazement as Eamon's sword is knocked from his hand and flies through the air. Aaron's blade stops right in front of him, not an inch off. Unbelievable. Knight Eamon lost to Aaron. I thought. She just got lucky surviving the monster subjugation. How did you copy my family's swordsmanship? Aaron extends her hand, helping Eamon up. Please treat me as you would. Normally. Oh, what an amazing talent. Duke Adley's voice rings out across the training grounds. Eamon turns around abruptly. Your Grace. The crowd murmurs again. When did Duke Adley arrive? Aaron's pupils constrict, her body freezing for a moment. What? Why is he here? It's been a long time, Aaron. Aaron's entire body trembles as if struck by lightning. That voice, Knight Raymond. The man she once relied on deeply in the lonely island that was the Leeser family. He was once her only oasis. He once stood by her side, someone she thought she could trust completely. Knight Raymond smiles and walks closer. I heard you were injured during the subjugation. It seems the wound is not serious. That's a relief. Before he finishes speaking, Aaron forcefully pushes his hand away. I probably smell of sweat. Raymond's voice from the past echoes in the darkness. The lady asked me to give you a message. Don't worry, your family will join you soon enough. The one who personally killed her. If only it wasn't him. The smile on Raymond's face freezes. Aaron. Aaron flashes a brilliant smile. Raymond, it's so good to see you again. Now I can finally avenge my death. Aaron swings her sword, knocking her opponent's weapon away. The sword spins in the air before embedding itself in the ground. What was that? Is she that strong? When did she get these skills? After joining the night department? That's too short a time. Impossible. Could this be the Leeser family's talent, the one that Cleo was always wary of? Even so, she's too strong. Are you really as comfortable as you were back then? Aaron asks. He closes his eyes. Yes, please. Continue. He smiles. Aaron can actually make that expression. I'm sweating, I must smell. She smiles at Raymond. It's good to see you. Raymond, you haven't changed at all. Raymond seems about to say something, his lips moving, but he is suddenly cut off. Duke Adley's voice rings out. Everyone assemble. Continue the lesson. Aaron turns. I have to go. See you later. She walks away, her back straight and resolute, without a hint of reluctance. Raymond watches. Aaron's retreating back with a complex expression. Cleo completely destroyed Aaron's body and spirit, taming her to her liking. If Cleo's role was to break Aaron's wings, then I played the role of her savior. I pulled her up from the depths of despair, becoming her only light. Memories flood back. Raymond kneels on one knee, bandaging Aaron's ankle. Thank you for saving me, Raymond. The corpse of a black snake lies on the grass. I didn't even notice it getting close. Aaron looks at him, her eyes full of gratitude. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened. Raymond looks up, a gentle smile on his lips. He helps Aaron up. Aaron is sometimes very slow. Luckily, it wasn't a poisonous snake. In this inescapable Marquis mansion, she had become an innocent little lamb. The young lady of the Marquis family, crushed by abuse. Raymond takes her hand. Can you walk, my lady? An innocent girl who knows nothing of the truth will cling to the slightest bit of warmth I offer, grasping at even the smallest glimmer of hope. She nods. Yes. Raymond supports Aaron. You're lighter than before. Have you lost weight again? Aaron stumbles slightly. Really? You must eat properly, my lady, or you won't even be able to lift a wooden sword in the night department. Aaron lowers her head and mumbles, I know. Seeing the little girl. Find a glimmer of light in her despair, I once found it. Quite amusing. And now she dares to discard me? Raymond's smile turns sinister. I must remind you who your savior truly is. That night, in Ferdinand's office, Duke Adley sits before the desk. It's an astonishing talent. Her swordsmanship is precise, her movements and force perfectly controlled, overpowering her opponent at the most critical moment. I met the girl when she was young. At that time, she had no aptitude for swordsmanship. Her body was so weak she could barely stand, her running speed. The growth of children is frightening. Footsteps sound, and Ferdinand enters the office. Duke Adley, he approaches. It has been a long time. Are you well? Duke Adley comes to his senses. I was lost in thought. Yes, Your Highness the Second Prince, are you also well? Ferdinand smiles. Please don't be so formal. Even if you're here on official business, this is a private space. Please make yourself at home. You are my mother's close friend and have taken care of me since I was a child. Please treat me as you normally would. Duke Adley is silent for a moment. All right. He turns to Ferdinand. Since we're on the topic, I want to ask you something. Ferdinand inclines his head slightly. Please, speak freely. Duke Adley begins slowly at the Empire's victory celebration in the Southern Mountains. You decided to get engaged to Aaron Leeser without consulting me, didn't you? Your Grace, about that, a blue light emanates from Duke Adley. I heard you had no choice but to get engaged to Aaron Leeser because it was the Emperor's order. His eyes are sharp. I also heard the Emperor gave an additional order. Even so, you shouldn't have done anything. Duke Adley can't contain his anger. A father doting on his daughter can cast aside the saintess of the Empire to choose that villainess? Father, that's enough. My relationship with Ferdinand was just a contract to keep the important factions in check. Father, I even asked for your permission beforehand. If you knew from the start, why are you so angry? Duke Adley quickly tries to explain. Daughter, I didn't mean it like that. I just don't want you to look like you were dumped. Dumped? How did I become the tragic heroine? Ferdinand calmly adds, also, please do not speak ill of Lady Aaron. She is my friend. Well, you seem to be quite fond of Lady Aaron as well. Before coming here, you met her at the training grounds. You saw how strong she is. Duke Adley's expression is serious. Indeed, that girl has extraordinary talent. Ferdinand steps aside. Duke Adley turns to him. Therefore, Ferdinand's ability. A special power passed down only through the Lexan royal bloodline is also the foundation for the royal family's influence. It is known that they can randomly see a target's past, an eye that sees through the truth. Ferdinand lowers his gaze. Your Grace, you know my ability isn't something I can use at will. It activates on its own, suddenly making me see another person's past. Duke Adley questions, so you mean you saw nothing? Ferdinand replies, I didn't see anything related to her sword talent. Duke Adley's eyes are sharp. So that means you saw something else. Ferdinand clasps his hands, his expression troubled. That I cannot say. Duke Adley frowns. This kid, you can't even tell me about that? What did he see? He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Ferdinand, the Emperor is always looking for an opportunity to take you down. I cannot help you directly. We Swordmasters have an unwritten rule not to interfere in the affairs of the royal family. He continues, the Emperor allowing you to be engaged to the Empire's Villainess is likely for this reason. If she makes a mistake, the Emperor will use it as an excuse to criticize you for not managing your people, and then blame you for everything. Ferdinand is silent. He replies softly, I understand. Duke Adley leans forward. Do you really understand? My coming to investigate the subjugation report is like forcing me to dig up your secrets myself. Speaking of which, what happened during the subjugation? That Swordmaster was. What was he like? No matter how you look at it, those monsters weren't something ordinary knights could handle. We also have our suspicions about this. Duke Adley muses, I should also investigate the other participants. Could it be someone from the hunting party? Unfortunately, once you reach a certain level, you can no longer truly measure each other's strength. Even if you face each other, you can't be sure. A spark of interest flashes in Duke Adley's eyes. I also want to personally meet this hidden individual. He clenches his fist, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. I must personally confirm the true strength of that Swordmaster. Ferdinand looks at him with a complex expression. The night is late. Duke Adley stands up. That's all for today. He turns to leave. Ferdinand. He steps forward. Your Grace, please speak. Thank you for bringing my daughter back safely. Ferdinand bows slightly. You should thank Knight Aemon and Knight Aaron. They were the ones who escorted the princess back safely. He turns and walks away, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Ferdinand stands alone, lost in thought. Duke Adley's warning rings in his ears. The Emperor allowing you to be engaged to the Empire's Villainess is likely for this reason. Ferdinand clenches his fist. The Empire's Villainess. He looks out the window, moonlight flooding the courtyard. Erin Leeser is leaning against a tree, holding a docile cat, her expression peaceful and gentle. About Lady Erin being a villainess. 2 months ago, the second prince of the Empire, Ferdinand Lexon, entered the Grand Hall. Despite being born to a concubine, he had a kind and tolerant nature. Two ladies whisper, he truly is a prince worthy of the title. He is more like a king than anyone who holds that title. Ferdinand strides through the crowd. If there was anything different about him recently, it was his relationship with Lady Adley. The two had known each other since childhood and were close. Princess, she approaches gracefully in a white dress. He looks at her, a smile on his lips. The meeting between a prince and a saintess piqued everyone's interest, igniting romantic fantasies. They became the public's dream couple. The door slammed shut. The two immediately dropped their facades, standing with their backs to each other. Faces full of disgust. So annoying. Why are so many people staring at us? My face is about to freeze from smiling. Why did you open the door so slowly? Hurry up. Ferdinand turns back. It's because you were walking too slowly. Get your expression under control. What? The two glare at each other as if they're about to fight. This odd couple had secretly signed a contract. For months, they had been pretending to be a public couple. They made this choice due to the power struggles in the royal family and their personal grievances. The emperor favored the first prince, born of the official wife, over the second prince, Ferdinand. Because of this, Ferdinand was at odds with the first prince. He lacked the support of the empire's nobility, his power weak. Lady Adley is the only daughter of Duke Adley and possesses the power of a saintess. Her father is a swordmaster, but like him, she has no interest in power. They are the Empire's open secret. Having known each other since childhood, they understand each other better than anyone. Ferdinand needed a shield, and the princess believed that only Ferdinand could restrain the recklessness of the emperor and the first prince. Therefore, their choice was a contractual relationship. Lady Adley collapses onto the sofa with a long sigh. They know the answer and still ask. So tiring. Maintaining the image of a saintess in front of others is tiring enough, and I still have to act like a passionate lover. Ferdinand stands in the middle of the room. Just say the word, and I can tear up the contract at any time. Adley looks up at him. Tear up the contract? Are you sure you can survive? Ferdinand is silent. I can't deny it. But if this causes your death and you're associated with me, your safety will also be threatened. Adley looks straight at him. What do you gain from this? With or without a contract, everyone will die eventually. I signed the contract not to save your life, but because it was the best choice for the Empire as a saintess. Hearing this, Ferdinand's lips curve into a cold smile. Spoken like a true princess. You should worry about yourself first. Steam rises from the teacup. I heard about your engagement to Lady Leeser. In the bustling ballroom, a noblewoman walks straight up to him. Your Highness the Second Prince, we haven't seen you at parties for a long time. Ferdinand stands beside her. Yes, due to my studies. I have neglected my greetings. The lady continues, however, is that rumor true? I heard you are getting engaged. To Lady Leeser. Ferdinand lowers his head, remembering the Emperor's words. You must. No people are talking about your marriage. With the daughter of the Leeser family, it would be a great support for you. At this party, at least go and get to know the young lady. Ferdinand falls into deep thought. Suddenly, he turns his head. His gaze travels over the crowd and lands on a figure. The sound of crisp footsteps rings out as Erin, holding her dress, slowly enters the hall. Her appearance silences the noisy ballroom. All eyes are on her. Whispers ripple through the crowd. It's Erin Leeser. Why is that villainess at this party? It seems the rumors are true. She's getting engaged to the second prince? How can that be? The second prince and the saintess are such a perfect match. And yet he has to be engaged to that kind of woman. What a pity for the second prince. Erin stands still, ignoring the surrounding gossip. She suddenly turns and walks away. Ferdinand watches her with a complex expression. He brings a plate of strawberry cake to her. Have you eaten? It looks like you haven't touched a thing. Erin looks at the cake, slightly stunned. Thank you. Ferdinand stumbles against a nearby table. He covers his face with his hand. This feeling, he staggers back, the ballroom scene around him. Disappearing. His whole body trembles as if in great pain. Lady Leeser, I can't see Lady Leeser. Now. So this must be her room. But why is she crying so heartbrokenly? She's crying just like I did when I was a child. A voice pulls him back to reality. Your Highness the Second Prince. Ferdinand snaps out of it, finding himself still in the ballroom. Erin looks at him with concern. Are you all right? Your face suddenly turned pale. Ferdinand composes himself. Yes, I'm fine. I'm back to normal now. He touches his forehead. But what I just saw, it wasn't a hallucination. So what was it? The guests start whispering again. Did you see the second prince's expression just now? What did that woman say to him? So she really is a villainess. His Highness kindly offered her cake, and yet she said something like that. His heart must be broken, right? Erin turns her back to Ferdinand. Excuse me, I need to freshen up. Ferdinand watches her retreating back, his eyes sharp. That fleeing figure of hers matches the sobbing image from my recent memory. Ferdinand suddenly turns and follows her. Thank you for your concern, Lady Leeser. You must have been scared, right? I suddenly felt a bit dizzy just now, but thanks to you, I'm much better. Please don't worry. Erin looks at him. Why did he suddenly shout like that? He places the plate of strawberry cake back in Erin's hand. Ferdinand flashes a perfect smile. Remember to eat something. Erin takes the cake. Thank you, Your Highness. Night falls in Ferdinand's office. He takes off his coat and casually drapes it over the back of a chair. Phew, it's been a while since I've been to a party. So tiring. He recalls Erin's expression as she left, the malicious stories that followed her like a shadow. But despite all the rumors, I've never once seen her cause trouble at a party. She rarely attends, and when she does, she always sits quietly in a corner for a while and then leaves. Today she left very early too. There's a lot of cake left. Doesn't she like cake? Or does she eat very little? Wait, why am I even paying attention to this? His gaze sweeps over the letters on his desk. She is your perfect marriage partner. Go to the party and meet her. That vulgar old man. I have enough problems of my own. He scoffs. What right do I have to worry about others? Ferdinand's gaze shifts to the window. Erin is sitting alone under a tree, gently stroking a cat in her lap. Ferdinand jumps to his feet, unable to believe his eyes. Lady Leeser. At this moment, she looks so peaceful and gentle. Ferdinand is completely stunned. Erin rests her cheek against the cat, which comfortably squints its eyes. An unprecedented look of tranquility is on her face. Ferdinand's eyes turn cold. In the eyes of the world, I am flawless, the untainted second prince of the empire. But that's not the reality. You're just like that woman from head to toe. There's nothing about you that I like. I never should have taken that woman as a concubine. The noble blood of the Lexan royal family has been completely tainted by you, you vulgar half-breed. His mother was a saintess from the Holy Kingdom, a servant of the goddess, until she died of a violent illness. She remained an apostle of the goddess, able to hear divine oracles and predict the future. His father forced his mother to be his concubine, turning the Holy Kingdom into a vassal of the empire. He was born into humility and disgust. His father was never pleased with his existence. To the man who revered royal bloodlines, he was just a creature that tainted the blood. If he discovered that he inherited even a fraction of the Lexan family's abilities, he would kill him on the spot. His father always wished for his death, and his half-siblings also hated him. For someone like him who could be attacked at any moment, caring about others is a foolish thing to do. However, for some reason, even from a distance, she looks very healthy. Has Lady Erin been taking care of it all this time? Ferdinand, what are you spacing out for? Derek's voice pulls him back to reality. He starts. Is class over? You've been strange today. Did something happen at the party yesterday, or did you argue with that lady? That's not it. Derek lowers his voice and leans closer to Ferdinand. Did that person say something unpleasant to you? Derek, his future knight, doesn't know that his relationship with Lady Adley is a contract. He doesn't know about the dirty business within the royal family, or how his father treats him. He knows how carefully all of this is managed. Ferdinand avoids Derek's gaze. Nothing happened at the party. Derek doesn't believe him. Impossible. I heard her mother also attended. That evil woman who would stop at nothing to force your engagement. And you still say it's fine. Are you sure nothing happened? Besides, she might not be as bad as the rumors say. You know, in our circles, rumors can build a castle. Derek retorts, no matter what, a castle built on lies will eventually crumble. Think about it, how could a decent person bear such a bad reputation for nearly 10 years? Ferdinand's expression is complex. Well, I also find it hard to believe. Because Ferdinand looks through the window, gazing at the figure in the courtyard. This is the 8th time today. Erin is squatting on the ground, gently stroking that stray cat. He always sees unexpected sides of her. Rumor has it she feeds the cat 3 times a day, early morning, noon, and dusk. Ferdinand walks in that direction. The place where she feeds the cat is right behind his dormitory. His dormitory is in the old building. Students from the new building almost never come here. So all one has to do is go around the back of the building. Ferdinand passes by his classmates, politely greeting them. Hello. He hardly sees anyone here. If she acts secretly, it's very difficult for others to notice. Erin, holding a few books, strolls across the lawn. The sun shines behind her, stretching her shadow on the ground. A secret about her that only I know. Ferdinand returns to his dormitory. An attendant hurries over. Your Highness the Second Prince, a letter from the royal palace. The attendant presents a letter with a wax seal. Ferdinand takes it, his expression heavy, and breaks the seal. The suffocating days repeat themselves. When will all of this finally end? What will be left in the end? Under the tree, the well-fed cat yawns. It lazily stretches. I have been vaguely waiting for her figure. She arrives. Squatting down. Sorry, I'm late. She places a bowl of food in front of the cat, which immediately buries its head in it to eat. Erin tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling with a gentle light. On the way, I almost ran into someone. So I had to take a detour. I'll play with you a little longer today. Ferdinand watches the scene from his window, an unconscious smile on his lips. For some reason, this makes him feel a little more at ease. Thunder rumbles and rain pours down. Ferdinand holds an umbrella, walking quickly. He goes out to the courtyard. Erin is soaked to the bone, kneeling on the muddy grass. Until one day, she lost her smile. I don't know what happened. The sound of thunder startled me awake. I suddenly remembered the cat. Seeing it with her, I immediately chased after her. But when I got there, Aaron Leeser was already gone. He searches in the rain, following her trail, and finally finds her. But it's all too late. A month later, Derek calls out to his companion in the hallway. "Hey, Ferdinand." Ferdinand turns around. "Good morning, Derek." Everything has returned to normal. Ferdinand no longer has the habit of looking out the window. Since that day, he has never seen Aaron Leeser again. This is normal. They are in different departments. If she didn't actively come to the dormitory, they would have no interaction at all. Whispers echo in the hallway. "Hey, His Highness Ferdinand is finally getting engaged to Aaron Leeser." Poor Prince Ferdinand, and with Aaron Leeser, the one who killed Lilia's brother. A book flies through the air and hits the male student. He angrily retorts, "What? This looks interesting. Can we join in?" "Your Highness Ferdinand." Derek roars, "Hey, pick up the book and get lost. Before, you were praising how handsome he is, and now you just want to see him. Have bad luck." Ferdinand places a hand on Derek's shoulder. "This is nothing new. Don't get angry over such trivial matters." "Doesn't this make you angry, Ferdinand?" "Derek, why do you follow me? Do I need a reason to follow you?" "If I must say, it's because my ambition is too great. Everyone has seen my swordsmanship. The only thing I'm better at than you is probably my studies." Derek leans close to Ferdinand. "Anyway, suffering is a part of everything. Since I have to suffer anyway, isn't it better to follow the person I want to serve loyally?" He flashes a bright smile. Ferdinand chuckles, then bursts out laughing. "Honestly, you guys are all crazy." Derek puts his hands on his hips. "Hey, I'm much stronger than that lazy Aemon. I feel that a greater misfortune will befall her. So, for the first time, I thank my father. Thank him for personally making her mine." After the engagement, she transferred to the night department. The first time we met, she seemed a bit different. For some reason, she exuded a strange aura. I want to understand her better. "Lady Leeser, no, Lady Aaron." A flicker of surprise crosses Aaron Leeser's eyes. Derek looks wary. "Now that we are both in the night department, I should call you that." Ferdinand smiles. The rumor that she killed Calypso is definitely not true. What kind of person is this girl, unjustly branded a villainess? He doesn't know. His eyes involuntarily follow her figure, but the guards around her are impenetrable. Ferdinand rubs his forehead. Is there any way to get closer to her? About 2 months later, Aaron Leeser and Ferdinand meet in the school courtyard. "Thank you for taking the time to meet me, Your Highness." Ferdinand. Aaron Leeser clasps her hands in front of her. "I heard from Lady Adley that you are about to receive a new mission. She's been coming to my room often recently. This feeling is so familiar." "I see. But what is the specific mission?" "Wait a minute. Isn't this an opportunity? It seems I will also be participating in this mission." So, about that, she looks directly at Ferdinand. "I want to know if you would be willing to let me undertake this mission with you." A hint of confusion flashes in Ferdinand's eyes. Raymond watches from behind a wall. What the hell are they talking about? It's too far to hear. He has been observing Aaron Leeser for a few days. Her swordsmanship is indeed superb. This means, just as Cleo said, it will be very difficult for her not to get hurt. Soon, the Emperor will order the second Prince Ferdinand to lead a team to exterminate the werewolf tribe. Marquis Leeser and his future knights will surely be sent. Count Lion will join later and will not provide any practical support. This will be the end for Ferdinand. I can't wait. Once the second prince is dead, she will blame everything on me. She will think all the bad things started since her engagement to him. After all, their situations are similar. A passing swordmaster? Let's see how that luck holds up. I just need to consider how to handle Aaron. All right, in the name of protection, I will accompany this mission. Before entering the werewolf territory, I will find a way to be alone with Aaron. Someone will deliberately trick Aaron into the water. I will save her and then start re-educating her. In the process, it will help her become a. Losing an arm is unavoidable. Don't blame me, my lady. This is all your own doing. Moonlight illuminates the entire camp. The knights gather around the campfire, preparing to rest. I pat my horse, then pick up a bucket of water. What's so strange about this? Derek loudly retorts. Yes, it is very strange. A few days ago, under the Emperor's command, we set out on another expedition. The sound of hooves trampling the green grass as the army marches into the distance. Our mission is to subjugate the werewolves. Under the bloody moonlight, werewolves roar, brandishing their sharp claws, while we must also rescue the living. The refugees they captured. They are cowering in the darkness, trembling with fear. Werewolves are a type of intelligent, strong, and extremely ferocious magical beast. Dealing with them, the Reserve Knight Corps has limited strength. Therefore, His Majesty has assigned one of the Empire's Swordmasters, Edward Viren, and his Knight Order to assist us. We are rushing to the rendezvous point to join forces with Count Lion. Derek's expression is complicated. Although I didn't expect to suddenly receive a mission, this companionship is. I really can't get used to seeing those two sticking together. Karen mutters, they've been together since we set out. It doesn't look like they have anything to talk about. If they have nothing to say, why do they have to be next to each other? Why? Karen grits his teeth. Their relationship is so annoying. Good thing Lady Adley isn't here. Yes, she isn't participating in this mission, right? That's right, she's not here. Lilia's gaze falls on them. So what's the reason they're sticking together? She turns to Derek. You must have heard something, right? Derek turns his head away. I don't know either. Before the mission, Aaron had sought out Ferdinand. Your Highness Ferdinand, I need to speak with you privately. Since that conversation, they have had no choice but to stay together. Eamon's gaze also turns towards them. Together, huh? Raymond walks towards his tent, his profile looking sinister. It's indeed very strange. Eamon turns to Karen. You said Knight Raymond is joining this mission as Aaron's guard, right? Karen confirms, that's right. Prince Ferdinand also agreed. He said it was fine if it was for my sister. Eamon continues to press, so Knight Raymond has been protecting her since she was a child? Karen recalls, well, when necessary. They've always been very close. Eamon leans closer to him. Close. Karen nods. Yes. Is that what you call close? Hey, they're moving. Derek struggles. What, I'm a noble, let me go, Knight. Raymond. Lilia stands by coldly, ignoring the knights being dragged away. The two stop walking, fireflies dancing around them. I've practiced this in my head dozens, even hundreds of times. I've always thought about these words, preparing them over and over, but I've never been able to say them. But now I have enough courage. Your Highness Ferdinand, I want to cancel our engagement. Ferdinand freezes. Cancel the engagement? He can't believe his ears. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Her voice is calm. You don't need to maintain an engagement you don't like, and neither do I. Ferdinand's gaze darkens. Don't want to. He steps forward, cornering her. Knight Aaron, then why did you get engaged to me in the first place? Aaron avoids his gaze. You know what kind of person I am. It was just a passing whim. She turns to leave. I've said what I needed to say. I'll take my leave now. Wait, Aaron. Ferdinand is rooted to the spot. He watches Aaron's retreating back. What is this? The night sky is quiet, thousands of stars twinkling. My engagement with Prince Ferdinand was forced by my stepmother. It has nothing to do with my feelings for him. Because of our engagement, he was forced to separate from the woman he loves. But they never resented me, not even once. In the past or in the present, they have never resented me. My past self, out of fear of my stepmother, dragged Prince Ferdinand down into the mud with me. But this time, I absolutely cannot continue to hold him back. Aaron stops walking. What are you doing here? I'm asking you. Aaron's gaze is icy. Why are you sneaking around like a rat, spying on me and Prince Ferdinand? Raymond. Raymond is shaken to the core, his heart tightening. I clearly concealed my presence. How did Knight Aaron discover me? I've never felt like this in my entire life. Killing intent, no, it's more than that. It feels like I'm staring straight into the gates of hell. Where did that aura come from? It absolutely cannot be from the Eren who just started learning the sword. But besides me and Eren, there's no one else around. How can such a master exist without making a sound? It's absurd. Eren breaks the silence. I still haven't heard your answer. Her eyes are as sharp as a knife. I asked you why. You were spying on me and Prince Ferdinand. Raymond quickly waves his hands in denial. My lady, you misunderstand. I was just worried about you, so I followed. You left alone with him, and even though he is your fiancé, going deep into the forest at night is too dangerous. Eren looks at him expressionlessly. Worried about me? To me, you're the real danger right now. Raymond unconsciously tightens his grip on his sword hilt. He had gripped his sword without even realizing it. He quickly pulls his hand back, feigning concern. I'm sorry. But Knight Eren, why is your tone so harsh? It's frightening. Did I do something wrong? Is it because I followed you? Raymond tries to explain, I was really just worried about you. Eren, please trust me. In Eren's memory, Raymond was once a refreshing rain in a dry desert. In her life, drained by abuse, he gave her the fragile will to live on. She had trusted him and was always grateful to him until she discovered that it was all a lie from the very beginning. No matter how many times she reincarnated, she could not forget his expression before she died. The face she could never forget. That smiling face he was ordered to kill her, but there was no trace of sorrow or guilt on his face. It was as if he had been waiting for that moment for a long time. His face then looked as if a great burden had been lifted. Why, Raymond? Do you know? I never treated you badly. Eren's voice is as cold as ice. When a sword pierces the skin, it hurts a lot. Sometimes, you don't even die right away, but just tremble in pain, waiting for the end. Raymond's face turns pale. This is too strange. This is not good. Eren holds so much hostility towards me. He tries to ease the atmosphere. Knight Eren, let's go back first. He forces a strained smile. It's late. Everyone will be worried. Let's go back to the camp and talk more. Eren lowers her gaze. All right. I scared you just now. Raymond's smile carries a hint of mockery. Eren dares to look at me with those eyes? I even suspect her mind is broken. Honestly, Cleo is really too harsh. She should loosen her control a bit. The girl has become so strange because of it. For the past 2 months, Raymond has been observing Eren. He often feels like this. She and her past self are like two completely different people. That gentle, easily bullied look has vanished, replaced by the eyes of a knight. But he doesn't think too deeply about it. Her body is already ruined. Even if she starts practicing the sword now, she'll at most become a high-ranking knight. It would be even better to create a sudden accident and cripple one of her arms. No matter how much you change, you're still that foolish, naive Eren. A flash of contempt appears in Raymond's eyes. This is actually better. He follows behind Eren along the moonlit waterside. The more she resists destruction, the more interesting he finds it. A twisted smile appears on his face. When was it? I don't remember the exact date, but I know. In the past, I also walked with Raymond along a waterside path like this. Suddenly, I am ambushed and pushed into the water. Raymond dives in without hesitation to save me. Milady, are you all right? He yells in frustration, damn it. I'm so bitter. I should have caught him. From then on, I live in fear of being assassinated, and my distrust in people grows. It becomes severe. But now I understand there was no attacker that day. Just like now, it was Raymond who was waiting to push me. Eren's icy voice rings out, Raymond, did you really think I'd just obediently return to camp? Remember what I told you when we met again at the academy. You are very dangerous. The color drains from Raymond's face. Eren swings her sword, its blade tearing through the night. A blood-curdling scream echoes by the water. Raymond falls to the ground. Eren looks down at him. He hasn't changed a bit from the man he used to be. That's a relief. She should have corrected his arrogant attitude, but why did it turn out like this? Eren's hand clamps over his mouth. What were you planning to do to me? Her cold voice pierces his eardrums. Pushing me into the water wasn't your only plan, was it? Why? Did the Marquise order you to stop me from practicing swordsmanship? In that moment, Raymond finally understands the aura he was sensing. It's the fear of facing death head-on. Karen has been hiding her true strength all along, but how is that possible? Raymond trembles all over. He has to do something. If he doesn't, he'll die right here, killed by Aaron's own hands. This is a chance to regain her trust. A twisted smile forms on Raymond's face. It was Cleo who ordered me. No. Lady Aaron, she told me that if you knew how to use a sword, I had to make sure you could never use one again. Raymond kneels on the ground, his voice choked with sobs. I was just following orders, it wasn't my intention. You know I've been a loyal man. For so long. Please, you have to believe me. A sly, triumphant smile creeps onto his lips. The poor daughter of the Marquis. She's never been loved her entire life. It's her, the eldest daughter of the Marquis. I heard she drove away all the servants herself. Stop it. I once told my children that she's more used to craving love than being loved. I've never told my children that she's more used to craving love than being loved. I never did that, I swear. Please believe me. The more she craves attention and love, the more people ignore her. A child starved of affection will cherish even the smallest bit of attention. It's because I am her only link to the outside world. Aaron looks down at him, her gaze sharp and cold. Raymond, you will die by my hand today. The smile on Raymond's face freezes. W.I.? I told you it was Cleo's doing. She slowly opens her mouth. From the moment we met again. At the academy, this was all part of my plan. Otherwise, why do you think I would have come all this way with you? Moreover, you also boasted that you were the only one who cared for me. Raymond's mouth falls open in horror. He frantically tries to explain, no. You're mistaken. That was also Cleo's order. She told me to throw you into the water. Aaron looks at him with a deadpan expression. Raymond. Raymond forces a smile. I'm unarmed now. This means I surrender. Harming someone who has surrendered is not the act of a knight. Don't you believe that those who kill will fall into hell? If you do this, you will surely go to hell. Aaron looks down at him. You're right, Raymond. In both the past and the present, I have believed in the existence of heaven and hell. In my first life, I naively thought that if I lived a good life, I would go to heaven. I'll be good, I promise. I'll listen to you, Mom. I won't hate anyone. I'll behave, so please. Let me see my brother again in heaven. That innocent girl, until the very end, tried not to resent anyone. I begged you to. I clung to your legs, begging you to let me live. Even if that tragic life was hell, I still begged you. I clung to your legs, begging you to let me live. He still wanted to live, but you didn't listen at all. Raymond looks bewildered. What are you talking about? Aaron raises her sword. The blade reflects her empty eyes. I will never see my brother again. The sword flashes and fresh blood sprays into the air. Aaron whispers. Go on ahead. Wait for me in hell. Blood drips from the tip of her sword. After everything is over, we will meet again in hell. We're in trouble, big trouble. Ferdinand rushes out of the forest. My lord, where have you been? You were gone for so long. I was about to go look for you. He's gone. Derek is stunned. Gone? Ike. Yes, Ferdinand says through gritted teeth. Lady Aaron is missing. What? She was just with me a moment ago. Then she suddenly said she wanted to go ahead and vanished without a trace. What's going on? Sounds like someone's missing. Ferdinand looks worried. I've searched the entire area but couldn't find her. Wake everyone up. We need to find Lady Aaron immediately. Derek grabs his shoulder. Ferdinand, calm down. You're getting too agitated. Calm down. Didn't you hear me? Lady Aaron is missing. I'm right here, Your Highness, Ferdinand. Lady Aaron, when did you get back? Aaron steps out from a tent. I told you I was going on ahead. I came straight back to camp. Ferdinand lets out a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. I thought you had run off alone again like last time. Don't worry about me. I'm not going anywhere. Arguing? What's going on? You heard her. She's not going anywhere. Confirmed. Now that that's settled, come on in. Since you're back, we're going to get some rest. Everyone, go to sleep. In the past, Prince Ferdinand worried about me just like this. Linen stares at her intently. No matter what others say, I don't believe you, Ad Calypso. You're not the type of person who would take an innocent life. At least, the Aaron I know isn't. If you don't want to talk about what you've been through, that's fine. But when the day comes that you're ready. Ferdinand takes her hand. I will be by your side to help you. But I never confided in him. He is no longer in this world. She will never be loved in this lifetime. I don't know how I've changed, but I can't go back. I don't care. Even if Prince Ferdinand despises me, I don't mind. Have you guys seen Knight Raymond? No, I haven't. We're about to leave. Where could he have gone? His tent is empty. He's gone too? What's happening? Coden looks serious. Knight Raymond is missing? Yes, I just checked his tent. His luggage and horse are both gone. He might have returned to the Lesser Marquis ahead of us. Without the commander's permission? Does this happen often? Karen shakes his head. Not usually. Ferdinand turns to Aaron. Have you heard anything? For instance, that he had an urgent matter to attend to. Aaron shakes her head. I don't know. I hardly ever spoke to him. Let's go. Knight Jamin is a high-ranking knight, isn't he? Do you really think something could have happened to a high-ranking knight? There aren't even low-level monsters here. Honestly, this is for the best. His gestures, and the way he looks at people, it just makes me uncomfortable. Even setting aside his behavior, the people of the Lesser family are hard to trust. The one who could do that to a noble lady's body is likely an insider, not an outsider. Aside from that, Eamon looks towards Karen Yu. I am neither capable nor ruthless enough. In short, if his luggage were still here, we could suspect an accident. But since all his belongings are gone, he must have returned to his domain on his own. Besides, time is tight to reach the rendezvous point. Ferdinand nods. That's right, time is tight. Once we leave the safe zone, monsters will appear. Losing a high-ranking knight is a huge blow to our combat strength, but searching for him would also weaken us. If you two have no objections, we will proceed. Is that all right? Karen nods. If Prince Ferdinand has decided, then I will follow. I can't say I'm not worried, but the mission is the top priority. I have no issue either. Very well. Then we depart as planned. Everyone, prepare to move. Yes, sir, the knights respond in unison. Aaron breathes a sigh of relief. I was worried they would investigate further, but it seems I've passed this hurdle safely. Ferdinand takes Aaron's pack and naturally slings it over his own shoulder. He tilts his head to look at her, his gaze gentle. Will you ride with me again today? Aaron hesitates for a moment. I was planning to switch with Knight Derek. With me, Ferdinand's tone brooks no refusal. You were the one who asked me to stay by your side for the entire journey, Knight Aaron. He walks ahead, leaving Aaron standing there, stunned. The days pass and the long march begins. After leaving the safe zone, they have to fight various monsters, big and small. The closer they get to the werewolf territory, the scarcer the signs of human life become. To make matters worse, the weather changes abruptly and rain pours down in sheets. Ferdinand yells through the rain, "There's an inn up ahead. Just a little further." Even well-trained knights can't avoid exhaustion. The rain lashes against the inn's sign. Finally, a proper meal. It's been 10 days, the knights say, eating ravenously. I'm dead tired. Aaron nods. I agree with Knight Amon. Everyone's tired. We have to enter the mountains tomorrow and leave the horses behind. Can we really do this? I didn't participate in the last werewolf subjugation, so I have no idea what they went through. I only know that Ferdinand returned heavily injured. Furthermore, those who returned from that expedition are tight-lipped about what happened. So, even if I wanted to ask, I can't bring myself to question those who directly experienced that pain. Aaron lets out a soft sigh. Amon looks at her. Are you all right? On the way here, you were training with the knights whenever you had a spare moment. Philip. That. Images of their training sessions flash through Aaron's mind. The knights swing their swords, shouting, "I will defeat you today. You're so strong, yet your stamina is so strangely weak. How ironic. You should take care of your body." Aaron is a little surprised. "Are you worrying about me? I never expected this side of Knight Amon." Amon scoffs. "Don't get used to it. This is a rare occasion. When people are tired, they'll say anything." Aaron nods. "That's true. Anyway, conserve your strength. Once we enter werewolf territory, there's no telling what will happen. Isn't this mission just a ploy by the Emperor to torment Ferdinand? Therefore, anything could happen." What's with that weird tone? I almost drowned just checking on the horses. Amon looks at Aaron. "Are you okay?" Aaron replies softly, "You've asked me that several times today. I'm going to annul the engagement." Ferdinand is completely shocked. Rain streams down his cheeks, his eyes filled with disbelief. Derek pats Ferdinand on the shoulder. "What are you spacing out for? After we eat, let's get some rest." "Hey Amon, enjoying yourself all alone?" Amon teases, "Who told you guys to lose at hide and seek?" Karen groans, "Ugh, I'm starving to death." Ferdinand takes a deep breath. "Stop overthinking. Just focus on getting everyone back safely." "Ferdinand, hurry up and come here." Ferdinand looks around. "Now that you mention it, Lilia isn't here. Does anyone know where she went?" The knights look at each other, but no one answers. A blue magic circle opens in the rain, glowing brightly. Lilia stands in the middle of the formation, her silver hair soaked. She looks up, her eyes flashing with determination. "Are you Calypso's sister?" "I am a servant of the Lesser family." "I'm sorry to bring you this sad news," the lady said. "She told me to give this to you, for the funeral expenses." Lilia opens the cloth bag. Inside are a few gold coins. The lady said this all happened because she couldn't stop her daughter. Lilia's pupils constrict, and anger flares within her. A gold coin gleams coldly. "Is it that easy to take a life? That woman. She killed my brother and she can still smile?" In the tavern, the knights raise their glasses in celebration. The laughter is deafening. Lilia closes her eyes. "Go ahead and laugh all you want for now." A figure in a black cloak appears before her. "Do you want to avenge Calypso?" "No, I have a way." A fire of vengeance ignites in Lilia's eyes. "Soon, none of you will be able to laugh anymore." A week later, the knights pass through a ruined area. Derek sighs. "We're finally here. Good thing we weren't late. We had to leave the horses behind because of the mountain path." Ferdinand turns to Derek and gives an order. "Derek, let everyone rest until the appointed time." Derek nods. "Understood." Night falls, and the forest sinks into silence. Ferdinand leans against a tree, a hint of unease on his brow. Count Leon hasn't arrived yet. Derek approaches him. "Ferdinand, it's past the appointed time. He's never been late." Tynan laughs coldly. "It seems Count Leon isn't coming. A man who would jump into boiling oil for His Majesty's command. Coming here was also an imperial order. How could he not come? He must be unable to. Something must have happened." "Is that so?" Derek asks urgently. "So, what do we do, Ferdinand?" Ferdinand replies. "Without hesitation, we turn back, of course. We can't handle the werewolf clan on our own." Derek sighs. "I knew you'd say that." He looks directly at Ferdinand. "I understand your position, but I object to returning empty-handed. At least send a search party to scout the surrounding area. We're already in werewolf territory. We have to at least pretend we're investigating." He lowers his voice. "There might be His Majesty's spies among the knights. If we return empty-handed, you'll be the one to bear the consequences." Ferdinand's gaze sharpens. Derek also suspects there's a spy. He understands Derek's point. If they return like this, not only will his father hold him responsible, but the entire Knight Order will likely be implicated as well. Finally, he gives the order. "Derek, send out a search party." A smile appears on Derek's face. "Understood." A calculating look flashes in Ferdinand's eyes. "But there's one condition." Aaron hides in the shadows, observing Ferdinand and Derek. Their voices are too low for others to hear. But they can't escape her ears. This sensitive hearing is a testament to her werewolf bloodline. Ferdinand turns to the knights. The search party will be divided into groups of 4. Investigate the werewolf territory. Safety is the top priority. But when they all return, Ferdinand regrets his decision. Dinan's eyes widen in horror. What do you mean by that? They were captured by werewolves. As we were returning from our search, we were suddenly ambushed. Sir Aemon and Lady Lilia told us to run first while they held them off. Aaron calculates silently in the shadows. To the werewolf clan, a mage is a hostage they absolutely cannot afford to lose. The werewolves don't have their own mages. But why did it turn out like this? This wasn't supposed to happen. In Aaron's original memory, Aemon and Lilia returned to the academy safely, though injured. They were not kidnapped. Is it because I changed the future too much? Has destiny been distorted because of it? Misfortunes never come singly. Everyone falls into a state of panic. Even at their best, their strength isn't enough to fight the werewolf clan. In this situation, rescuing the hostages is almost impossible. But one thing is certain. Aaron's eyes are resolute. I will go save them. But what about Ferdinand? She glances at Ferdinand beside her. Is it safer to take him with me or leave him here? Aaron's eyes fly open, her pupils contracting. A pillar of light shoots up into the sky. She quickly shields Ferdinand. The light fades, and a long spear is embedded in a tree trunk. The knights stare at the scene in shock. What was that? Derek's pupils constrict violently. Damn it. Giant wolves emerge from the darkness, their red eyes locked on their prey. They followed us back from our search. A giant wolf bares its fangs, drool dripping from its mouth. Ferdinand draws his sword. Everyone, prepare to defend. Derek grips the hilt of his sword tightly. Damn it. The shadows of the wolves press in from above and below, completely surrounding them. Derek grits his teeth. Everything's a mess. Aaron calmly analyzes the situation. There are 10 werewolves in total. They don't look too strong, but if we fight here, the werewolves' sensitive hearing will draw reinforcements from deep within their territory. Moreover, most of our people are panicking. If we engage, we'll definitely suffer casualties. Right now, the best option is to flee. Ferdinand commands loudly, everyone retreat. The knights immediately obey, quickly falling back. Aaron's gaze is sharp. I have to draw their attention so everyone can escape. A werewolf opens its palm, a gold coin resting silently inside. He covers his face with his claws. Aaron flicks her wrist, and a gold coin flies off in an arc. Hey, over here. The wolf's attention is immediately drawn to her. They all turn their heads, growling at her. As a threat, Aaron turns and runs. The pack of wolves immediately gives chase, disappearing deep into the forest. Ferdinand is shocked. Lady Aaron. He turns without hesitation and runs after her. Derek, you go on ahead. What? Hey, Ferdinand. Ferdinand doesn't look back, plunging into the darkness. Don't forget your promise to me. Karen pushes a knight towards the ranks. Let go of me. I have to bring my sister and Sir Ferdinand back. Derek's face is cold. Treating the wounded and protecting the surviving knights. That is our primary duty. Derek, send out a search party, but on one condition. I know I have to survive. Todd, if something happens to me, promise me you'll take responsibility for protecting the rest. Derek's gaze is firm. Ferdinand has entrusted the safety of his comrades to me. As long as I have my orders, I will protect them. Derek orders Karen, you too, you must survive. In the night, fresh blood splatters. Aaron stands amidst a pile of wolf corpses. She is unharmed. The werewolf stares at her in terror. Are you even human? Aaron swings her sword at him. It intends to kill me. She suddenly clenches her fist, her muscles tensing. Why isn't it attacking? He's here. Ferdinand moves through the trees. Good thing he hasn't found me yet. She lets out a sigh of relief. I won't kill you. I need a messenger. Tell your leader that if he dares to touch the kidnapped humans, a cold glint appears in Aaron's eyes. then be prepared to face the consequences. The werewolf looks at her in fear, then turns and flees for his life. Ferdinand crouches down, spotting footprints in the mud. These tracks lead deeper into werewolf territory. It must be Knight Aaron and those werewolves. Ferdinand's gaze sharpens. I shouldn't have come here. His mother was a saintess who could see the future and hear the goddess's voice. She saw his future. So many lives depend on you, son. You must survive. His mother's hand gently caresses a young Ferdinand. So beautiful. I'm sorry you have to bear this burden, but promise me. Before her death, she warned him, the werewolves never let an intruder leave alive. With my abilities, if I face a large number of werewolves, I might not make it back. I could even become a burden to the Empire. Even if I catch up to Knight Aaron, it won't change anything. My life has always been a struggle, trying to escape fate but never managing to change it. When I saw Aaron lure the wolves away, a strange feeling welled up inside me. If I don't go after her now, my life will never change. I will regret it. He clutches the object around his neck. It's a small, green gemstone, a memento from his mother. Mother, please let me find Knight Aaron safely. Your Highness Ferdinand. A voice calls out from behind him. Ferdinand spins around. It's Aaron. She's standing there, safe and sound. Why are you here? Audemars sighs. Lady Aaron, thank heavens you're all right. It seems you managed to escape. Aaron coldly orders, go back. Ferdinand is confused. Go back? Lady Aaron, where are you going? Aaron doesn't turn around. I have something I must do. She continues walking. Ferdinand follows her. Something you must do? Don't tell me you're planning to rescue Lilia and Eamon by yourself. Aaron remains silent. Ferdinand drops his hand. Your silence proves I was right. Ferdinand stares at Aaron. It seems you have no intention of turning back. In that case, we'll go together. If there's something that needs to be done, we'll finish it together and leave. Don't even think about going alone. Prince Ferdinand doesn't know I'm a Swordmaster. Normally, a lone knight charging into werewolf territory would be considered insane. I thought he would tell me to leave immediately, and I had even prepared words to convince him to go back alone, but he said, together. No, even though this is a dangerous place, ironically, there's nowhere safer than by my side. I'm a Swordmaster, after all. Understood, we'll act together. Ferdinand smiles. Her expression turns serious. But there is one thing I must presume to remind you of, Prince Ferdinand. You are the second prince of the Empire. If real danger arises, please allow me to charge ahead. Ferdinand is silent for a moment. Understood. Of course, I have no intention of letting Knight Aaron shield me. But for some reason, I feel that if I don't answer that way, I won't be able to go with you. Ferdinand lifts his head. Then, let's set off. They walk shoulder to shoulder, disappearing deep into the dark forest. Once the decision is made, there's no more hesitation. There's only one path in the forest. The deeper they go, the closer they get to the werewolf camp. Knight Eamon and Lady Lilia are being held captive there. Ferdinand suddenly stops, calling out in a low voice, Lady Aaron. Aaron turns her head. Ferdinand is looking at her. With a worried expression, let's rest for a bit and replenish our strength. Ferdinand points to a large tree. This spot should be able to avoid the werewolf's eyes. We can rest for a moment. Aaron sits down, leaning against the tree trunk. Ferdinand stands guard nearby. He watches her intently. Lady Aaron, why would you venture into such a dangerous place to save those two? Aaron's gaze lowers. I have a debt that I must repay. Ferdinand is puzzled. A debt? Aaron asks in return, and what about you, Prince Ferdinand? You could have sent other knights. Why risk it yourself? Ferdinand lowers his eyes. It's because I couldn't stand by and watch Eamon, Lilia, and you, Knight Aaron. Didn't you all come here because of me? A bitter smile appears on his face. Too many people have already sacrificed themselves to protect me. I don't want to stand by and watch any more sacrifices happen. At least as long as I'm in werewolf territory. Lilia and Eamon will be fine. Even if I'm captured, given my status, the werewolves wouldn't dare to act rashly. It might sound strange. Ferdinand looks at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. When I look at you, I always get a sense of familiarity, as if I've forgotten something very important. Aaron's pupils contract. Impossible. Prince Ferdinand, has he used that special ability to see my past? I learned about Prince Ferdinand's special ability very late, even in my previous life. If he has seen the countless regressions of my past, seen the memories of me living and dying again and again. If he saw the tragic futures that originated from me. If he saw the outcome where he dies for me time and time again, what should I do? A chill runs down Aaron's spine. A rustling sound comes from the bushes. Ferdinand immediately becomes alert and draws his sword. Ferdinand shoves Aaron behind him protectively. He swings his sword towards the bushes. The blade cuts through the darkness. A white rabbit hops out from the grass, a blade of grass in its mouth, chewing innocently. Ferdinand sheathes his sword with a sigh. Turns out it's a low-level magical beast. It probably didn't notice us since we were hiding our presence. Ferdinand quickly turns back. Lady Aaron, are you all right? He leans down. Did I push you too hard just now? I don't know when it started. After every magical beast subjugation, Prince Ferdinand would always look at me with that sorrowful gaze. As the second prince, he's long been accustomed to the admiration and pursuit of others. So, he accepts my gaze just as he accepts everyone else's. Aaron turns her face away, flustered. She whispers an apology. Prince Ferdinand. I'm sorry. If you ask me what's in that gaze, I won't be able to say anything. What kind of emotion is hidden there? I can't describe it with words. Lady Aaron, why do you want to break off our engagement? Because I don't dare to speculate about the feeling hidden in those deep eyes. They are very close to each other. He looks deep into her eyes. I don't want to break off the engagement with you. Aaron's eyes widen in surprise. Am I dreaming? He doesn't want to break it off, and he always calls me knight. Students in the Academy Swordsmanship Department can only become official knights after graduation. He uses the title of knight to show his respect for her. It's an acknowledgement. When everyone else looked down on her, not even wanting to call her a knight and just calling her Aaron Lezer, only one person. We are both students of the Swordsmanship Department. Isn't it natural to address each other this way, Knight Ferdinand? Only he acknowledged me as a knight, so gently, looking at me with the exact same eyes as in my previous life. So why? You clearly don't like me, but you make me mistakenly believe that you have feelings for me. Aaron's breath catches. Fresh blood sprays from behind the tree. A dire wolf growls, stop. A wolf swings down, and a boy in a robe runs away in terror. Got you, the dire wolves cackle. Aaron turns her head. That refugee child captured by the werewolf clan, that boy seems a little familiar. The captured boy struggles fiercely. Let me go. Flames erupt violently, and the boy is engulfed in them. The dire wolf's claws are immediately incinerated. It lets out a piercing scream. Ack! My hand! Aaron's pupils contract. I remember now. Memories of her past life flood back. A few years later, the werewolf clan invades the empire. Countless imperial citizens are wiped out. The leader of the werewolf clan at that time was a human teenager, a mage who could freely control fire. Rumor had it that he was a refugee child kidnapped by the werewolf clan years ago. It seems the rumors were true. Aaron's gaze sharpens, but it's a little different from her previous life. They exchange glances. Even if you see it, you'll just run away again. A flash of light appears. Aaron draws her sword and lunges towards the dire wolf like a bolt of lightning. It screams in pain. Ferdinand rushes towards another dire wolf. Knight Aaron, I'll draw their attention. Get the child and run. The dire wolves roar. Where did you come from? Intruders. A dire wolf raises a spiked club, preparing to ambush Ferdinand from behind. Adonan swings his sword upwards, accurately piercing the ambusher's chest. Ferdinand stands over the dead dire wolf. Knight Aaron, your swordsmanship is astounding. Understood. We'll act together. However, there's something I must say. Knight Ferdinand is the second prince of the empire. If the situation becomes extremely dangerous, Please let me stand in front. She really does what she says. I didn't use sword aura, but he must have seen through that my strength far exceeds that of a novice. I've always hidden my true power, hiding the fact that I'm a swordmaster, because I'm afraid it will make my current life difficult to continue. Ferdinand recalls a few months ago when Duke Adley visited the academy for a magical beast subjugation. I think father would like Knight Erin. Before you came here, you saw her in the training yard, right? How strong is she? She truly has a natural talent. Even the notoriously picky captain of the First Knight Order gave such high praise. Was Knight Erin's strength that amazing? I didn't think much of it then, but now I realize I've never seen her swordsmanship so clearly. She must have trained hard for a long time, but why did she always hide her true strength? Perhaps just like her unknown past, there's a reason for hiding her swordsmanship. Ferdinand pushes his thoughts aside. For now, we should get the child to a safe place before more dire wolves arrive. Erin replies softly, right? Ferdinand extends his hand. If you're okay, I'd like to check your wounds. Suddenly, a look of surprise flashes in Ferdinand's eyes. What is that? Flames are rising from the child's hand. Monster, go away. I don't want to be burned to death. They found a human child among the refugees who can use magic. Beat him into submission. Make him obey only our commands. Mages are valuable slaves. Erin asks with concern, Prince Ferdinand, are you all right? Ferdinand clutches his forehead. I'm fine. The worse the memory, the more exhausted the feeling. The dire wolf tribe's leader is hunting this child. They will absolutely not give up. If the dire wolf tribe finds out the child is in our hands, they might use him to threaten Knight Amon, Lilia, or the other refugees. The best plan is to rescue everyone before they realize we have the child, but the problem is we can't. I don't know where the hostages are being kept. Erin lifts her head, her gaze firm. I know where Knight Amon is. Surprised, he asks, you know? How? Erin explains, I've been tracking him. More accurately, I've been tracking his mana. His power. I've heard that after reaching a certain level, one can locate someone over a wide area. But that's something unachievable. Only special beings like Swordmasters can do it. It's definitely not a realm a mere academy student can reach. Could it be that Knight Erin has reached that level? Intruders. The intruders have the child. Get them. Prince Ferdinand, I'll go find Knight Amon. The werewolves are catching up. We have to hurry. All right, we must act quickly. Erin's expression is grave. One misstep, and we'll be surrounded. They're faster than expected, but still not fast enough. Werewolves emerge from the shadows. They've been lucky so far, but that luck has run out. They should have known this would happen. You can't escape. Before he can finish, Erin brandishes her longsword. You won't be so lucky next time. I'll deal with you. What is this situation? I feel like Erin's skills are improving. No, that's not it. She's just revealing abilities she didn't know she had. She's always been hiding them. Everyone has a past. Whether to reveal it or not is their choice. Whether to trust those around you. To show your determination. A werewolf lunges, its claws glinting coldly. Maybe she feels I'm not worthy of knowing. Ferdinand's pupils constrict, his body sways. Erin quickly supports him. Prince Ferdinand. Now there's a new discovery. She has never exposed herself so rawly like this. What is this scene I'm seeing? That person is Marquise Lezer. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Please stop. I was wrong. A lady, no matter the circumstances, must maintain a graceful posture and noble demeanor. Do you understand? Very good. Now you finally have a useful expression. You stupid, pathetic thing. Ferdinand stands aside, observing. This place has changed. No one can recognize that I am a noble lady. Yet I can't recognize. Kipso looks at her with a complicated expression. I'm in too much pain, I can't bear it anymore. It's really hard to ensure no one notices. I think my willpower is so weak. This is something I've never experienced before. Does the necklace want me to see all of this? Where is this place? He sees another version of himself being attacked. Underneath a tree. Is that me? Erin sits on a chair, her body trembling slightly. How am I supposed to endure all of this? Calypso, you're in tears. He's no longer in this world. I'm in so much pain. Ferdinand stands beside her, a look of sorrow on his face. The rumors about Knight Erin are all lies. The Marquis's eldest daughter, a wicked person immersed in sin and luxury. She bullies the servants to the point they have to flee in the night. She is the one who killed Lilia's brother. If those rumors were true, then all these absurd accusations are just lies. I think I understand now. Why Knight? Erin never mentioned this. The necklace on Ferdinand's chest vibrates violently, and the air around him trembles. What was that? What's going on? Why am I here? Is that really me? Another Ferdinand falls. An arrow is lodged in his chest, blood flowing freely. He whispers something. Ferdinand can't make out the words. No, please. He clutches the necklace on his chest. With his last bit of strength, he whispers, "Don't forget." The necklace erupts in a blinding light, and Ferdinand's body falls backward. He falls into nothingness, the light fades, and the world turns into stars. A voice echoes in the darkness, Your Highness. Ferdinand. Prince Ferdinand. Ferdinand jerks awake. He's panting heavily. Erin asks worriedly, Prince Ferdinand. Are you all right? Ferdinand props himself up on the ground. Yes, I'm fine. It seems I was just overly frightened. He presses a hand to his throbbing forehead. Headache? Don't push yourself. Rest a little longer. Although the situation is urgent, we still have a little time to breathe. Ferdinand looks at her, his vision blurring. The sound of a whip cracking echoes in his ears. Rin's tears stream down her face, her eyes filled with despair. Ferdinand suddenly grabs her by the shoulders. Lady Erin. She's speechless. I used my ability to see your past. He wants to comfort her, to tell her how painful that experience must have been, but the words get stuck in his throat. Clumsy sympathy only causes more pain for the other person. Shallow understanding only pushes them further away. Once I mention her past, it will only inflict another wound on her. She didn't tell the whole truth. She must have her reasons. Ferdinand stands up. It's okay, let's go. I have to wait until she tells me herself. Please, she really did mention my name just now. What was that? Erin lowers her eyes. Prince Ferdinand. I know I'm being rude. I have many secrets. If you suspect I have ill intentions, I can understand that. But my desire to save everyone is genuine. So, for now, please trust me. I trust you. Erin is stunned. What? He repeats firmly, I said, I trust you, Lady Erin. Don't worry about me. Do what you need to do. I will help you. Meanwhile, at the Marquis Lezer's residence. The door opens gently, and a maid enters. You are looking for me? It is Sark Loth, Cleo's personal attendant. Sark Loth softly calls out, my lady. Without turning her head, she asks, is there any news of Raymond? Sark Loth replies respectfully, we haven't heard anything since he left for the Dire Wolf tribe subjugation. Sark Loth looks worried. Are you perhaps concerned that Knight Raymond will fail? The woman turns her head, her eyes weary. I had a dream. She gently swirls her wine glass. That bitch Erin appeared in my dream. Aren't you envious of my talent? You'll never have it. The woman scoffs. No need to worry about dreams. Raymond has probably taken care of Erin by now. Even if Raymond fails, the second prince's subjugation team has already reached the Dire Wolf tribe. The result will be the same. If the Swordmaster, Count Leon, had joined, the situation might be different, but his Knight Order is stranded due to a storm. The ships can't set sail. The second prince's subjugation team will never receive those reinforcements. Like lambs to the slaughter, they will eventually be discovered by the Dire Wolf tribe and face a disaster, won't they? Sarkit smiles. I have a way, but just in case, haven't we already prepared a backup plan? The second prince and his reserve knights are all naive and full of righteousness. Sark Loth adds. Handing a handkerchief to her mistress, Lilia is also someone consumed by a sense of justice. She will act exactly according to our plan. I will absolutely not stand by and spare the culprit who killed my own brother. Inside the dire wolf tribe's cave, 2 werewolf guards stand watch vigilantly. Lilia's gaze is cold. Eamon desperately shakes the prison bars. Damn it, they actually used mana-suppressing stone for the bars. He turns to Lilia behind him. Can you really not use any magic at all? Lilia closes her eyes, her voice calm. How many times do I have to say it? I can't. The reason it's called mana-suppressing stone is because just being near it suppresses the mana of swordsmen and mages alike. To break it requires a 6th circle mage or a swordmaster. Honestly, neither of us has reached that level. Eamon grits his teeth. Did you have to remind me of that right now? He slumps to the ground in frustration. This is so discouraging. If I knew this would happen, I would have trained harder with my sword. Ferdinand, he didn't run away, did he? With his personality, he'll definitely find a way here. I think so too. Ferdinand always puts us first. Lilia says quietly, we trust Derek. If it's him, he absolutely won't let Ferdinand come here. Amon nods. You're right. That guy is usually annoying, but he's quite useful in times like these. Footsteps approach from a distance, and a figure appears outside the bars. Derek would be heartbroken to hear that. Eamon and Lilia jump up. Ferdinand. Ferdinand is holding the little boy. He smiles. It's good that everyone is okay. Eamon stares at him in astonishment. How did you get here? The outside is crawling with werewolves. Ferdinand calmly replies, well, there are quite a few. Aaron reminds him, Prince Ferdinand, we don't have much time. Ferdinand nods. You're right. Step back a bit. Eamon asks confusedly, what are you going to do? Aaron draws her sword. The blade emits an intense blue light, and a massive amount of energy erupts in an instant. Eamon and Lilia watch in shock. Such incredible energy. Eamon screams in disbelief. No way, are you going to destroy the bars? Stop. That's mana-suppressing stone. Only a swordmaster can destroy it. Aaron swings her sword down, and a blinding light engulfs everything. When the light fades, the mana-suppressing stone bars have been reduced to fragments. Eamon and Lilia's mouths hang open in astonishment. Aaron sheathes her sword. We need to leave this place quickly. Eamon looks at her in disbelief. Under the moonlight, the cave entrance becomes clear. Lilia suddenly stops. When she saw the dead guards at the prison entrance, she already felt something was wrong. The scene before them is beyond imagination. There are werewolf corpses everywhere. The group stands in a sea of bodies and blood. Eamon looks at Aaron. I knew you were hiding something. Your power is even more terrifying than I thought. Aaron doesn't answer. Ferdinand turns to Eamon. Eamon, do you know where the refugees are being held? They weren't in the prison. They were locked up with me, but the werewolves took them away. We have to save them as soon as possible. Where were they taken? Let's get out of here. Let's go. The werewolves might be closing in. The group moves quickly through the forest. Eamon turns back. Lilia. Hurry up. Lilia stares at Aaron's back with a complex expression. She suddenly stops. Lilia, what's wrong? Can't keep up. Lilia's thoughts race. Something's not right. No matter how I think about it, it's too strange. Why is no one questioning Aaron Lezer's power? For a new swordsmanship student to have this kind of strength, isn't that odd? Julia, it's just a few gold coins. That's the price for my brother's life. Someone said that for a commoner's life. This amount is more than enough. But I'd rather have my brother back than this meaningless small sum. Calypso. Until the very end, he was tormented by her. He said he couldn't give up. With their parents gone, he had to work for his younger siblings until his body became like that. Lilia's eyes fill with pain. It must have hurt so much, right? Lilia, I heard you have a talent for magic. Go and cultivate it. If you do, you can achieve anything. Become a great mage. If you don't believe me, what does it matter? Or you could earn a sum of gold that a commoner would never touch in their lifetime and even avenge your brother. Why did you do it? Why? What did that kind brother do wrong to deserve this? And you're a sword master. A talent like that is said to be possessed only by those chosen by the gods. What right do you have? I live in hell every day. It's so hard. It's not fair. You took everything from me. How could this happen? Eren bows her head, her expression complex. He holds the child and silently watches Lilia. Amon, take care of this child for a moment. He walks towards Lilia and kneels on one knee. Lilia, you've suffered. I'm sorry I didn't realize sooner. Lilia, look at Knight Eren. She came here alone to save you and Aemon. I'm not asking you to forgive her. I just want you to think again. Did she really kill Calypso? Lilia's body trembles slightly. Knight Lilia, get out of the way. Lilia's mind. Just like that, you don't want me to die. Rodinen rushes forward and shoves Lilia away, using his body to shield her from the arrow. A spear of light. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. Everyone stares at the scene in horror. Ferdinand falls in front of her, his chest stained red with blood. Blood drips from the tip of the spear onto the ground, drop by drop. Lilia's eyes widen in horror. On the cliff, a pack of werewolves looks down on them. What a shame. The lead werewolf licks his lips. We could have caught them all in one go. In my first life, Lilia came to visit me. At that time, everything I had crumbled. My dreams and hopes had turned to dust. I was just barely getting by. And Knight Lilia was already the youngest five-circle mage in history, with a bright future ahead of her. I had thought, countless times, about how to kill someone like that. Lilia's hands tighten around Eren's throat. Eren chokes, struggling. Lilia's face is hidden in the shadows, her expression twisted. Not long after Knight Ferdinand's death, I completely lost the will to live. But Knight Ferdinand once told me, keep living. Live happily. Those words were like a curse, keeping me alive when my life hung by a thread. It was at that moment that Knight Lilia arrived. Lilia's hands, which were strangling Eren, slowly loosen. Not struggling anymore? Lilia's arm freezes midair. A flicker of confusion crosses her eyes. Eren collapses to the ground, coughing violently. Lilia looks down at her with a complex expression. From that day on, Knight Lilia left and never came back. The next day, the news came. The youngest Fifth Circle Archmage on the continent, once the pride of the Academy, had ended her own life. Aemon cried his heart out. Ferdinand was like a walking corpse. As for Eren, she fell into a state of unconsciousness. She continued to bandage their wounds, but her eyes were empty. Knight Ferdinand calmed down. Luckily, the child's chaotic mana attribute slowed down the spear just enough to miss a vital spot. Knight Lilia is treating him now. Knight Ferdinand will survive. Don't get too agitated. It's a pity. We could have saved a bit more of our strength. Eren suddenly spins around, her eyes blazing with killing intent. The dire wolves are sneering in the darkness. Eren's gaze turns icy. You bastards. The past overlaps with the present. Knight Ferdinand was once disappointed. Seriously injured in this place. I absolutely do not want this tragedy to repeat itself. I want to prevent it at all costs. Eren swings her sword and charges into the pack of wolves. The blade flashes, tearing through the night. But in the end, he still got hurt. She doesn't know how Knight Lilia felt back then. Was it like this? She dedicated her entire life to magic just to avenge Calypso, but never got to witness it herself. Perhaps in that moment, she also understood Eren's current mood. Even if she didn't know, she still didn't know. Even if she herself died, Calypso would not come back. Vengeance was meaningless from the start. Eren's sword flashes like lightning, cutting down one dire wolf after another as fresh blood splatters. Her situation is different from Lilia's, but she has also lived in a hell similar to hers. Eren grits her teeth. Why can't you just leave me alone? Why do you keep pushing me to this level of rage? A fire of hatred burns in her eyes. This hellish despair, none of it can be changed. The dire wolf leader stands on the cliff, looking down at his pack being slaughtered below. He orders in a low voice, "Make your move." Eren's pupils constrict. From within the large rocks, a surge of energy bursts forth, flowing into the bodies of the dire wolves. A purple light gathers in his chest. The dire wolf's muscles bulge and their bones make a cracking sound. As if they were shattering. They throw their heads back and howl, their bodies growing several times larger. Dark energy envelopes them like tentacles. Eren shields her face, barely withstanding the impact of that power. It's terrifying. Has that or amplified their power? This strength is already close to the level of a Swordmaster. The dire wolves roar and charge forward, their claws creating streaks of purple light as they slash at their opponent. No, it's not close. This is the power of a Swordmaster. Eren drops to one knee, panting. She suddenly looks up, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Energy erupts in an instant. Eren's sword sweeps horizontally, slashing at the dire wolf's giant arm. But the arm is unharmed, despite the blade strike. She forcefully spins around. The leader has gone mad. He's attacking us too. The leader's body swells once more. A violent purple energy surges within him. He's completely lost his mind. Run! The wolf pack scatters and flees. Aemon stares at the battle. This isn't just a fight. It's not a normal battle, but a confrontation between superhumans. But his eyes show a hint of worry. Eren's current stamina is nothing. It doesn't match her swordsmanship. That's why even during normal training, she gets tired very quickly. She suddenly stops, her body swaying. Fresh blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. Aemon looks at her in horror. Eren is. A dire wolf grabs her, and blood gushes from her chest. Aemon screams hoarsely, Eren. In Eren's eyes, a ruthless glint appears, and a cruel smile plays on her lips. She raises her hand, and blue energy gathers in her palm. She thrusts her sword straight into the dire wolf's chest. The dire wolf howls in pain and collapses. Eren stumbles to her feet, clutching the wound on her chest. Fresh blood seeps through her fingers. She collapses to the ground. Lilia and Aemon rush towards her at the same time. Eren. Under the night sky, a solitary moon hangs high. Lilia. Lilia looks down at the dying Eren. She's gone mad. Lilia reaches out, and a golden therapeutic light covers the wound. This girl really doesn't want to live anymore. Why go this far, sacrificing herself? Eren grabs the hem of Lilia's clothes. Lady Lilia, she says weakly. Please, I beg you, treat Prince Ferdinand first. Don't worry about me. Lilia scowls. What are you talking about? Ferdinand's wound has already been stabilized by my magic. I don't understand. The Eren I know is a selfish, impulsive brat who throws a fit whenever she's displeased. But what I just saw from you is completely different. Lilia shakes her head. No, don't be fooled. Eren Lezer killed my brother. The way she's acting now must be an act. Lady Eren came here alone to save you and Aemon, risking her own life. I'm not asking you to forgive her. I just want you to think again. Is she really the one who killed Calypso? Do you really want to avenge Calypso that badly? I can give you a way. In this subjugation, you will have the chance to take revenge on Eren Lezer. An arm injury is fatal for a swordsman, isn't it? If you succeed in your revenge, I will give you this mana stone. It will make your power stronger. And it emits a completely identical energy. But how did the tribe leader get that jewel? Aemon looks at the unconscious Eren. Both Lilia and Eren are out cold. Calm down, she's just exhausted. Within Lilia, she's just exhausted. A flicker of turmoil. Honestly, she can't tell what's real and what's fake, but she knows what she needs to do now. Heal Eren. Now, a golden light gathers in her hand, warm and powerful, enveloping Eren. The light fades. The night recedes, and the forest welcomes the dawn. Amon leads a group of knights through the trees, their urgent footsteps breaking the morning silence. Derek sees them approaching. Aemon, why are you all here? Aemon replies, we left a few people to take care of the wounded. Those who can still move came here. Ferdinand, are you injured? Aemon explains, don't worry, Lilia has already healed him. Where did you find the refugees? We followed Prince Ferdinand's tracks and found a few. Some direwolves were about to take the refugees away. Luckily, there weren't many of them. We. Eamon avoids his gaze. It's a long story. He looks up at the sky. Let's head back now. Meanwhile, at the Duke Lezer's residence, Sark Loth. You truly are a wicked woman, to give something like this to the direwolf leader. A magic formation appears before her, revealing the image of a maid. I just wanted to make sure everything went according to plan. You want to harm Eren and the second prince, right? Then there's nothing more reliable than a black mana stone. The black mana stone, a special type of mana stone created from dark magic, looks no different from a regular one at first glance, but just holding it causes the power of knights and mages to grow exponentially. However, this stone has a fatal side effect: severe addiction and eventual loss of control. Those who are in contact with the mana stone for a long time will gradually lose their sanity. They eventually turn into crazed creatures, no different from monsters. There is a suppressor that can prevent this state, but it must be taken regularly to be effective. If the second prince finds out Count Leon isn't coming, he will surely retreat. So I use the jewel as a bargaining chip, with a little encouragement. After all, the dire wolf leader craves power more. Even if the leader dies because of it, that's just the price he pays for his greed, isn't it? Power always comes with responsibility. And what about that little mage next to Ferdinand? He's completely on our side now. We haven't received a reply yet, but he's basically one of us now. After all, those people are simple-minded. I just need to stir up his hatred, and he'll act exactly as we wish. Isn't that right? Yes. Is there any news from Raymond's side? The Marquis replies, not yet. It seems he hasn't escaped the subjugation team. A knock on the door. What is it? A maid enters, presenting a letter. News from the subjugation team. Is it from the second prince himself? Cleo tears open the envelope, and her face darkens instantly. The Marquis notices her unusual reaction. What does the letter say? You look very flustered. Cleo's voice is icy. Raymond has deserted the subjugation team. He disappeared midway. She's asking if he has returned to the Marquise. The Marquis's face pales in horror. What? Raymond disappeared? It seems our plan has gone off course. Once one thing goes wrong, other things often spin out of control as well. The first prince, Datelian, clasps his hands together, a meaningful smile on his lips. I'm very curious what else has gone off the rails. At a small inn in the countryside, I found a small inn. Erin slowly opens her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning. She blinks. The first thing she sees is an unfamiliar ceiling. Erin props herself up. Did I escape safely? Is this an inn room? She turns her head to the side. Ferdinand is lying on his stomach, fast asleep. Erin's eyes widen in surprise. Prince Ferdinand. Why is he here? Ferdinand rests his head on his arm. I can't move. What if I wake her up? The door opens and Lilia enters with a tray. Oh, you're awake. If you hadn't woken up today, I was going to try a different method, Lady Lilia. Lilia walks to the bedside and gently shakes Ferdinand. Prince Ferdinand, wake up. Lilian lets out a sleepy groan. Lilian continues, your fiancé is awake. You should wake up too. Ferdinand's eyes snap open. He sits up straight. Knight Eren. He replies softly, yes, Prince Ferdinand. He hugs Eren tightly. No matter how long I had to wait, I wouldn't have left. I was so worried, he whispers. Thank heavens. Truly, thank heavens. Eren is held in his embrace. Her body stiffens. Prince Ferdinand, Lady Lilia is watching. Ferdinand flinches as if electrocuted and quickly lets go of Eren. He clears his throat awkwardly. Lilia, you're here? Lilia places her hands on her hips, her tone cold. I've been here for a while. But never mind that. Sorry to interrupt your reunion, but I need to speak with her alone. Ferdinand tries to stop her. Wait. Lilia, I still have something to say to Knight Eren. He turns to Eren, his voice urgent. When we get back to the academy, can you give me some time? I have something I must tell you. Is he going to question my true identity? Even if he's tolerant, he can't ignore the fact that I hid my power. Erin lowers her eyes and whispers in response, I understand, Your Highness Ferdinand. All right, then I'll wait for you. Ferdinand turns and walks to the door. You two talk. The door closes gently with a click, and the room falls silent. Lilia sighs, clasping her hands together. Her fingertips glow. With a faint light, and an invisible barrier immediately unfolds. Lilia begins, I've set up a soundproof barrier. She turns to face Erin, her tone serious. Night Lesser no, Night Erin. Erin's heart tightens. Night Lesser, not Erin? But Night Lesser? She meets Lilia's gaze. Yes, Lady Lilia. I saw your scars. At the time, I found it strange. I could see the old scars on your body even through your clothes. She recalls the scene. Lilia had ordered them, everyone out. I have to change her clothes. Ferdinand and Eamon held her hands tightly. Lilia struggled. Wait, why are you pulling me? Lilia's voice was incredulous. I said get out. I have to change her clothes. Lilia bows her head. At first, I didn't understand why Ferdinand and Eamon both wanted to stop me. But when I helped you change, I understood. Erin feels confused. Knight Eamon, I can understand. But Prince Ferdinand too? How's that possible? It seems not. The two of them are keeping her secret. She takes a step forward, her tone becoming gentle yet firm. If you don't mind, I'd like you to tell me about you and about my brother. I want to know the truth. Every time I confess the truth, my variety will be changed. Most people use their own ways to criticize me. A minority choose to believe, but in the end, they lose their lives for it, just because they know the truth. A voice whispers in the darkness, tell her. Tell her everything. If we tell her the truth, we can send her to meet her brother too. Erin's fingers tremble, gripping the edge of the blanket. I'm still scared. So scared. After living through 2 lives, the pain of losing others is still bone deep. Lilia places her hand on Erin's. I know I can't be beaten. I have no right to ask you, but please tell me how my brother died. She kneels before Erin. I want to know who killed him. I want to know the truth. Lilia's tears flow, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She uses all her strength to suppress her sobs. Erin looks at her, her heart torn. Normally, I wouldn't talk about my past with anyone. But Lilia has the right to know the truth. This isn't just my story, it's her brother's story too. Erin lifts her head, her gaze calm and deep. This will be a long and boring story. A very boring story. And so, Erin begins to tell her story. She tells Lilia everything. Except for the secret of her regression, she has lived 3 lives. She tells the story of Erin Leeser, not the villainess, but the pitiful and timid daughter of the Marquis. Lilia listens, her whole body frozen in shock. She covers her mouth with both hands. How can that be? Erin meets her gaze. Do you believe me? Lilia lowers her head. Do you believe me? Do you remember the black jewel the dire wolf leader had? The one that could enhance power. Yes, I remember. Sark Loth also offered me one. She said it could help me avenge my brother. Erin is startled. To be honest, when she said you killed my brother, I didn't doubt it at all. After all, a person like her I don't know. Why would she lie to me, a nameless commoner? She has no reason to deceive me. But after hearing your story, I think I understand why she lied. Lilia's gaze becomes serious. Deception wasn't her goal. Erin Leeser, her real target from the beginning was you. Lilia sits on the chair by the bed, her head bowed low. What I've done to you, no apology can justify it. I was blinded by anger. I never doubted Sark Loth's words, like a fool. The chair is shoved back forcefully. Lilia suddenly stands up. With a thud, she falls to her knees. Erin is shocked and tries to get up. Lady Lilia. Lilia, what are you doing? You don't have to do this. Why? Lilia shakes her violently. Why did you suddenly act so erratically? I'm completely exhausted. I'm not a saintess. Recovery magic. Can't just replenish your stamina, but it's better than nothing. Erin looks at her silently, then gently takes Lilia's hand. Please don't blame yourself too much. It's all over now. It was them who repaid kindness with malice, using every trick to deceive and bewitch others. Lilia looks up. You're not angry? They toyed with the entire empire, including me. They spread vicious rumors about you, just to ruin your reputation. What's even more hateful is that they also used me. Yes, I am very angry. My anger burns me up inside. Lilia looks at her, her eyes filled with surprise. Lilia stares at her. Now, I think I'm finally starting to understand her a little. You always have a blank expression on your face. I never knew what you were thinking, but now I understand. You're just deliberately hiding your emotions. She shivers, as if her innermost thoughts have been seen through. Lilia sits back down on the bed. By the way, what are your plans next? I still have a few things I don't understand. Why did they go to so much trouble to involve me just to target you? And what are they planning? And spreading those malicious rumors, treating you like a thorn in their side. And the thing they gave me, that black mana stone. That stone looks normal, but it's not a regular mana stone. It was created using the forbidden art of dark magic. Where did Sarkloth get something like this? I'm just as curious. Normally, all legitimate mana stones are managed by the royal family and can only be possessed with the emperor's permission. It is because of this strict control that the authority of the royal family stands firm in the world of swords and magic, unshakable. A mere maid possessing a mana stone without the emperor's permission. This is something I didn't know even in my previous life. A completely new variable. Charlotte and Cleo, why did you treat me like this? If their target was Prince Ferdinand, they wouldn't need me. I never mistreated them. What did I do wrong to make them hate me so much that they had to drag me down to hell? This is a mystery that, even after death, I couldn't solve. But now, I can find the answer myself. Erin lifts her head, a cold, icy light flashing in her eyes. Her whole body exudes an aura of determination. Things are about to get busy. Lilia stands up, preparing to leave. Our conversation has gone on too long. You need to rest. No need to see me out. Erin opens her mouth to ask, Lady Lilia. What are your plans next? Lilia turns back. Me? After I've taken responsibility, I plan to return to the Tower of Magic. Erin is a little surprised. The Tower of Magic? Lilia confirms, yes. So, Charlotte still doesn't know that I know the truth. As long as I'm at the Academy, she'll keep approaching and trying to tempt me. But the Tower of Magic is a forbidden land that outsiders absolutely cannot enter. Lilia smirks coldly. I want to make sure they don't receive any response, to just disappear. They went to so much trouble to lure their prey, only for the prey to jump off a cliff on its own. I'd love to see the look on their faces. Erin looks at her helplessly. I knew you weren't a pushover. However, when they find out you're safe and sound, they'll surely guess that something is amiss. Lilia spreads her hands. Then I'll just write a letter or something and let them guess. In short, before things settle down, I just need to keep them on their toes. But that's not the main point. Lilia suddenly leans in close. Erin freezes on the spot. Why are you looking at me like that? Lilia stares at her. How did this child become a swordmaster? Even with talent, without formal swordsmanship training, it's impossible to reach the level of a swordmaster. You deliberately left your sentence unfinished just now. There must be a deeper story behind it. I'm not doubting you, I'm just really curious. But can I join a better life? Do I have the right to delve into her deep past? Lady Lilia, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I'm very sorry. Sorry for not protecting Calypso properly. Erin lowers her eyes. He was really. Calypso approaches with a tea tray, a bright smile on his face. Lady Erin, would you like some tea? Erin pats the sofa next to her. Calypso, you sit too. Let's drink together. Calypso quickly waves his hands. That's not proper. Erin insists it's fine, just for a moment. Besides, no one will come here anyway. Calypso smiles helplessly and sits down beside her. Tin clenches her fists. Calypso was a very good person and a good friend. Lilia freezes upon hearing these words. Lilia turns to leave. Her fists are clenched so tightly they turn white. I will never forgive them. They dared to harm Aaron and tried to manipulate me. Lilia's eyes turn icy in an instant. Those two despicable wretches. I will absolutely not let them achieve their goal. A week later, the subjugation team finally returns to the academy. They successfully eliminated the werewolves and rescued the refugees. The mission was a complete success, but there was still logistical work to be done. Arranging for the refugees, writing reports, and so on. So, when Ferdinand received news of a visitor, he was a step too late. The headmaster of Acton Academy bowed respectfully. Despite your busy schedule, you've graced us with your presence. Is there something important? Do I look like someone who needs to report to you? The headmaster says hello. So scared he quickly waves his hands. No, it was my mistake. If I had to say, I'm here to personally deliver something. Footsteps echo in the hallway. The female supervisor stops him. Hey you. Stop right there. Without the supervisor's permission, how dare you enter the female dormitory? Erin places her luggage on the bed and sighs. Finally back. It's so noisy outside. A man is arguing outside the door. I told you I have an urgent matter. A mere maid daring to talk back. The female supervisor is furious. The woman retorts, I am not a maid. Erin peeks through the crack in the door. Why is there a man's voice in the female dormitory? The door is pushed open forcefully, and a red-haired man storms in. Derek takes a sip of tea. He smiles with a hidden meaning. It's a gift for Aaron Lezer. Recalling everything that happened, it's hard to put into words. Although Prince Ferdinand was injured, we still managed to rescue the refugees. Everyone returned safely. Moreover, it seems Lady Lilia will not make the wrong choice again. For some reason, my relationship with her has improved. She also told me to call her by her first name. Aaron is startled. All right. Please, just call me by my name. Lilia turns to leave. Then I'll be going. Aaron watches her leave. Is this really considered a relationship? Has it gotten better? Since she allowed me to use her name, it feels like things are finally resolved. It's still a huge change, something I never dared to imagine in my previous life. It's too noisy outside. A red-haired man storms in. Rin's pupils constrict. This person first, Prince Datelian. His knight's name is Roam. Roam waves slightly at Aaron. Long time no see. I'm here to deliver an urgent letter. Aaron repeats his words, an urgent letter? The knight replies formally, yes, by order of His Highness Datelian. He presents a letter with a wax seal. This is an urgent letter from Lady Cleo. Aaron's expression freezes instantly. Aaron opens the letter. To my dear Aaron. The letter reads, Aaron, it's been a while. I received news and am inquiring if Raymond has arrived at the Marquis yet. But it seems he hasn't. Raymond would never leave the subjugation team on his own. I think something must have happened. Prince Ferdinand's victory banquet is about to be held. So, I plan to make a trip to the academy, both to visit you and to confirm Jamin's situation. His Highness Datelian said he will be heading back to the Marquis, so he might arrive at the academy before me. Love, Cleo. Aaron clutches the letter tightly. How ridiculous. My stepmother considers this trivial matter an urgent letter. There's only one reason. Every time I do something wrong, she does this. She isn't here to inform me, but to see me tremble in fear after receiving the letter, and then burst out laughing. Her purpose this time must be the same. Aaron crumples the letter into a ball and throws it away casually. But why did she ask the first prince to deliver the letter? Could it be that she has already met the first prince? This is not surprising. My stepmother manipulates the social circles of the Lesia Empire. Just by her family connection to His Majesty, she holds immense power. Moreover, when she was young, she frequently entered and exited the imperial palace, tutoring the future emperors. It's natural for her to be close to the princes. But even so, for the first prince to personally deliver a letter is too much of an exaggeration. Wait, she just threw the letter away like that? Roam's gaze sharpens. How unbelievable. Aaron speaks up, Knight Roam. Roam is startled. Yes, Lady Aaron. He repeats this address, his gaze becoming lost. Cold. Aaron calls out again. Knight Roam. Yes, Lady Aaron. Knight Roam. Please speak, Lady Aaron. Aaron steps forward. One step closer. Knight Roam, you've finally exploded. Why do you keep telling me to leave without saying anything? It's too rude. Rude. Aaron swings her hand forcefully. You're the one being rude, Knight Roam. Before being a daughter of the Lesser family, I am first and foremost a swordsmanship student. And you, as a knight, have forgotten even basic etiquette. This is absolutely unacceptable. A soft chuckle comes from the side. This isn't good. This lowly thing, she dares to laugh. Roam's anger explodes in an instant. An ominous purple light surges around him. He clenches his fists, his bones cracking. Aaron and Sejian are simultaneously terrified. What is that aura? This isn't just pressure. It's a strange and demonic presence. This reminds me of that kind of aura. Aaron's gaze becomes serious. She speaks again, Knight Roam. Roam whips his head around. What now? Aaron's eyes are cold. Don't unleash your aura on commoners. Get out. She points her thumb towards the door. I'll be your opponent. Sunlight filters through the trees, falling on the stone slabs of the training ground. Roam stands in the middle of the yard, the air thick with tension. Aaron's gaze is calm. In the future, Roam will be stripped of his knighthood. In my past, the first prince provoked Ferdinand and challenged him to a duel. Their representatives, Knight Amon and Knight Roam, fought on their behalf. The result was unexpected. Knight Amon won. Roam roared in anger. How could I lose to someone like you? I absolutely refused to accept it. But Knight Roam couldn't accept defeat. He drew his real sword. A flash of light and blood splattered. Flying everywhere, he ended up injuring Knight Amon's shoulder. From that incident, Roam was stripped of his knighthood, which naturally caused the first prince to lose face and be completely abandoned by him. He impatiently shouts, "How long can you last with a wooden sword? Let's try it. Come on." The first prince is Prince Ferdinand's half-brother, but their personalities are completely different. Aaron throws a wooden sword to him. Duels must follow the Academy's rules. Use a wooden sword because of our close relationship. With my stepmother, the first prince often visited the marquise, and he always wore white gloves, gently pinching my waist. A cold voice rings out. I was wondering why you were so slow. Turns out you were causing trouble. Here. Aaron scowls. Roam's face freezes in an instant. Your Highness Deitlian. He looks at the newcomer in shock. A chill rises from the soles of his feet. A wicked smile plays on Derek's lips, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He is the most promising candidate for the next emperor, and also Prince Ferdinand's sworn enemy. Derek bows slightly. I just had him deliver a letter. For Knight Roam's rudeness, I just had him deliver a letter. I didn't expect him to cause this much trouble. Derek smiles and opens his mouth. It's really been a long time, Lady Aaron. He turns around. Or should I call you Knight Aaron now? Aaron remains silent, just looking at him quietly. The students around them begin to whisper. My goodness, it's the first prince. I never thought I'd see him at the academy. His reputation is as good as Prince Ferdinand's. I heard that during the Malong subjugation, he and Prince Ferdinand achieved great things. Derek leans close to Aaron's ear and whispers, although I don't know what a girl who has just picked up a sword can do, seeing through his true colors. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. I was just lucky. Derek's smile freezes. He just avoided it. Your luck is too good. A nameless Swordmaster suddenly appeared and saved you from danger. Don't you find that strange? Every time Ferdinand is in danger, they will appear. Derek suddenly reaches out. He forcefully grabs Aaron's wrist. His cold gaze sweeps over her hand, as if he wants to see right through her. A normal lady who has never wielded a sword before me has calluses on her hands. He even lets out a strange, mocking laugh. So dirty. Aaron's tears well up and fall. A book is just a book after all. The prince in the story. He laughs at the desperate girl crying for help. Until the moment I died, I could never forget the words he said then. Aaron. She lifts her head, her gaze resolute. Your Highness, my place in the swordsmanship department is not due to luck. Aaron shakes off his hand. She holds her head high, chest out. This is strength. Roam rushes forward, glaring at her. How rude. You dare to make a move on His Highness, Lady Aaron. Derek is startled, his body stiffening. That girl from the past who didn't even dare to look at me directly now dares to look at me with such a disrespectful gaze. A smile plays on Derek's lips. A cold smile. This is quite interesting. Roam opens his mouth in shock. Your Highness, you find this very interesting? Derek laughs with amusement. It seems the rumors of your changed personality are true. This is quite fun. Can you give me a glimpse of your strength? Aaron replies coldly, unfortunately, I have a prior engagement. Rick's smile freezes. A prior engagement? With whom? He approaches Aaron, questioning in a low voice. With whom? Aaron's body stiffens. I have an appointment with Prince Ferdinand. Derek's expression turns icy in an instant. What? Ferdinand? How disappointing. He takes a step forward. We've known each other since we were children. I thought I was closer to you than Ferdinand. Aaron takes half a step back and asks warily, what do you want? A purple light flashes in Derek's eyes. Don't go. When you meet Ferdinand, complete the task I gave you. Show me your swordsmanship, Aaron Lezer. This is not a request. It's an order. Meanwhile, inside the central hall meeting room, a group of people sit together. Derek holds a teacup. I'm not sure if it's right or not. The atmosphere is a bit strange. I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong, but the overall feeling is calmer and more serious than usual. Especially Lilia. After talking with Aaron, she has been talking with Lilia. Much more relaxed, she's even started drinking tea. And then there's Lady Adley. Derek's gaze sweeps over her. She's reading a book to a child. A refugee child rescued from the werewolves. The child is temporarily living at the academy, with no home to return to. On the other hand, Knight Karen. He overheard that after Aaron was injured, he couldn't sit still. He looks very unstable, as if he's afraid of something. As if he would die if he left Aaron's side. Karen enters the sick room with a tray of food. He places the tray on the small table by the bed, scoops up a spoonful of food and brings it to Aaron's mouth. Here, eat up. I'll feed you. Aaron stiffens. She insists, I can eat by myself. Just eat. What else can you do with that body of yours? I remember when I went to visit her, seeing Karen like that, I completely lost control of my expression. Derek laughs self-deprecatingly. However, I'm in no position to talk about others. Derek's thoughts turn to the past. Ferdinand. At that time, he was just like Karen, completely lost. He collects himself, tapping his fingers on his chin. You also said that during the subjugation, a Swordmaster also helped, right? The same person, not just once, but twice. That's right. Derek leans forward. Ferdinand, be honest with me. His voice is low and sharp. You know that Swordmaster, don't you? I just can't shake this thought. First was the attack a few months ago, and now the dire wolf subjugation. That Swordmaster always appears when you're in danger. Once is a coincidence. And Lilia, at that exact moment, met up with Ferdinand. And the Swordmaster disappeared in that short period of time. That's the explanation you gave me, right? Eamon confirms in a low voice, that's right. Derek senses it. The strangeness, this atmosphere. They seem to be hiding something from me. The identity of the Swordmaster, how the dire wolf leader died, none of that matters. Karen's voice softens. The only thing that matters is that my sister and Prince Ferdinand are both alive. It doesn't matter. Derek's tone suddenly turns cold. I need to understand the exact situation to report to His Majesty and formulate a response. Karen avoids his gaze. I'm not sure what exactly happened then either. I just know the situation was critical and casualties were unavoidable. Prince Derek, is the identity of the Swordmaster more important than everyone's lives? Derek immediately retorts, I didn't mean that. Why do you have to hide it from me? Am I that untrustworthy? Karen speaks calmly. It's not that I'm not curious, but if Prince Ferdinand chooses to remain silent, I won't press the matter. If Prince Ferdinand chooses not to speak, he must have his reasons. A hint of gratitude appears in Ferdinand's eyes. Thank you for your understanding, Knight Karen. Knight Karen seems to know nothing about Knight Aaron. I could reveal everything I know, but that's not what she would want. Derek takes a deep breath. All right, I won't ask anymore. Until you're ready to speak up. So, you want me to just trust you for now, right? But I have to submit a report to His Majesty, so we need to agree on a story. Ferdinand nods in agreement. All right. Thank you, Derek. Ferdinand's eyes shift to Adley. Lady Adley, I have something to discuss with you. Adley looks up in confusion. Let's break off our engagement. Adley looks up. To bring this up in this situation means you're really planning to end it. Ferdinand picks up his teacup. You hate it too, don't you? You don't have to force yourself because of my father anymore. Adley remains silent. She lets out a small laugh and stands up. Excuse me, could you give us some space? I have something to discuss privately with Ferdinand. The door closes gently. That contract was just a formality from the start. After you got engaged, it became invalid. You just got back from the subjugation and you immediately bring this up. There must be a good reason. I guess that reason is Knight Aaron. Adley smiles. You saw it too, didn't you? On Knight Aaron, did you see something? You saw it too. What does that mean? Lady Adley, did you also see something on Knight Aaron? Her fingers curl. Yes, I saw an illusion of my own death. I was running for my life in the forest, dodging magical beasts. In the end, I was caught by a magical beast. And then killed. That was the fate that was prepared for me. From the moment the Holy Kingdom became a vassal of the Empire produced its first saintess, Lady Adley. From the moment she was chosen by the goddess, she lost her name, only being called by her family name or simply saintess. The saintess was expected to see the future or receive omens, communicate with the gods, and listen to divine oracles. However, Lady Adley had never heard the voice of a god. She knew the reason well. It all stemmed from the tyranny of the current emperor of the Lesia Empire, Sergius Lesia. He trampled the Holy Kingdom, turning it into a vassal, and even forced the former saintess to be his concubine. He drove the people of the Holy Kingdom to the desolate western lands, where magical beasts roamed free, leaving them to slowly perish there. He is a man who doesn't hesitate to kill for his own amusement. Sadly, the world is completely unaware of his true nature. So the newspapers are filled with sensational headlines. The daughter of Marquis Lezer commits another heinous crime. Marquis Lezer wins another great victory on the front lines. He uses these sensational rumors to cover up his crimes. This is the truth that Lady Adley only discovered after becoming a saintess. Lady Lilia discovered a strange truth. Every time the emperor committed a heinous crime, a shocking scandal would erupt. Does that mean, of course, this might just be a commoner's speculation, but regardless, his aim at the country's sins and the people of the Holy Kingdom is completely accurate. Lady Adley clutched the document in her hand. I will definitely make him pay for his sins. This must be the reason the divine power manifested in me. From that moment on, Lady Erin did everything in her power to establish a contractual relationship with Ferdinand. Supporting his cause was one of those things. For a very long time, I desperately at my prayers. However, that silence of more than 10 years finally broke a few months ago. Ferdinand is deeply shaken. A few months ago, during a magical beast subjugation mission. Hello, Lady Lezer. We've crossed paths a few times, but this is our first formal meeting. It's an honor to meet you, Lady Adley. Don't stop her. This was the divine oracle I received. Ferdinand frowned. Don't stop her? What does that mean? The door is suddenly thrust open and Amon rushes in. Ferdinand, we're in trouble. I just heard from the guards that the first prince has arrived at the academy. Ferdinand looks up in surprise. Datelian. Amon's expression is grave. Worse, the first prince has given an order. forcing that bastard Roam and Aaron to duel. Rick is staring at her, a fake smile on his face. The condition to leave is simple. Just duel with Knight Roam and win, and I'll allow you to go find Ferdinand. Aaron remains silent. The first prince's intention is obvious. How could a student possibly defeat him? And what if she gets seriously injured? He wants to humiliate me in front of everyone. First, he didn't say this, but the first prince has his knights stationed all around. Roam is just one of them. Is it because you're engaged to Ferdinand? Daitlian's eyes turn icy. Your attitude, even your gaze, is becoming more and more like his. So, do you want to break off your engagement with Ferdinand? Come to my side. If things go well, I might even make you my empress. A lie. Every word he says lacks sincerity. But Aaron, I know how much you crave to be loved. You can't even resist my words. Hearing my proposal, you probably don't know what to do. You don't even dare to look me in the eye, because you see my interest as an honor. Now answer me. Tell me you want me, Prince Daitlian. Even if I break off my engagement with Ferdinand, I will never side with you, Your Highness. Daitlian's smile freezes. Knight Roam behind him is shocked. A student covers her mouth. Did I hear that right? What did Aaron say? The surrounding chatter abruptly stops. Only Aaron's clear voice can be heard. What else can you do in the future? Because Ferdinand is engaged, will anything change? Do you find his engagement to you frightening? The first confrontation. That only diminishes Verdon's value. He's too close, step back a bit. Dathlil needs to pull you closer. If you want to run, try it. Let's see how this affects you. You just need to do as I say. Cleo taught you that way. So, you haven't forgotten, have you? Aaron is silent. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I must handle this appropriately. If I anger the first prince any further, Ferdinand will also be implicated. So, a hand firmly grips Daitlian's arm. Daitlian's expression twists. Ferdinand grabs Daitlian's wrist. Let go of her. Aaron looks in surprise at the person who suddenly appeared. Lord Ferdinand, why are you here? He stands in front of Aaron, his posture resolute. Long time no see. He looks up, a mocking smile on his face. Did you just receive news that I'm at the academy? Eamon's gaze sharpens. I didn't even notice the knight approaching. Ferdinand glances at him. I have something to discuss with Aaron. As a prince of the empire, I want to witness the abilities of our talented students firsthand. Ferdinand replies, Aaron already has an appointment with me. Daitlian chuckles. Is that so? And then what? Ferdinand lets go of his hand. I'm leaving. He turns and takes Aaron's hand. Want to stop them? Daitlian stops him. No need. Recently, the subjugation of the tribe has raised Ferdinand's fame again. The students are all praising his achievements. Daitlian watches their departing backs. Although it's annoying, that's enough venting for today. The knight bows and accepts the order. Yes. Let's make a bet. Ferdinand, between the two of us, let's see who can win Aaron. Daitlian's footsteps echo as he slowly walks towards Ferdinand. There have been rumors lately that you cherish Aaron Lezer. Have you fallen in love with her? Ferdinand, you know, when you start to cherish something, that becomes your weakness. Daitlian's smile is cold and mocking. You haven't forgotten. Have you? Why must he cause trouble for me today? Ferdinand takes a step in front of Aaron. Aaron is not a toy. Don't insult her. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I won't back down either. Daitlian's smile twists into a crazed grin, and he bursts out laughing. All right then, just you try. I was originally not interested. But now I've changed my mind. He's completely different. Compared to the last time I saw him, it's like two different people. Could it be that Aaron Lezer is the one chosen by the Holy Sword? If that's the case, it would better explain why my father kept her at the Marquise, and why he went to such great lengths to find those chosen by the Holy Sword, only to destroy their talents and kill them. Daitlian's smile deepens. From now on, things will get very interesting. It's okay, Lady Aaron. But as a Swordmaster, I was originally not interested, but now I've changed my mind. Ferdinand thinks. Even if Daitlian wants to bully Aaron, he can't. He wouldn't dare face a Swordmaster. But what if they ganged up on Eren? If the two Swordmasters under my father's command team up, then Eren will. Ferdinand's fists clench tightly. Lord Ferdinand. Eren's voice brings him back to reality. Ferdinand turns around. A hint of concern is in Eren's eyes. Are you all right? Ferdinand is a bit dazed. Yes. Ferdinand and Eren sit side by side on a stone bench. He apologizes in a low voice. I'm sorry. We had arranged to meet today, but I didn't want to drag you into this. Eren shakes her head. It's fine, I didn't even notice Amon had slipped away. I should apologize to him later. I was holding on too tight. Did it hurt? Rin lowers her eyes. You know how tough I am. Ferdinand tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Really? Eren's cheeks flush red. Two knights walk by whispering. Look, it's Prince Ferdinand and Knight Eric. Eren sits up straight, creating some distance from Ferdinand. If you're referring to Prince Daitlian, I don't mind at all. Besides, there are many people around. You don't need to go out of your way to protect me. If the Saintess heard about this, she would be upset too. Ferdinand looks at her and softly calls, Knight Eren, why are you suddenly bringing her up? Does that mean, he sharply stands up? No, it's not like that. Eren is startled by his sudden movement. Yes, Ferdinand. Hinen's tone is firm. I have no relationship with her whatsoever. Eren repeats his words, no relationship whatsoever? That's right. Lady Adley and I are not lovers. Due to some special circumstances, we had a contractual relationship. But that's over now. Lord Ferdinand, you have no relationship with Lady Adley? Why? Why is my heart beating so fast? Even if there's nothing between them, so what? In Lord Ferdinand's future, there is no place for me. So don't be greedy. Eren, just be satisfied with this. Ferdinand takes her hand again and calls softly, Knight Eren, I know you're hiding something from me. I have secrets too. One of them is my relationship with Daitlian. You see what it's like between us, don't you? Ferdinand leans down and gently kisses the back of her hand. You must have your reasons for hiding your identity as a Swordmaster. I dare not presume to guess those reasons. Ferdinand pleads earnestly So, please take it back. Take back your words about wanting to break off our engagement. Eren looks at him, her heart skipping a beat. Her attitude has been very clear. On this matter, she absolutely will not yield. From the beginning, she has not yielded. Eren thought that just maintaining the status quo would be enough. A gentle person like Ferdinand should have explained. He should walk beside a partner who is brighter and happier. But when he actually took her hand, his eyes filled with deep affection, Eren realized she couldn't refuse at all. Her tears just started to flow. This made Ferdinand look panicked. He hastily and repeatedly apologized, thinking his selfishness had put her in a difficult position. In reality, he didn't know that she wasn't feeling wronged at all. She was crying because she was so happy. This feeling has been buried for too long, from the past until the present. Now, Ferdinand finally hears her heart's voice. They are surrounded by curious and prying eyes, but he doesn't care at all. He directly reaches out and pulls Eren into his arms. He says softly, Don't let others see you like this. Just lean on my shoulder. But in her heart, Eren still couldn't overcome that barrier. She couldn't help but ask, Do you really think I'm not a bad person? Right now, there are nasty rumors everywhere. If I continue to be with you, sooner or later, it will affect your reputation. Ferdinand's next words were impossible to refuse. He replied, I never thought you were a bad person. Your existence is a gift to me, definitely not a burden. He not only promised to prove her innocence, but also bluntly declared that if she planned to use this as a reason to break off the engagement, she should give up that idea soon. He would never let go in this lifetime. Eren was silent for a long time before finally nodding. If you are so determined, then I'll follow your wishes and move forward. Ferdinand said he wanted to help clear her name. But this is not as easy as it sounds. Eren knows very well, he tried just as hard in his previous life, but the result was not at all what he hoped for. At that time, He had investigated her stepmother Cleo and even discovered she had a backer. But who the mysterious person behind the scenes was remained an unsolved mystery. If they make the same mistake again this time, then no one. All their efforts will be in vain. The tragedy must not be allowed to repeat. This time, she must change the outcome with her own hands. By evening, all the courage from earlier had vanished. Looking at her timid self in the mirror, Erin felt nothing but shame. She couldn't face anyone. Sobbing next to him like that earlier was so embarrassing. As for Ferdinand, he was still reminiscing about what had just happened. He felt that Erin's crying face wasn't scary at all, but rather very cute. Meanwhile, in the room on the top floor of the academy, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. It was completely, bone-chillingly cold. First Prince Datelien was stepping on Roam's hand, his tone filled with disgust. He said coldly, "A knight who can't even deliver a letter. What's the point of keeping him around? Useless things should be disposed of to get them out of sight." Upon hearing this, Roam panicked completely. He just knew to desperately beg, pleading for the first prince to give him one more chance. He stared at him for a long time before finally yielding. "If you want to live that badly, then I'll give you one last chance. But if you don't, if you mess up again this time, no one can save you." Datelien's next command sent a chill down the spine. He not only wanted Roam to get a lock of Erin's hair, but also ordered him to leave a scar on her face, and even to not let her be left alone. To put it bluntly, the uglier, the better. Seeing Roam frozen to the spot, he didn't forget to twist the knife further. "If you don't want to do it, just say so. There are plenty of others eyeing your position as a high-ranking knight." This was not a negotiation at all, but a blatant threat. Roam could only grit his teeth and stand in silence. Deep down, he knew this was a cruel and twisted pleasure. He clearly knew Erin already had a fiancé, yet he was still so ruthless. The order was no different from pushing someone to their death. Roam knew very well that getting the hair was just an excuse. Datelien's real goal was to completely destroy Erin's appearance. At first, he had planned to be clever, thinking that just cutting her hair would be enough to report back. He would complete the mission while preserving a shred of his knightly honor. But on second thought, Datelien was not so easily fooled. Those fools who didn't understand his intentions were all dealt with. He didn't want to lose his life over a little bit of dignity. Now, he was truly out of options. Between losing his head and his honor, he could only choose to live. Roam slowly drew his longsword. "Erin, if you have to blame someone, blame your own bad luck." Roam fumbled in the darkness and snuck into the room. This time, he was betting his life. Success or failure all depended on this moment. He violently flipped the blanket, but then froze. The bed was empty. Erin had vanished. Just as he was frantically looking around, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Are you looking for me?" Erin looked at him coldly, her tone full of mockery. "Coming uninvited late at night, Roam, I'm afraid that's not very polite." Roam was now utterly panicked. When did this girl get behind him? He still tried to argue, saying he was delivering a message on behalf of the first prince. Erin scoffed and exposed him, with a weapon still in your hand? Who would believe such lies? Besides, bringing up the first prince at a time like this, isn't that just telling people that he sent you to assassinate me? Roam was now cornered. If it hurts. Since he had been caught red-handed, the only option was a direct confrontation, even if he couldn't injure her. He had to at least cut off a lock of her hair, otherwise he wouldn't be able to face his master. He charged forward, intending to make a last-ditch effort, but Roam had truly picked the wrong opponent this time. Before he could even see what happened, he was pinned to the ground. Even the longsword he carried clattered to the floor. Erin looked at him coldly. She asked if he intended to kill her to silence her. Roam's mind was now filled with question marks. A veteran knight, how could he be discovered by a low-level student? Erin wasn't in the mood for nonsense with him. She directly turned the tables. "Who gave you the guts to sneak into my room?" She applied a little pressure with her hand, and Roam cried out in pain on the spot. This time, he was utterly humiliated. A dignified senior knight to be capsized in a ditch like this. At this moment, Roam was filled with regret. He shouldn't have accepted that thing from the start. Since that day, his life has been completely out of control. Back then, he always dreamed of rising to the top, thinking that with the Black Mana Stone, he could become a high-ranking knight and enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. And what was the result? Now he's locked up like a criminal, a disposable pawn. Datelian held the suppressor, slowly waving it in front of him, his tone full of mockery. If you're no longer useful, you'll be disposed of. If you want to survive, you have to be obedient and complete your missions well. Finally, he looked at Roam and asked, I'm watching this video. Am I right, Knight Roam? Now Roam had no way out. This was the price of his greed for power. Although the Black Mana Stone could cause one's strength to soar, it also made the mana in one's body completely uncontrollable. To survive, he had to regularly take a suppressor, and this life-saving drug was in the hands of the first Prince Datelian. To get the drug, he had to do dirty work for the first prince that couldn't be exposed to the light. This was a dead-end road. But now Roam's mission had failed miserably. Without getting the drug today, the mana in his body began to backlash. Seeing his predecessors go mad from losing control of their mana, Roam was truly terrified. He didn't want to become that kind of monster. Even if in the end, he couldn't escape death, he wanted to die as a human. At that moment, the power in his body completely erupted. He let out a tragic scream, his entire body enveloped in black energy. This time, he had truly lost control. Erin looked at the scene before her, and she already had the answer in her heart. As expected, he had also used that shady Black Mana Stone. Roam was in immense pain right now. He roared at Erin to get away, saying that he was about to turn into a monster. But Erin had no intention of running. The moment Roam roared, she closed the distance and got right in front of him. Roam was completely stunned. Her speed was so fast he couldn't react. He wanted to push Erin away, but it was too late. Erin's hand had already reached for the source of the evil. Roam was thoroughly shocked. He never would have thought that Erin held such power. This aura completely suppressed the rampaging energy in his body. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Garden, everything was calm and peaceful. Adenon was looking at Datelian with a puzzled expression. He was extremely confused. Normally, Datelian never had a pleasant look on his face when he saw him. Why the change of heart today? Calling him here early in the morning just to drink tea. Looking at Datelian's relaxed demeanor, Ferdinand always felt that this was not right at all. This guy definitely had no good intentions. Datelian, on the other hand, was very calm, slowly putting down his teacup and telling him not to overthink it. Today was really just a simple invitation. But the more it was like this, the more Ferdinand felt that something was amiss. This cup of tea was probably not so easy to drink. Datelian was a master at hitting people where it hurts. While chatting, he suddenly brought up Ferdinand's fiancée, Erin. He even said he wanted to meet her. This time, Ferdinand couldn't sit still. He abruptly stood up and questioned him. What did you do to her? If anything happens to Erin, I will not let it go. Datelian maintained his calm expression, saying who would dare to touch the daughter of a marquis? He wasn't that bold yet. Although Ferdinand sat back down, the suspicion in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. He always felt that Datelian's words today were filled with hidden meaning. Datelian secretly sneered in his heart. He felt that Ferdinand's sharpness was really annoying, but he wasn't worried at all. In fact, he found this sharpness to be very timely, because very soon someone would come with news. At that time, the expression on Ferdinand's face would surely be priceless. As long as Johann wanted to live, he would absolutely not dare to disobey the order. True despair was about to be delivered. Speak of the devil. Ferdinand was worried. He looked up, and Erin just appeared out of nowhere. But looking at her calm and composed appearance, she didn't look like someone who had just been in a life-or-death battle. She even smiled and said she just suddenly wanted to see Prince Ferdinand. To others, these words sounded like she was being coquettish, but to Daitlian, they were like a death warrant. The teacup in his hand was almost crushed. His mind was filled with questions. Why was she completely unharmed? Could it be that lunatic Roam had failed? Realizing the situation was not good, Daitlian immediately gave a low order to quickly investigate Roam's whereabouts. Even if he had transformed, there had to be a trace. This game had completely gone beyond his control. Today, Erin laid her cards on the table. She bluntly told Daitlian that she had heard every single one of his dark schemes. She also advised Daitlian not to waste his efforts anymore. Roam had been thoroughly defeated. Right now, not even a single hair of his could be found in the Imperial Palace. In the moments before, Roam had finally accepted defeat. He gave a bitter laugh and sighed. To be able to suppress a mana rampage, one must be a true Swordmaster. He admitted that he had misjudged her. It turned out that Erin was the chosen one. This hidden power truly made him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Erin took the opportunity to press him, asking who gave him the black mana stone. Was it the first Prince Daitlian? Roam shook his head, saying that Erin could also be impatient sometimes. Although everyone thought Daitlian was the mastermind, the final boss was actually someone else. Who would have thought that the high and mighty emperor would casually tell the secrets of the nobility to the servants listening nearby? Roam said coldly, "That's why I targeted you." In the eyes of the one behind the scenes, these nobles who only know how to sell their lives are all foolish pawns that can be casually discarded. At this point, the truth was revealed. It turned out that the deadliest betrayal had been sown long ago. The emperor once said with a playful tone, "Do you want to hear an interesting story? The world thinks Karen is the genius chosen by the divine sword. But that's not the truth at all. The one truly chosen is Erin, that seemingly frail and delicate girl." The emperor laughed coldly, admitting that he himself had sealed the girl's talent. Because in the face of absolute power, so-called geniuses have no right to raise their heads and speak. How could this be? The emperor actually knew everything. Not only did he know Karen is a fake, and he even saw right through Erin's hidden talent. Erin is completely panicked. Only two people knew this secret, herself and her wicked stepmother, Cleo, the woman who pushed her into the abyss. What else has she been hiding? Now it all makes sense. It turns out the one backing her stepmother, Cleo, is none other than the current emperor. Erin can't believe it. The two of them, who seem to have no connection, have colluded to weave a massive conspiracy. Roam scoffs, stating that in the face of absolute power, an emperor who only relies on petty tricks is nothing. No matter how many schemes the emperor devises to stop her, the brilliance of a true genius cannot be hidden. The emperor never dreamed that the person he tried so hard to suppress possessed such pure and immense power. At this moment, Erin has fully awakened, becoming a true Swordmaster. Looking at her radiant brilliance, even Roam can't help but marvel. Such talent is enough to drive anyone mad with envy. Roam has reached his limit. Erin desperately tries to save him, but he knows. He knows all too well that his mana core is completely shattered, and he is about to fade away. He grips Erin tightly, and for the first time, he addresses her as Swordmaster, his final sign of respect. In this moment between life and death, he has one last long-buried secret that he must reveal now. Roam finally passes, just as he said, vanishing completely into the wind. Today, Erin specifically sought out Ferdinand. She's worried he too will be caught in this conspiracy. After all, the Emperor's methods are truly ruthless. Fortunately, Ferdinand seems to be safe and unaware of the Emperor's plans. He still knows nothing, which explains why he couldn't uncover the truth before. Who would have guessed that the mastermind pulling the strings holds a higher position than he does? Who would have thought that the king of a nation could be so cruel to his own child? The fact that he is the biological father makes these crimes all the more ironic and horrifying to face. Erin takes a deep breath, forcing herself not to dwell on these terrible thoughts. She turns and asks Ferdinand if everything is settled. As she speaks, she takes the initiative to hold his hand for the first time, leaving Ferdinand completely stunned. They've known each other for so long, but this is the first time she has actively closed the distance between them. Without another word, Aaron takes Ferdinand's hand and prepares to leave. There's no point in staying any longer. Deitlien sits behind them, watching their backs. He remains silent as Aaron and Ferdinand descend the steps, but inside, Aaron's mind is a tangled mess. She holds a truth that could shake the very heavens and desperately wants to tell Ferdinand everything. But she's terrified that once the truth is revealed, his world will completely shatter. After all, once you know some things, you can never go back. Aaron knows this all too well. If the truth comes out, the one who will be hurt the most is undoubtedly Ferdinand. Meanwhile, Deitlien, left behind, is so angry he starts to laugh. Those two dared to treat him like thin air, walking away as if they were the only two people in the world. Deitlien coldly taps his fingers on the table, his mind already on something else. If a high-level knight like Roam met such an end, then how is Aaron still walking around unscathed? Something is definitely wrong. Deitlien knows Roam is no pushover. An ordinary person could never harm him, unless the opponent was a Swordmaster. If the rumors are true, could this hidden master be lurking within the academy? As he racks his brain, an attendant approaches and whispers a report. A messenger from the Lesser family has arrived. The man has a frantic look on his face. He clearly carries important intelligence, arriving at this critical moment. News certainly travels fast. Lady Cleo has personally arrived at the academy. Meanwhile, Aaron is leading Ferdinand away, feeling a bit guilty for forcibly dragging him out. To her surprise, Ferdinand lets out a sigh of relief, admitting he's grateful she got him out of there. The atmosphere was suffocating. He had wanted to escape for a while. Aaron looks at Ferdinand beside her. Though he says nothing, she can feel his terrible mood, his entire being weighed down by heavy thoughts. Just then, Ferdinand suddenly suggests they go visit the temple. Aaron is momentarily taken aback. At such a sensitive time, why would Ferdinand want to go there? What secret does that grand and solemn temple hold? That occupies his mind so? With the heavy creak of a door, Aaron and Ferdinand step into the temple. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Aaron remarks that it's been a long time since she was last here. In truth, this temple's history is not simple. It was specially built by the emperor for the first Saintess, to show the world that the empire was still favored by the gods, never abandoned. Looking at the relics left by the Saintess, Aaron realizes Ferdinand's reason for bringing her here isn't just a trip down memory lane. The true purpose likely lies hidden deep within the temple. The boy they once saved jumps for joy upon seeing Ferdinand and Aaron. With a gentle face, Ferdinand asks if the boy slept well last night. Aaron watches quietly, impressed by how much their relationship has grown in her absence. She's even happier to see that the child looks much healthier now. A complete contrast to the wretched state he was in when they first met. Just then, the Saintess Adley greets them with a smile, kindly asking about Aaron's health, since her wound hasn't fully healed yet. She shouldn't have rushed out of the infirmary. But amidst this harmonious atmosphere, Aaron notices a man. She immediately senses the thorny, unpleasant tone in his voice. Before Aaron can react, Adley suddenly leans close to her ear and coldly asks what she's doing here. This sudden hostility makes Aaron freeze. She really walked right into the line of fire this time. Adley starts with a critical question, asking if Aaron didn't promise to see her first after her recovery. Aaron is at a loss for words. It turns out Adley has been waiting here the whole time. She was worried Aaron would run around with her injuries. Adley says resentfully that she waited so long just to heal her personally. Aaron mumbles that her wound is almost healed anyway. The atmosphere is awkward. Adley just wants to help. But Aaron feels it would be a waste of the Saintess's divine power. As the two girls are at a standstill, Ferdinand suddenly appears, asking Aaron if she's still in pain. Seeing her walking around, Ferdinand can no longer stand by, his voice filled with concern. Without another word, he sweeps Aaron up into his arms in an explosive display of manliness. Ferdinand insists that the Saintess must treat her immediately. Aaron, still unaware, politely argues that such a small wound doesn't require the Saintess's attention. But Ferdinand ignores her, telling her not to worry and to just accept the treatment. Adley chimes in with the perfect assist. She says this is nothing for her. But then she unexpectedly changes the subject, looking at Ferdinand and saying, "Shouldn't you put her down now?" She adds that the one making Aaron feel the most pressure right now is him. Now it's Ferdinand's turn to be embarrassed. Ferdinand's sudden action truly startled Aaron, and she still hasn't recovered. Watching Ferdinand walk away, Aaron's mind is a mess, completely surprised by his assertiveness. Unfortunately, at this very moment, she remembers the dream she had last night. The timing couldn't be worse. In the dream, Ferdinand's actions were unbelievably gentle. He even softly stroked her head. Thinking of that scene and looking at the current situation, Aaron feels her heart flutter. The dream was so vivid it felt real. Ferdinand stood in a flower garden, gently kissing her forehead. Even after waking up, Aaron couldn't calm down, her mind completely absorbed in that scene. She had been so busy lately that she'd almost forgotten about it. But now, just seeing him, all those embarrassing images come flooding back. There's no way she can face him now. Aaron has completely lost her composure. Whenever she sees Ferdinand, the dream replays in her mind. She doesn't even dare to look up and meet his eyes, afraid he'll see right through her shy thoughts. Watching Ferdinand and Adley walk away, Aaron stands rooted to the spot, her heart in turmoil. If she can't face him now, then she'll just avoid him. She turns and briskly walks in the opposite direction. Aaron intended to leave quickly, but she stopped after just a few steps. Looking up, she sees it's the little boy, tugging at the hem of her clothes. He looks up with his small face. He asks her to give him a name. The request is quite unexpected. Aaron stops. The boy answers decisively, yes, his eyes filled with seriousness. He whispers softly that he's never had a name. Aaron is silent for a moment before replying, "I see." Adley steps forward to explain that the child has been insisting on Aaron naming him. That's why he waited until now. After all, she was the one who gave him a new life. A new life? The weight of these words leaves Aaron speechless, her heart pounding. She feels completely unqualified to name someone. After all, she thinks she didn't do anything special. Anyone in her position would have made the same choice. She even thinks that compared to her, the Saintess or Prince Ferdinand would be more suitable. But the boy suddenly reaches out and grabs Aaron's hand. He says, "Miss Aaron, I only want you to name me." With a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, he timidly asks, "Is that not allowed?" His insistence makes Aaron surrender completely. Looking into his expectant eyes, she can't refuse. Aaron thinks for a moment and finally speaks. She bestows the name, Bahan. "From now on, your name will be Bahan, okay?" Hearing the name, the boy cheers loudly, "I love it." He throws himself into Aaron's arms, hugging her tightly. At this moment, he is no longer a nameless little beggar, but has an identity of his own. The child's smile is brighter than anyone's. To him, this name is the beginning of a new life. Aaron gently holds him, her heart finally at ease. Her decision has truly changed someone's fate. Adley watches from the side, a radiant and comforting smile on her face. Only Ferdinand's eyes hold an unreadable emotion. After checking Aaron's body, Adley says her wound has almost completely healed. The remaining scar can only fade with time. Aaron thanks her, finally relieved. Adley turns to call Bahan for dinner, then assigns Ferdinand a task. "Prince Ferdinand, you're responsible for escorting Miss Aaron back." Ferdinand is stunned, completely blindsided by this arrangement. Adley's matchmaking attempt is truly masterful. She pushes Aaron toward Ferdinand, urging them to get going. Before Aaron can even react, it's all been decided. Adley doesn't forget to call after them. The flowers in the garden are in full bloom. Remember to take the scenic route. Watching them leave, Adley feels she's done all she can. She's created the opportunity, but will a love-struck novice like Ferdinand actually make a move? When he insisted on annulling the contract, Adley thought he had some grand scheme. It turns out all that fuss was simply because he likes Aaron. Seeing his clumsy attitude just now drives Adley crazy. She internally screams, where did Prince Ferdinand's usual confidence go? Why can't he even hold her hand now? What a hopeless fool. With only 10 days until the banquet, Daitlien has returned to the palace. Holding a teacup, he watches Cleo, who has returned earlier than expected. He thought Cleo would stay longer. He didn't expect her to appear so soon. Cleo explains that His Majesty was anxious to know the situation, so she rushed back. It seems their time is running out. Cleo gets straight to the point, asking if Daitlien has investigated why the second prince returned unharmed. Daitlien remains silent, and the atmosphere instantly becomes tense. Cleo continues, mentioning the appearance of a mysterious Swordmaster during the beast's subjugation. Daitlien adds, and there's even more important news. Aaron has changed. Cleo, clearly unsurprised, asks changed. Daitlien sneers, it seems your intuition is no longer sharp. He stares at Cleo, his voice cold as he questions, that year, did you really destroy Aaron completely? The question hangs in the air, plunging the room into a deathly silence. Back with Aaron and Ferdinand, the atmosphere is incredibly awkward. Who knew Adley's words would make the situation so difficult? Ferdinand's mind is a mess, unsure of what to say next. He can only walk on in silence. This walk is not going to be easy. Ferdinand wishes he could find a hole to crawl into. He's usually so articulate, so why does he choke at critical moments? He sees the garden path is ending soon. If they continue with this meaningless small talk, the conversation will hit a dead end. Unfortunately, at that moment, a piercing question pops into his head. Could it be that you've truly fallen for her? The moment this thought appears, his heart skips a beat. Why is he remembering this now? In truth, Ferdinand already has an answer. Though he's not yet sure if this feeling is love, the truth is plain to see. For a long time, his mind has been filled with her image. Looking at Aaron beside him now, he realizes some things are completely beyond his control. Ferdinand suddenly speaks. That's a very nice name, a statement. So out of the blue it confuses Aaron. It turns out he's talking about naming Bahan. Ferdinand explains that finding a temporary name for the boy caused endless arguments. Several suggestions were rejected, especially the one proposed by Knight Amon, which made people want to punch him. Then Derek wanted to call the boy Little Devil. That time, Bahan completely bristled, fiercely protesting that he wasn't a child. Thinking back, Ferdinand agrees that Bahan had good reason to hate that name. In Ferdinand's memory, anyone he cared for, Daitlien would use any means to take away or ruthlessly harm. A maid once reluctantly told him that she would have to serve the first prince starting the next day. Even his esteemed swordsmanship instructor was forcibly transferred. That man wouldn't allow Ferdinand to have anything. And even those who voluntarily stayed couldn't escape constant disaster. Just like young Ferdinand couldn't escape watching his mother disappear before his very eyes. His childhood completely crumbled. From that day on, he sealed his heart. He decided never to love anyone again. Back in the present, Ferdinand looks at Aaron and whispers, that kid Bahan was right. He promises himself that even if fate plays a trick and makes him fall for someone, he will never utter the word love. Ferdinand suddenly leans in, smiling at Aaron. Your smile is truly beautiful. At these words, Aaron freezes. She repeats his words in her mind, her thoughts filled with the image of that child. The child who held her hand, hoping she would smile more, the only one she yearned to protect. Only now does Aaron realize the deep meaning behind Ferdinand's words. Aaron can't believe such sweet words could be spoken so casually by Ferdinand. She is completely flustered, her mind preoccupied with the compliment about her smile, unsure how to respond. Ferdinand looks at the silent Aaron and starts to feel anxious. Did he speak too bluntly and make her uncomfortable? They stand there, rooted to the spot, neither saying a word, the atmosphere growing increasingly strange. Finally, Ferdinand breaks the silence, cautiously calling out, "Miss Erin." He immediately senses something is wrong. The Erin before him looks as if she's seen something terrifying. Her entire body is in a state of extreme panic. What on earth is she seeing? Ferdinand abruptly turns his head to follow her gaze. Right by the fountain not far away, Lady Cleo is standing quietly, staring in their direction. This unexpected encounter instantly freezes the already tense atmosphere. The deliberately forgotten nightmare explodes once again in Erin's mind. Cleo's cold voice echoes like a curse. She once said Erin's smile was vulgar and that no one would ever like it. In Cleo's eyes, Erin was just a useless piece of trash, forever unable to meet her high standards. The accumulated humiliation over 5 months had made Erin completely shut herself off, even feeling that smiling was a sin. Looking at Prince Ferdinand, her heart is in turmoil. A voice from the past, like a fatal blow, whispers, "She died because of you." Erin stands frozen, the guilt threatening to suffocate her. Ferdinand notices her distress. Without a second thought, he grabs her hand, trying to pull her out of her collapsing state. Just then, Karen's voice suddenly rings out. He enthusiastically waves at Erin, calling "sister." This call sends Erin's barely calmed mind back into complete chaos. Karen approaches with a smile, seemingly greeting her, but every word hides a dagger. He informs Erin that Lady Cleo is waiting to see her, essentially pushing her into a pit of fire. Karen even leans close to her ear and warns in a cold voice, "Don't you dare displease our stepmother this time." This blatant threat makes the already suffocating atmosphere even more unbearable. Erin remains silent. She doesn't resist. She understands the reality that in this house, she has never had a choice. Karen was, after all, raised by Cleo. His recent kind treatment of her made Erin almost forget the cruel days of abuse. The reason she didn't dare tell her brother the truth was because she was never sure whose side he would take. This sense of distrust is like an invisible wall, cruelly separating the siblings. Erin feels her current state is pathetic. She is no longer the weak girl she used to be. So why does she still hesitate at this turning point? Karen's tone becomes more aggressive. He glares at Erin and tells her to stop making that disgusted face. To him, it's just a brief chat. So Erin's attitude is completely unreasonable. As Karen continues to pressure her, Ferdinand can no longer stand by. He steps in front of Erin, coldly cutting Karen off. That's enough. This action instantly turns the tense situation into a confrontation between the two men. Faced with Ferdinand's intervention, Karen shows no deference. He coldly reminds Ferdinand that this is a private matter of the Marquis' family. He tells the outsider to mind his own business, but Ferdinand's next words stun everyone. He publicly declares he is speaking as her fiancé. Do I not have the right to intervene? Hearing the word fiancé, Karen acts as if he's heard a joke. He exposes him on the spot, saying Ferdinand doesn't even know Erin. Then he throws out a critical question. Have you actually fallen in love with her now? At these words, Erin freezes. Ferdinand says that kind of question is too difficult, but his heart is in turmoil. They had agreed to just keep their distance, yet now she's secretly hoping for an answer. Ferdinand doesn't answer directly. He looks coldly at Karen and retorts, "Before judging others' feelings, have you truly examined your own?" The situation is now at a complete stalemate. No one expected him to throw the ball back into Karen's court. Ferdinand's move is brilliant. Faced with a critical question, he deflects it perfectly. Karen immediately retorts, "You don't understand a thing." Erin knows better than anyone that Ferdinand's words, while seemingly defending her, perfectly avoided the most important answer. Karen is also confused. Ferdinand never meddles in others' affairs, so why is he protecting Erin like this today? He was clearly trying to stand up for his sister, but now he's been made out to be the bad guy. Seeing Erin's expression, Karen's heart sinks. This is a real mess. He wanted to support his sister, but it seems he's just made things worse. Ferdinand gives him no chance to explain, simply taking Aaron's hand and walking away. He leaves behind a message. He tells Karen to inform Cleo that they will pay her a visit later. Karen shouts in panic from behind, but Aaron only glances back once, says nothing, and follows Ferdinand away. Karen is left standing there, watching their receding figures. He truly regrets it now. It seems he's really made Aaron angry this time. As he's feeling dejected, Lady Cleo suddenly appears behind him. Cleo watches Aaron's retreating back and feigns concern. Perhaps my sudden appearance scared the child. Karen quickly defends her, saying Aaron isn't angry at all, but Cleo pretends not to believe him. She says there's no way someone would leave without even a greeting. Could it be that she dislikes me? Karen continues to explain that Aaron had to leave first because of an appointment with Ferdinand, emphasizing that they will definitely visit next time. Hearing this, Cleo calculates in her mind. This carefree boy, why is he suddenly so concerned and defensive of Aaron? Something doesn't seem right. Karen's unusual behavior makes Cleo realize there's more to this. Karen is truly anxious. Since Aaron joined the swordsmanship department, they've had fewer chances to meet. He wanted to use this opportunity to close the distance, even asking for others' help. Cleo plays along, smiling and saying there's a task that only Karen can do. On the other side, Ferdinand leads Aaron away. Seeing her walk ahead in silence, he's not sure. Did he anger her by forcefully pulling her away just now? In truth, he did it to help Aaron avoid the storm. He absolutely cannot let Aaron face Cleo. After all, he has seen with his own eyes how terrifying that lady can be in the shadows. But behind this, there are likely deeper secrets. Ferdinand turns his thoughts to the oracle. That Adley mentioned. Honestly, even now, he still doesn't understand what that oracle signifies. Adley had suddenly lowered her voice to warn him that this girl, Aaron, is hiding more than what meets the eye. She must still carry many secrets. Ferdinand looks at Aaron's back, his heart filled with sorrow. He truly can't imagine how many invisible burdens those seemingly fragile shoulders have had to bear alone. Just then, Aaron stops. She turns around and politely calls out, "Prince Ferdinand." She says the dorm is just around the corner, and she wants to walk the rest of the way herself. Her tone is polite but exudes a sense of vast distance. Aaron politely thanks Ferdinand for escorting her all the way back to the dormitory. Ferdinand doesn't say much, just replies flatly, "It's nothing." After a simple farewell, Aaron turns and walks toward the dorm. Ferdinand doesn't forget to remind her to rest early. Watching Aaron's figure recede, Ferdinand doesn't leave immediately. He just stands there quietly, without a word. The distance hidden behind this politeness makes the atmosphere a bit awkward. He continues to watch her until her figure completely disappears. Meanwhile, Karen stands alone in the corridor. The more he thinks, the more something feels wrong. Aaron's reaction earlier was too strange. She seemed extremely reluctant to meet their mother, radiating an intense resistance. This isn't just a simple tantrum. It's more like a fear that comes from the depths of her soul. Karen's mind is a mess. It's just a brief meeting. Why is his sister so afraid? He begins to wonder if he did something wrong. This sense of unease clings to his mind. He has a gut feeling that something major will happen at this meeting. Backtracking. An hour earlier, Karen had specifically instructed a servant to tell his sister to meet him in the Midnight Garden. Although the arrangements are made, his heart is still pounding. He's afraid his sister will think he's the one waiting there. This inexplicable anxiety makes him restless. As Karen passes the meeting room, he notices the door is still open. Thinking Ferdinand has arrived, he's about to push the door open when the conversation from inside freezes him at the threshold. Cleo's voice is extremely stern. She's discussing a shocking secret. Aaron is covered in wounds. Even if her back is hidden, the scars on her arms are clear enough. As a family member living under the same roof, how could Karen not know? The more he thinks, the more wrong it feels. It turns out all those rumors were lies. Aaron never harmed anyone. So how has she been enduring all these years? At this point, Amon is also filled with regret. A noble lady of a marquis. Abused by her stepmother since childhood, yet he had always seen her as a villainess. Who would believe such a story? The more Amon thinks, the more horrified he becomes. Unknowingly, he had spoken such cruel words to a long-term victim. Just as the two are lost in deep regret, the door is suddenly pushed open. Karen stands there stunned. He has clearly heard the entire story. Karen is now completely petrified. He never imagined that the mother he always respected was a violent abuser behind his back. Karen's head is ringing. The words he just heard have shattered his entire worldview. Meanwhile, Aaron, still unaware that the truth has been exposed, stands alone under the moonlight. She whispers to herself that she is ready. She is about to follow the plan and meet her stepmother in the Midnight Garden, the woman who has terrified her for a lifetime. At this critical moment, Karen rushes forward desperately. He shouts his sister's name, his voice filled with anxiety and fear. He hurriedly blocks Aaron's path, his mind consumed by a single thought. He absolutely cannot let his sister take another step into that inferno. Karen throws caution to the wind, grabbing Aaron's arm and roughly pulling up her thick sleeve. In that instant, all lies are exposed. The dense network of scars on Aaron's arm is laid bare for all to see. This is undeniable proof. Karen stares at the gruesome old wounds, and the last shred of hope in his heart shatters. He finally realizes he has been living in a false sense of peace, while his sister has been enduring their stepmother's torture for years. At first, Karen couldn't believe it because, in his memory, his mother was always the victim. As a child, he once found her crying secretly in a corner. Anyone who saw that pitiful sight would feel sorry for her. Karen rushed over to ask, "Mother, what's wrong?" Wiping her tears. She said it was nothing, just dust in her eye. But then she put on a pained expression, saying that Aaron seemed to hate her. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Even at the dinner table, she would humble herself to please Aaron, specially preparing her favorite dishes. Anyone would have been fooled by such an act. In Karen's memory, his mother was always the one trying to please. No matter how resistant Aaron was, his mother would still smile and offer her dessert. And Aaron? Not only did she not appreciate it, but she would look terrified and even turn and run away. It happened time and time again. Whenever his mother got close, Aaron would immediately shy away. Seeing his mother treated so coldly, Karen's heart ached. He felt Aaron was being too cruel to their mother. But he never considered why Aaron was so terrified. At that moment, Karen was still stubbornly arguing that outsiders couldn't possibly understand his family's affairs. This statement thoroughly infuriated Amon. He grabs Karen by the collar, his heart filled with disappointment. To think he once considered Karen a brother, now it seems like a joke. Lilia can't even stop him. Without a second thought, Amon lands a punch on Karen. The blow is heavy, sending Karen sprawling to the ground. He looks down at him and tells him to get lost and ask his sister properly. Lilia frantically tries to stop Amon, saying Miss Aaron went to great lengths to hide the truth. By blurting it out like this, he's ruining everything. Karen sits stunned on the ground, unable to utter a word. He gets up, turns, and quickly walks away. He leaves Lilia there with a worried expression on her face. Late at night, Karen runs frantically down the corridor alone. His mind is a tangled mess. Who is telling the truth and who is lying? He grabs a random maid and tells her to immediately relay a message to Aaron, meet in the Midnight Garden in an hour. At this moment, he suddenly recalls a false promise he once made. The situation is about to spin out of control. Earlier, no amount of persuasion worked. They told him to stay in the dorm and not run around, but he ignored them, determined to personally tear away the final mask of this family. The moment he touched that arm, all illusions shattered. Beneath the thick gauze lay a truth he didn't dare to face. Karen is completely stunned. He had always thought he was protecting justice, but looking back, he was the hateful accomplice. Karen can't take it anymore. He collapses to his knees before Aaron, endlessly repeating the words, "I'm sorry." He wishes he could slap himself a few times. He finally realizes how foolish he has been. This belated regret saves no one and only makes him feel more ashamed to face others. The family he was always so proud of has long been rotten from the inside. This time, Karen is truly broken. He clings to Aaron, crying his heart out. He wails that he doesn't want to live anymore, calling himself a complete scumbag. It took a lot of effort to get him back to the room. Aaron hands him a cup of hot tea and asks if he's calmed down a bit. Karen lowers his head and mutters a reply. Seeing him like this, Aaron feels incredibly embarrassed. Outside, Karen was making a scene. He was begging and refusing to let go. Now, Aaron is regretting her decision. If she had known he'd be this difficult, she never would have brought him to her room. Aaron stares at Karen's face and asks where he got that injury. Karen laughs self-deprecatingly, saying it's the price for the truth. Compared to the pain on his face, he has something more important to confess right now. He expected Aaron to be furious. But to his surprise, she calmly replies, "I know." Now it's Karen's turn to be completely bewildered. If she saw it was a trap and knew their mother would appear, why walk into it? Faced with Karen's rapid-fire questions, Aaron suddenly falls silent. What is she planning? No one can guess. Aaron speaks in a cold tone. That's Cleo's method. In front of others, she's a flawless, gentle mother. But behind their backs, she uses the excuse of discipline to inflict cruel punishments. She looks out the window and asks Karen, "If I told you all this, would you have believed me?" Karen freezes, his hand clutching the cup tightly, silent for a long time. Then he finally asks, "Sister, did mother really abuse you?" Aaron doesn't hesitate, giving a firm yes. She really did. Not just physical torment, but also those nasty rumors. And deliberately embarrassing me at the ball, it was all her doing. She beat her day and night, breaking countless canes in the process. Karen is horrified, unable to comprehend how he was so thoroughly deceived for all these years. So this is that woman's scheme. In the spring, she would target places that could be covered by clothes. In the winter, she'd switch to hitting her arms and legs, because those scars would only be visible if she rolled up her sleeves or lifted her skirt. Her methods were flawless. As long as Aaron kept quiet, no one would ever discover the truth. Hearing Aaron calmly recount everything, Karen can't sit still. He doesn't understand. This tragedy happened to her. Why does she speak of it as if it were someone else's story? Aaron doesn't explain. She simply replies flatly, "Believe it or not. Since we've come this far, there's one more thing I want to show you." With this next step, all veils of deception will be torn away completely. Aaron takes out a formal dress, explaining that their stepmother had someone deliver it this afternoon for the second prince's banquet. Karen peeks at it and immediately freezes. He stammers, Is this really a formal dress?" It is a dress, but Karen can't understand. His mother, who always valued appearances, how could she give such a shoddy item? The color and style are tacky and gaudy. Forget wearing it to a royal banquet. Even wearing it out on the street would be embarrassing. Karen finally realizes this isn't a gift. It's a clear attempt to make Aaron a laughingstock in front of everyone. Looking at the hideous dress on the bed, Karen can't believe his eyes. He asks his sister, "Is this really what mother sent for you to wear?" It's too absurd. Karen now understands everything. All these years, the disastrous outfits that made Aaron a target of ridicule were never her own choice. Everyone pointed and laughed behind her back, mocking her poor taste. Who knew there was such a deep scheme behind it? The nobles would gather, mocking Aaron for being tacky on one hand, while praising Cleo on the other. They praised her as a true fashion icon. This double-faced drama played out every day. The pitiful Aaron became a joke in everyone's eyes. Karen now sees the whole picture. This wasn't a difference in taste, it was a meticulously planned conspiracy. So even this was part of their mother's calculations. Her scheming runs too deep. To make herself shine, she ruthlessly pushed Aaron into an abyss. Now that his sister has revealed the whole truth, Things that never made sense before have taken on a new meaning. He can't help but ask her, back then, when Mother was being so gentle, why did you desperately avoid her? Aaron's answer sends a chill down his spine. If someone who wanted to beat you to death yesterday suddenly puts on a kind face today, anyone would be terrified. Her so-called frail health, the days she had to use a carriage, weren't because she was a delicate lady, but because she was beaten so brutally she couldn't walk. Karen is completely stunned. After suffering so much injustice, why did you only tell the truth now? Aaron wants to move on, feeling the reason no longer matters, but Karen refuses to give up. If this is a confession, then the whole truth must come out. He pleads with his sister to reveal all the hidden secrets. Aaron is silent for a moment, then suddenly mentions the old rumor about her abusing a maid, scaring everyone away. Karen, of course, remembers. He remembers, but doesn't understand why she's bringing it up now. Aaron gives a cold smile. That rumor was half true. The maids did all run away, but the one who beat them wasn't me. It was our mother, Cleo. She used all sorts of excuses to get rid of everyone by Aaron's side, one by one. The motive behind this is horrifying. Cleo replaced the entire staff with her own people. The Marquise estate is now like her own personal kingdom. Aaron says helplessly, back then I couldn't trust you because you were the one she doted on. Karen whispers, sister. He never imagined such a deep misunderstanding could exist between them. Back then, Aaron thought she could only endure the pain because if Karen found out and confronted their mother, the next target of abuse would be him. To protect her younger brother, she chose to bear it all alone. Aaron's greatest fear was their mother turning her cruel hands on the young Karen. That was the one thing she couldn't bear. Karen is frozen like a statue. He had always thought his happy life was bought with his sister's life. He wants to say something, but Aaron stops him with her hand. She warns him sternly, you must continue to be a good son. In front of Cleo, absolutely. Do not show any weakness. Otherwise, all these sacrifices will be for nothing. After their talk, the siblings reach a temporary understanding, but the real drama has only just begun. On the other hand, Cleo had intended to find Aaron but couldn't. The person sitting opposite her now is Karen. Cleo smiles, what a pity. I was hoping to use this chance to get closer to Aaron. Karen lifts his teacup, casually comforting her that there will be more chances, while also probing how long she plans to stay. On the surface, they are polite, but both know that behind the peaceful teacups lies a myriad of hidden schemes. Karen is on edge, unable to flee immediately. He knows the truth, yet he must pretend to be clueless. In front of his mother, watching Cleo elegantly sip her tea, looking no different than usual, Karen's heart is in turmoil. This charade is a form of torture. It's not that he doesn't believe his sister, it's just that looking at his gentle, noble mother, it's hard to imagine her beating her daughter with a cane. This stark contrast sends a chill down his spine. Karen looks at the teacup in his hand, and doubt begins to creep in. He suddenly wonders if he's only heard his sister's side of the story. Once this thought appears, it's impossible to suppress. He feels that before jumping to a conclusion, perhaps he should hear what his mother has to say. As he's lost in thought, a maid steps forward to pour tea, breaking the deathly silence. Karen recalls what Aaron said. She mentioned that a few days ago, Knight Roam specifically came to find her. The statement seems ordinary, but mentioning it now clearly carries a deeper meaning. Knight Roam finally confessed everything. He exposed Cleo's true face, as well as the mastermind manipulating everything from the shadows. Roam sneered as he revealed the truth. It turns out the Emperor never needed a Swordmaster. To monopolize power, he turned Roam into what he is today. The Emperor has been secretly cultivating dark magic, raising a group of puppet knights who only follow his orders. Karen is completely stunned. A majestic emperor using such forbidden power. Seeing Aaron's disbelief, Roam's smile grows even more arrogant. He says it's too early to be surprised, the Real bombshell is yet to come. Cleo's true identity is completely exposed. Who would have thought this elegant and noble woman was a puppet knight using dark magic to hide her identity? Karen subconsciously touches the bruise on his face, and a chill runs through him. He now realizes that when his mother saw his injury, she didn't ask a single question. In contrast, his sister Erin noticed something was wrong at a glance and anxiously asked him what happened. The contrast is too ironic. It turns out he has been deceiving himself all these years, deliberately turning a blind eye to the truth. But now that the lie has been exposed, he can no longer pretend. The truth is laid bare, but Karen still wants to continue playing the fool. But those deliberately forgotten memories slap him hard across the face. Cleo is startled by his sudden reaction. She quickly asks what's wrong. Karen just lowers his head, saying he suddenly remembered some things he should have remembered long ago. The images are vivid in his mind, things he saw with his own eyes. Yet he chose to ignore them. He can't stay a second longer. Karen makes an excuse and gets up to leave. Cleo is caught off guard. She can only stare blankly at his receding back. Karen silently vows that these days of self-deception end here. He will never let others dictate his fate again. Karen leaves without looking back. His mind is in a complete mess. He just wants to confirm one thing immediately. In the late-night corridor, a series of urgent knocks echoes. Erin, about to rest, is startled by this uninvited guest. She answers as she opens the door. She's wondering who would visit at this hour, only to find Karen standing outside. Seeing his pale and unusual state, Erin is completely stunned. Before she can ask, Karen makes an incomprehensible request. He wants to check her wardrobe. In the middle of the night, what on earth is he looking for? Without another word, Karen pulls out that gaudy pink social dress and throws it on the floor like trash. Erin stands there dumbfounded. Before she can react, Karen coldly declares, "From now on, you are forbidden from wearing this piece of garbage." He has even thought of an excuse for Erin. If their stepmother Cleo asks, just say, "He dirted the dress and he will take all the blame." Karen loudly promises he will buy her a much better dress, determined not to let her suffer like this anymore. A week passes in a flash and the main event finally begins. The grand banquet hall is filled with polite flattery. Cleo stands in the center like a moon surrounded by stars, basking in the compliments for her dress. But this glamorous scene is about to be shattered. A commotion suddenly erupts from the crowd, and everyone instinctively turns to look towards the entrance. With the crisp sound of footsteps, a man and a woman appear. The moment the brilliant red dress is seen, the entire hall falls silent. So silent you could hear a pin drop. They're not here to attend a party, they're here to crash it. Everyone takes a closer look. Isn't that Erin? The hall immediately erupts, with murmurs spreading all around. Everyone praises Erin, saying she's like a completely different person today, finally shedding her former tacky image. Hearing this, Cleo is furious. She never expected Erin not to wear that old dress. What infuriates her even more is that not only is Erin beautifully dressed, but she also entered with Karen. The trap Cleo painstakingly set is not only useless, but has become a stepping stone for someone else. From the moment she entered, the entire hall's attention was fixed on her. No one expected her to appear with such grace. The crowd starts to buzz, whispering to each other. Why is this young lady so different from before? Most surprisingly, she's not with the second prince, Ferdinand, but with her brother, Karen. This drama is getting more and more interesting. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes all around, Karen asks with some concern, "Sister, are you all right?" The riding crop in Cleo's hand was once the darkest shadow of Erin's childhood. She once sneered and taunted, "Erin, no one will ever love you in this lifetime." Those words hurt more than the welts from the whip. They were carved into Erin's mind, becoming an inescapable nightmare. But those wretched days have finally passed. Just then, a familiar voice breaks the tension. Lilia leads a group of people straight toward them, her tone full of mock complaint. "I've been waiting for so long." This sight silences those who were ready to watch the drama unfold. Who would have thought Erin had so many supporters? Looking at the people standing up for her, Erin gently tells Karen that she is fine now, truly fine, because this time, she will never be alone again. Looking at her supporters, Erin scoffs internally. The wicked woman, Cleo, has truly made a mistake this time. She once said Erin would never be loved, but today, Erin will slap her right in the face in front of everyone. At this lavish ball, she is no longer a lowly shadow, but an existence that everyone must look up to. The shadow of Cleo still lingers in many people's memories, but in just one short week, things have started to go off track. She remembers clearly. Back then, whenever Erin saw her, it was as if she had seen a ghost, radiating an aura of utter despair. But who would have thought that she could now smile so radiantly, interacting with others so skillfully at the ball? She's like a completely different person. Whispers spread throughout the room. Everyone is saying this young lady has truly transformed. It seems the rumors were not wrong. In everyone's eyes before, Erin was a fashion disaster, dressing in tacky and gaudy clothes, a complete joke among the elite. But today, everyone is stunned. Her elegant speech and taste are a world apart from the profligate she once was. The crowd murmurs that rumors of her extravagant lifestyle now seem like an air of unattainable noble grace. Even the sharp-tongued maid behind Cleo has to admit that the young lady has become much more beautiful and confident. But what Cleo is thinking now is that the puppet she always controlled has dared to fight back. This is getting interesting. Sarkloth, can you feel it? Erin is now emitting a terrifying pressure. This aura is undetectable to ordinary people, only a true knight can sense it. Look at Duke Adley. The current situation has already made him restless. It seems the rumors were true. This young lady not only knows embroidery, but also how to wield a sword. Furthermore, she is clearly trying to intimidate the Duke. Cleo never would have expected that after destroying Erin's foundation, this brat could rise from the ashes. Not only that, but she has even reached the level of a high-ranking knight. Watching Erin shine at the ball, Cleo only feels annoyed. If this pawn won't obey, then she'll just have to find an opportunity to teach it some discipline again. As danger lurks, Adley rushes over like a fangirl. She grabs Erin's hand and exclaims, "Miss Erin, you look so beautiful today." Having gotten used to seeing Erin in a knight's uniform, this formal dress has completely captivated Adley. She even feels that her position as the #1 fan can finally be held high. Erin is a bit flustered by this sudden enthusiasm. She has no idea that in the shadows, a pair of venomous eyes are fixed on her. Erin looks at Adley. She is stunned. Is this the same straightforward and carefree girl? Her attire today makes her look like a different person. Adley, however, is very pleased. She says this outfit is purely to support Erin. Although Erin finds it beautiful, she can't help but remind her to be mindful of her image. The men around them also gather, curiously wondering where Lilia found such an exquisite dress on such short notice. Lilia's casual remark stuns the three men. She says, "Karen helped me prepare all of this." Now, all eyes are on Karen. It turns out Karen secretly put in a lot of effort to get this dress. He had it specially commissioned. He went to Erin's maid, Sarah, and secretly ordered it under someone else's name. This move was truly clever. Even Amon can't help but marvel after hearing it. He smiles, ruffles Karen's hair, and praises him for a job well done. This sudden intimacy makes Karen feel awkward. He's clearly not used to this kind of praise and wishes he could disappear. Karen completely bristles, snapping at Amon to stop messing up his hair. As the two bicker, the young ladies gather around Erin and start gossiping. They wonder why Ferdinand didn't personally pick Erin up, speculating he didn't even invite her. Erin quickly waves her hands, denying it, saying she received the invitation long ago. In fact, Ferdinand had written to her earlier, asking if she would be his partner. Looking at the neatly written letter, Erin already had a plan. She didn't accept immediately, deciding to enter with Karen first. They would meet Ferdinand in the ballroom. After hearing the explanation, the young ladies sigh in relief. It wasn't a cold shoulder, it was all planned. Adley continues to tease, saying Ferdinand must have planned it all, waiting for Aaron to enter so he could claim her for himself. But as soon as she says this, the other young ladies start making sarcastic remarks. They stare at Aaron and whisper that no matter how well she dresses, she can't change her commoner roots. They even viciously call her a pig wearing lipstick. These words are truly jarring. Just as those people are enthusiastically slandering her, a glass of red wine is thrown straight at them. The scene instantly descends into chaos. No one expected Amon to appear at this moment. He steps directly in front of everyone. It seems those gossips are in for some bad luck. It's truly bad luck. Erin's glass shatters on the floor. This outfit took so much effort to get, and now it's ruined by a glass of wine. As she's fuming, Lilia remains calm. She gently consoles Erin, telling her not to bother with people who only know how to gossip. Looking at Lilia, Erin is stunned. The once timid and weak girl, when did she become so confident? Now, she can not only see through others' petty tricks, but also stand up to protect those around her. The feeling is incredibly reassuring. Erin takes Lilia's hand and whispers her thanks. Thanks to that little trick. She feels less nervous now. However, Erin is still a bit worried. She lowers her voice, reminding Lilia not to act so recklessly in the future. After all, Duke Adley is watching them closely. But Lilia is completely unfazed. She says she only made an exception because Erin seemed so down and she wanted her to cheer up. Lilia pats her chest reassuringly, telling Erin to pull herself together. She reminds her that she is the fiancée of the second prince, Ferdinand, and that status is her strongest support. As Lilia is boosting Erin's morale, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly changes. A series of steady footsteps echo, and everyone's gaze instinctively turns to the door. A tall figure blocks the light. It's Ferdinand. His formal suit gives him a completely different aura than usual. He walks straight up to Erin. His voice carries a hint of surprise, as if he didn't expect to see her here. Lilia had just been telling Erin to be confident and hold her head high, and in the next second, the man himself appears. Their eyes meet in the center of the grand hall. The letter Ferdinand had been waiting for finally arrived. In the letter, Erin proposed entering the hall with Karen. The request was quite direct, but what intrigued him most was the ambiguity at the end. He really wants to know what expression she had when she wrote that sentence. It seems this banquet will indeed hold some big surprises. She must have hesitated for a long time before writing this letter. Ferdinand sits in the carriage, constantly imagining what kind of dress she would wear tonight. Would it be an elegant style, or a look that would make her completely unrecognizable? Ferdinand wonders if Erin will continue with her glamorous style. But then he realizes he's being hopeless. No matter what she wears, she always seems captivating. Just then, the carriage door opens. The person he's been waiting for has finally appeared. As long as she's here, what she wears doesn't really matter. That's what Ferdinand thought, but when Erin actually stood before him, he immediately took back his words. How could it not matter? She is absolutely mesmerizing. Standing in the middle of the hall, he is completely captivated. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ferdinand even wishes time could stop at this very moment. But unfortunately, an uninvited guest has arrived. Deitlien stands at the top of the stairs, coldly observing everything. In his eyes, there is no such thing as emotion. Everyone is just a pawn to be used. It's just a small academy party, yet the usually arrogant high nobles have all gathered. Deitlien watches from a dark corner. These people are all opportunists. They are typical fair-weather friends who rush over at the first cent of profit. In his eyes, these people are no different from insects. They crawl out of the woodwork, desperately flocking to any potential gain. But compared to those profit-seeking insects, Erin is a different existence entirely. Deitlien looks down from above, his cold gaze fixed on the figure on the dance floor. To him, she is like a blossoming white lily, so pure that she seems completely out of place here. It seems he has misjudged her this time. Every move Erin makes on the dance floor challenges Deitlien's limits. A thought suddenly flashes through his mind. He wants this woman. But then, he finds the idea ridiculous. She is just a tool, so why is she making him lose control like this? Is it because of Ferdinand? This is the first time Daitlian has ever doubted himself. Before, when Aaron looked at him, her eyes were filled with fear. Back then, he paid her no mind. But now, what is this intense desire for possession if not love? If he doesn't want her to leave, perhaps he should just lock her in a cage so she can never go anywhere. The smile on Daitlian's lips grows colder. This possessive desire can no longer be suppressed. No longer content with watching from afar, he immediately strides onto the dance floor. Ferdinand instantly senses something is wrong. He stops dancing, his eyes filled with vigilance. Prince Daitlian. The atmosphere completely freezes. The tension between the two men can no longer be hidden. Daitlian seems a bit distracted, his steps even becoming messy. Aaron asks curiously, "What are you thinking about so intently?" Ferdinand quickly apologizes. A moment ago, he was indeed distracted by a certain aura. Just then, Daitlian approaches with an intimidating presence, intentionally releasing a powerful pressure. Aaron, however, remains calm. She directly questions him, "What is the meaning of this?" Daitlian openly declares himself the one chosen by the divine sword. Anyone with discerning eyes can feel this extraordinary aura. Aaron watches quietly, clearly noticing the uniqueness of this power. But its aura is too aggressive. It feels less like a divine presence and more like a blatant threat. Everyone present feels the pressure from this unwelcome guest. It's truly unbearable. Adley suddenly proposes a bold hypothesis. She asks if it's possible that Aaron has actually foreseen a future that hasn't happened yet. Ferdinand is instantly stunned. If this hypothesis is true, then the nature of the situation changes completely. Why has Aaron's behavior been so strange lately? Why is she like a prodigy, reaching the level of a swordmaster at such a young age? All these illogical details now have a clear explanation. As they dance, Ferdinand wonders, what did Aaron see in the future? A typical noble lady, understanding the deepest mysteries of swordsmanship. This defies all logic. Looking at Aaron, Ferdinand suddenly realizes the pressure on her shoulders is likely far beyond anyone's imagination. This heavy burden is not something an outsider can simply guess. Ferdinand suddenly breaks their formal distance. This move is truly bold. Aaron doesn't have time to react. What was just a polite social dance has now become the center of attention. The surrounding crowd gasps. This blatant public display is like announcing to everyone that their relationship has completely changed. Aaron makes an excuse to get some fresh air. Ferdinand instinctively tries to follow, but Aaron firmly refuses. She walks away decisively. She clearly doesn't want to be disturbed. In other words, her next actions cannot be seen by others. When she is finally alone on the balcony, a voice emerges from the shadows. "You're finally here." Looking at the dark figure before her, her long-suppressed emotions can no longer be hidden. She says softly, "It's been a long time. I've missed you." As soon as she speaks, Cleo attacks, questioning Aaron. Why isn't she wearing the dress she sent? This isn't concern. It's a clear attempt to humiliate her in public. She accuses Aaron of spurning her kindness. Faced with this provocation, Aaron finds it laughable. She doesn't even bother to turn around. It seems the real show is just beginning. Cleo refuses to let go, mocking Aaron's outlandish appearance and criticizing her for disgracing the family. But Aaron's next words nearly make her choke with rage. Aaron asks with a smile, "Is there any outfit in this world uglier than the one you sent?" The blow is so severe that Cleo's defenses immediately crumble. She has never suffered such humiliation. Right in front of everyone, Cleo actually makes a move, reaching out to grab Aaron. The situation spirals out of control. The moment the fan hits the ground, the facade of etiquette between them shatters completely. Cleo not only gets physical, but also publicly insults Aaron, scolding her for being at the academy. For so long she's forgotten basic manners. This is no longer a simple argument, it's a blatant personal attack. Cleo is determined to make Eren lose all face. Faced with Cleo's threats, Eren not only stands her ground, but directly brings up the past. She confronts Cleo. Why were you so cruel to me when I was a child? Clearly, she did nothing wrong back then. Cleo obviously didn't expect Eren to dare expose this wound in public. She is momentarily speechless. However, deep down, Eren knows that all the cruel torment stemmed from a secret order from the Emperor. It turns out Cleo was just a pawn used by the royal family to suppress Swordmasters. Eren knows asking that question is just inviting more pain. Cleo has no heart. She even screams hysterically in front of the crowd, claiming that Eren's very existence is a crime. This statement is like a fatal blow, completely negating everything about Eren, leaving no room for mercy. Seeing her mother's madness, Eren finally understands. If Cleo is determined to be so ruthless, the aftermath will be difficult for anyone to handle. If Cleo had raised Eren like a normal girl, she probably would have never touched a sword. She could have lived like anyone else. She could have called her mother and lived a simple, happy life. But reality is too cruel. Cleo not only denied her motherly love, but also used the most vicious words to constantly insult the small child, calling her useless, a hopeless failure, and even physically abused her. Eren finally understands. Cleo did this simply because, to the bone, she is a demon. If her opponent has torn off her disguise, then Eren no longer needs to hold back. This counterattack is just the beginning. Just as Cleo is about to strike, Karen suddenly appears, standing directly between them. He asks in a cold voice, "Are you trying to hurt my sister?" This action stuns everyone present. Cleo clearly didn't expect her usually reserved son to turn against her for Eren's sake. He turns around. He's like a different person, his eyes filled with concern for his sister. Karen simply cannot watch. Eren's move is brilliant. She says calmly that she's fine, she just hasn't been slapped yet. The reason her opponent wanted to strike her in public was simply because she didn't wear the dress Cleo sent. As soon as Karen hears this, he explodes. His eyes widen in disbelief as he demands, "You were really going to hit my sister over something so trivial?" Cleo is now in a real panic. She waves her hands, desperately trying to explain that Karen must have misunderstood. How could she be so unreasonable? But her guilty expression makes it clear to anyone with eyes that something is not right. Eren's soft laugh makes Cleo freeze. She stammers for a while but can't get a single word out. The old Karen would have rushed to support Cleo and ask if she was okay. Cleo barely regains her composure, silently cursing. This was a tactic she used to use, and now Eren is turning it against her. She's about to force a laugh to cover her embarrassment. When Karen catches her, he asks in a cold voice, "Were you just laughing?" Cleo immediately denies it flatly. She tries to assert her authority as a parent, telling Karen to calm down and listen to her explanation. Her ability to lie with a straight face is truly something to behold. Cleo continues to push her luck, even viciously, cursing Eren, saying her very existence is a mistake. These words are like murder without a knife. Hearing this, Karen retorts, "If you hate her so much, then why don't you curse me too?" Karen has completely lost hope in this family. He takes Eren's hand and, without looking back, walks away, ignoring Cleo's desperate calls from behind. Before leaving, Karen delivers the most heart-wrenching line, "From now on, I will never call you mother again." This blow is too deep. Cleo stands frozen. She finally realizes she has completely lost her son. Sark-Loth, blocking their path, is so scared she quickly steps back. No one can stop Karen now. Who would have thought solving everything would be so easy? People always say faith shatters in an instant. Thinking about it now, that saying is true. Eren looks back at Cleo. In the distance, a plan already forming in her mind. "If you can't find a reason to hate me, then I'll create one for you. Just you wait. The next act will only get more exciting." Late at night, the balcony is unusually quiet. Eren looks at Karen, who has been silent all this time. She asks with concern how he's feeling. Karen is consumed with regret, cursing himself. He calls himself a huge fool for calling that venomous woman mother for so many years. The thought of all the times he hurt his sister to defend that woman makes his heart ache. Finally, Karen can't hold it in any longer. He turns and repeatedly apologizes to Aaron, saying he was blind before. He was ignorant yet criticized her loudly. This time, he calls her sister with more sincerity than ever before. Aaron gently reassures Karen, telling him she accepts his apology and that he shouldn't beat himself up over the past. But in her heart, Karen still can't get over it. The vicious curses he heard from outside the balcony still send shivers down his spine. He can't understand how a person can be so terrible. Seeing Karen in such pain, Aaron actually understands. But just then, Karen suddenly makes a bold decision. He takes Aaron's hand, determined to tell their father about all the injustices she has endured over the years. If it were the naive Aaron of the past. You can like and share this video to support my channel. The fire that burned everything that year, along with the family tragedy. She can no longer afford to be naive. She immediately stops Karen, her voice so cold it's chilling. Listen to me. You will act as if you know nothing about this. Because once you say it, no one can bear the consequences. At this moment, Erin's aura fully erupts. She coldly states, "You are still too weak." This overwhelming pressure is even more terrifying than it was at the banquet hall. Karen finally sees clearly, his sister is the one truly chosen by the sword. Faced with this absolute power, Karen can only shut his mouth and promise not to tell their father. He even starts to doubt himself, wondering if he's been meddling too much. Aaron stares at him for a long time before finally giving a reluctant grunt of acknowledgement. Karen says he'll go get Ferdinand and turns to leave. Watching his back, Aaron doesn't feel good either. Her words just now were indeed a bit harsh. She thought this kid would fly into a rage on the spot, demanding why she hid the secret of the divine sword. But the result was that he was no help to the family. But no matter how upset Karen is now, Aaron has no intention of letting him get involved in this vortex of hatred. As long as he can live safely, she alone will bear all the danger and infamy. As her mind is in turmoil, the scenery around her suddenly becomes strange. The sky instantly changes color. A sudden downpour begins, instantly transporting Aaron back to that night. The beast's subjugation battle back then was also under such a cold rain. She charged through the mud alone, trying to save people but realizing there was no way back. Just as she was exhausted, thinking she would die in the rain, that man appeared. It was Ferdinand who found her. Ferdinand rushes over, seeing Aaron standing dazed in the heavy rain. He is nearly frantic with worry. This scene is exactly like what happened that year. Before Aaron can collect herself, he wraps her tightly in a thick cloak. He says nothing, just holds her tightly, his voice laced with unconcealed panic. "Seeing you're still alive," he says, "is truly wonderful." To him, Aaron's safe return is more important than anything else. In Ferdinand's arms, Aaron suddenly makes what sounds like an unreasonable request. She says, "Ferdinand, you must promise me, no matter what happens. You must save your own life first. Even if your methods are cruel, even if you have to sacrifice everyone else. You must survive at all costs." Ferdinand is momentarily speechless. He never expected Aaron would ask him to abandon his last moral line just to keep him alive. In fact, this isn't the first time Aaron has said these words. From the depths of her memory, on a similar rainy day, she held his hand just like this. At that time, he had said that if she could return safely, he would personally tell her the secret hidden in the bottom of his heart. So this time, you absolutely must not break your promise. Aaron gently reminds Ferdinand that he must live on. But as soon as she says this, Ferdinand freezes. He once used his ability to see Aaron's past, but in his memories, they never had this conversation. If it never happened, then how does Aaron remember it? Ferdinand finally can't help but speak up. He stares at Aaron and asks, "Have we had a conversation like this before? Did you tell me that if I could survive and return, you would have something very important to tell me?" Aaron is silent. This silence is the clearest answer. Ferdinand understands that those memories that shouldn't exist are all real. Ferdinand finally connects the dots. The Duke's previous speculations were true. Aaron not only knows the past, but she can even see futures that have yet to happen. It turns out the images he saw before were not memories, but prophecies of days to come, foreseen by Aaron. Back in the room, Ferdinand tells Aaron to sit and rest. He's going to make some hot tea to warm her up. Aaron looks at him, her voice full of guilt. "It's all my fault you couldn't enjoy the party." Ferdinand shakes his head, telling her not to worry. To him, the party is not as important as the Aaron before him. But the more Ferdinand thinks, the more something feels wrong. How exactly does Aaron predict the future? In theory, only a saintess chosen by the gods has this ability, but the current saintess is clearly Princess Adley. Aaron is definitely not the saintess. If it's not a divine miracle, then why are the visions she sees so frighteningly real? How many more future events does she know about? Ferdinand suddenly remembers Aaron's words under the rain. She told him to use any means necessary, just to survive. This frantic sense of danger is definitely not a coincidence. If she saw the future, does that mean in that future he died? He slowly raises his head, looks at the woman before him, and softly calls her name, Miss Aaron. Ferdinand lays his cards on the table. He looks directly into Aaron's eyes and asks, "Did you see the future?" Aaron is silent for a moment, then finally nods. But to explain something so supernatural, she doesn't know where to begin. Ferdinand sees her predicament. He doesn't press further, instead kindly bringing a cup of tea to her. If it's hard to say, then you don't have to. Even so, there is one answer he desperately wants to know. Ferdinand puts the tea tray down, his tone becoming very serious. "Just answer me one thing. In the future you saw, what was our relationship? In that future, did I truly love you?" In fact, he already has the answer in his heart. If not for love, why would his power recognize her instinctively? Now it's Aaron's turn to be speechless. Her reply is just two cold words, "You didn't." She says she was a terrible, unforgivable person, and that Ferdinand actually hated her from the bottom of his heart. Looking at the butterflies turning to ash in the flames, their past should also be burned away completely. Aaron says softly, "I am just a discarded pawn. You just need to use me until I'm no longer valuable." What she's doing now is just atoning for her past life. It's not worthy of his gentle treatment. Ferdinand is now completely bewildered. He can't help but ask how she could say such things. To say "I once hated you," that's completely illogical. If what Aaron says is true, then the feeling of not being able to let go whenever he sees her now, how can that be explained? This instinctive reaction doesn't lie. Even after hearing such heartless words, whenever he's alone with her, Ferdinand finds he still can't remain calm. But in Aaron's mind, the conclusion is set in stone. He did not love her. Whether in the past or present, the kindness he shows must have another purpose. To break the suffocating silence, he offers her tea. In truth, Aaron knows very well that Ferdinand's gentleness is just due to his excessive pity. He feels she is too pitiful. But unexpectedly, Aaron thoroughly enjoyed being pitied. Because whenever she was cornered, feeling like she was about to fall into an abyss, that sympathy became her last lifeline. As long as she could grasp it, even if it was just out of pity, she was willing just to receive that little bit of gentleness. Even without love, she felt it was enough. It became her only reason to live. But looking back now, Aaron only sees how tragic her future self was. Ferdinand is clearly such a good person, but his kindness only made her feel more tormented. Ferdinand laughs helplessly. He feels his future self was a fool for not seeing something so obvious. But he doesn't realize that Aaron beside him has fallen silent, clutching her skirt. Her whole body looks like it's about to collapse. While Ferdinand is still mocking himself, Aaron suddenly can't hold on any longer and collapses onto his shoulder. Now it's Ferdinand's turn to be flustered. Aaron's sudden closeness completely stuns Ferdinand. He never expected someone who always kept her distance to make such a move. Aaron keeps repeating, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have deluded myself into hoping you would love me." In truth, these words have been hidden in her heart for a long time. She has always yearned to be closer to him, just a little closer. She finally reaches out and holds onto Ferdinand tightly. At this moment, she never wants to let go again. Being this close, listening to his breathing, Aaron finally admits she never stopped craving his love. She laughs self-deprecatingly. If she had grown up with love like a normal person, her present self would surely be incredibly greedy, even wanting to possess him entirely for herself. Ferdinand doesn't push her away. Instead, he asks gently, "Didn't I tell you? My shoulder will always be here for you to lean on." That promise still holds true today. Ferdinand gives the most resolute reply. He says it will always be this way. At this moment, Aaron finally sees the truth. It turns out the man before her is the only saving light in her life. In the quiet study, the two of them just hold each other. All anxiety and fear seem to vanish in that moment. Until the morning sun once again streams through the window, Ferdinand sits alone in his study. No matter how hard he thinks, he can't figure it out. In that future, he hated Aaron that much? The logic makes no sense, unless the future Ferdinand was a brain-damaged fool who couldn't tell right from wrong. Otherwise, how could he hate a woman like that? Especially when he remembers the way she looks at him. Something must have gone wrong. Thinking of Aaron's image, Ferdinand's mind is a tangled mess. A gaze so gentle yet so sorrowful. She doesn't seem like someone who would change so drastically in the future. Derek taps the table, telling him to focus and asking if he's even listening. Only then does Ferdinand snap back to reality, realizing he's been lost in thought. Derek repeats helplessly, "Lilia left this morning. She took Bahan to the magic tower. And that kid, Bahan, is about to become an official disciple of the tower." As he speaks, Derek hands over a letter. "This is a letter Lilia specifically left for you before she left." Ferdinand takes it, replying flatly that he already knew. Lilia had informed him yesterday that she would be leaving secretly today. He opens the letter. Lilia writes clearly that this trip to the magic tower is to investigate the truth behind her brother's death. She has a feeling that there are still hidden secrets behind it. More surprisingly, Lilia plans to walk the path of penance at the magic tower as a way to atone for her past actions towards Aaron. Derek, standing nearby, can't help but sigh. That is the most arduous path. But if it's Lilia's choice, she will surely overcome it. The mere mention of the path of penance in the magic tower sends shivers down one's spine. No one knows what she will face. The path of penance is actually a series of trials personally designed by the master of the magic tower. For years, this place has been known as the Tomb of Mages. No one knows how long the trials will last, nor how many deadly traps lie within. An ordinary person wouldn't dare to even step near it. But if one can survive and complete the path, the reward is immense. Lilia will obtain a heaven-defying power, the ability to freely borrow the power of the entire magic tower. But can she truly achieve it? Lilia's reason for going to the magic tower is to borrow its power to clear Aaron's name. It's the only way she can think of to atone. Just then, Derek reports another matter. He says that today, Helix sent a letter. Ferdinand quickly asks if there's news from the West, but as Derek glances at the letter, he freezes. He stammers, "Wait, the content of this letter isn't right." Ferdinand senses trouble and immediately snatches the letter. When he sees the words written on it, he falls completely silent. What could be written in that letter to make both of them react this way? The letter contains only a single short sentence, "I will return," before anyone can react. Steady footsteps echo throughout the Great Hall. Helix has actually returned. The people around them immediately start whispering. No one understands why this holy night who should be in the west, has suddenly appeared here. Helix ignores everyone's gazes and strides directly toward Eren, clearly calling her name in front of the crowd. Then he says something that silences the entire hall. Eren, I want to challenge you to a duel. No one expected the challenge. Both Eren and Amon are frozen in place. No one thought Helix would show up like this. In this world, divine power is determined by fate. Gifted children are brought to the temple from a young age, and 1 in a million geniuses are personally trained by the Saintess. Take Helix, for example. At 15, he could single-handedly defeat a demonic beast. He is recognized as the top holy knight. Who would have thought this genius would actively pick a fight, throwing down the gauntlet of challenge? Helix stares at Eren and says, I want a proper duel with you. This is the last holy knight left by the previous Saintess. The animosity between him and Eren runs deep. For years, he has despised Eren. According to her past life's memories, he should have just arrived at the academy around this time. And sure enough, just like before, he directly comes to cause trouble. Helix glares at her, coldly greeting, long time no see. Meeting that hostile gaze again, Eren is reminded of the past. After the previous Saintess passed away, the temple's holy knights nearly disbanded, with most choosing to return to the temple. Only Helix was an exception. He stayed, determined to remain by Ferdinand's side. It was all because of the Saintess's final command before her death. After all, he grew up with Ferdinand and Adley, and the three were inseparable. Later, Helix became the perfect holy knight, recognized by all. He is loyal to only two people, Ferdinand and the Saintess. In his eyes, everything he has was given to him by them. His loyalty has almost reached a fanatical level. As long as he's around, no one is to get near those two. Moreover, this guy has a severe double standard. Aside from those two, he doesn't care about anyone else's life or death. Even if his comrades are overwhelmed and beg for help, he just coldly turns away. To him, those two are the sun. But he is excessively wary of me, treating me as his #1 enemy. The other knights, out of respect for Ferdinand, would at most reluctantly interact with me, but Helix is completely different. He can't stand me getting close to Ferdinand, whether in the past or present. I still don't understand why he hates me so much. As the standoff continues, Amon suddenly steps forward with a smirk. You're as unreasonable as ever, he says. Amon stands in front of me, his tone firm. Loyalty isn't wrong, but you're taking it too far. If you want to mess with Eren, you'll have to get through me first. Amon says it plainly, for a lunatic like you, I'll have to show you what true knightly spirit is. But Helix is not having any of it. He sneers back, knightly spirit? Coming from you, that's a joke. He continues, I was sent to the West undercover for half a year. And as soon as I get back, I have to hear the most disgusting rumor. People are saying that Eren is now very close to Prince Ferdinand. Some even say Eren used tricks to force the prince into an engagement. Helix decisively draws his long sword, his voice ice cold. Amon, my entire life is for one person. I live only for the prince. I will not spare anyone who tries to use him. Helix has truly lost his mind. He sneers at Eren, for the prince, I will do anything. He publicly exposes Eren's pain, criticizing her for using her family's power to force the prince into an engagement before. And now you still have the nerve to stand here. Then he turns to glare at Amon, his tone full of contempt, a traitor to his own family. Like you is worthy of talking about knightly spirit with me? As soon as these words are spoken, the atmosphere plummets to sub-zero temperatures. Amon pauses for a beat, then coldly replies, watch your mouth. It seems reasoning is useless now. Amon turns to Philip. Philip, lend me your sword for a bit. Things are about to get serious. Amon steadily catches the long sword thrown to him. He smirks at Helix. I've always been curious who would be stronger if we really fought. Since you're both so eager, let's settle this right here. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Ferdinand suddenly intervenes. He sternly shouts, stop. This is not the place for you to cause trouble. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight later. Helix looks at the person before him and softly calls his name, Ferdinand. The once menacing Helix now drops to one knee, respectfully reporting, "Your Highness, the mission is complete. I have returned safely." He looks up, the ferocity on his face gone, replaced by a bright smile like a carefree child. He even kindly asks if His Highness has been well. This blatant favoritism leaves everyone else stunned. Ferdinand takes a step forward, his tone softening considerably. He says, "It's been a long time. It's good that you've returned safely." No one expected Ferdinand to personally help him up, though he has a smile on his face. Ferdinand's words carry a chill. He stares at Helix, enunciating each word. "First, you will apologize to Knight Aaron. You were extremely rude just now." Helix immediately understands. The prince is truly angry this time. He doesn't dare say another word, replying in a low voice, "Understood." He turns to Aaron, sheds his arrogant demeanor, and bows before everyone. He performs a perfectly standard salute. "I was out of line earlier. Please forgive me." His attitude changes in the blink of an eye. It seems Ferdinand's words are more effective than anything else. At the same time, in the temple, Karen sits alone on a long bench, filled with sorrow and defeat. He feels his current state is pathetic. He can't help but ask himself, "What have I been doing all this time?" He started training with the sword since he was young, all to protect the most important person to him. But now, facing his only sister, he can't do anything. Just like she said, he is truly useless. Just then, Amon suddenly exclaims in surprise, "Lady." Adley collapses to the ground, completely unconscious. This is a major problem. Karen rushes to support the staggering Adley, anxiously asking if she's feeling unwell again. But Adley just shakes her head, muttering Aaron's name over and over. Karen is completely confused, not understanding what she's saying. Adley is lost in deep sorrow. She mutters, "It's too tragic, too heartbreaking." Seeing Adley like this, Karen is completely lost, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. In Adley's mind, painful memories are flooding back. She keeps apologizing, keeps begging, saying it's all her fault. This unspeakable pain makes her look both pitiful and a little foolish to outsiders. What Adley just saw was a vision shown to her by the gods. Or more accurately, it wasn't the past at all. At this moment, Ferdinand also bows his head. He says, "Knight Aaron, I was rude earlier. I also sincerely apologize." Aaron doesn't mind, simply replying, "It's all right, Lord Ferdinand." It was a future vision that everyone had forgotten, or perhaps never even existed. In this world, only Aaron remembers. Behind the great door, the atmosphere has turned to ice. Adley looks displeased, feeling the situation was handled unfairly. She scolds Helix for causing trouble right after returning. Karen explodes on the spot, saying that if they had been a step later, Aaron might have died there. At that moment, Ferdinand steps forward, his tone allowing no argument. He issues a strict order forbidding anyone from using his name to harm that child. He stares at Helix and demands, "Do you understand?" Who would have thought a life-or-death duel could cause such a stir? Though he's not convinced, Helix doesn't dare to defy Ferdinand's order. Even so, he can't understand what exactly happened while he was away. Before, everyone wanted Aaron gone. Now, they're all desperately protecting her. This strange turn of events makes Helix realize that things have spiraled out of his control. If things continue like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. He still remembers, a long time ago, when he was a young knight, someone once told him to protect Ferdinand well and try to help that child too, because that child was Ferdinand's only lifeline. Though he didn't understand why back then, a grim truth is now slowly surfacing. Ferdinand might never meet the person he loves most in this life. At the same time, the news reaches Daitlian. He hears that Ferdinand's knight caused a huge commotion upon his return. It seems the peace of the temple is about to be completely shattered. Daitlian chuckles. "I was wondering which of you would win." Then he feigns regret. "What a pity. Faced with this blatant provocation, Aaron remains unusually calm, without a single extra movement. Daitlian stares at her for a moment, then mockingly says, "Your reaction is too cold." But he still has one last trump card. He thinks to himself, after hearing what I say next, will you still be able to maintain this calm expression? Daitlian brings news that the Emperor has recognized Aaron's contributions and specially permitted her to take the promotion exam. But who would have thought the exam location would be in the West, a death zone that even veteran knights dare not enter? This isn't a reward, it's clearly a death sentence. Daitlian wants to see if Aaron can remain so calm in the face of certain death. He smirks. You don't think I'll protect you like before, do you? However, to his surprise, Aaron just gives a flat reply, understood. This indifferent attitude throws Daitlian off balance. Before he can react, Aaron takes her leave. Now it's Daitlian's turn to be restless. He didn't expect the current Aaron to find even a glance at him a waste of time. Daitlian confirms one last time, do you really know what going to the West means? Aaron's answer is just 2 words, I know. Even if it means risking her life, she must go. This stubborn refusal to listen drives Daitlian to the brink. In his memory, Aaron is still that small, crying girl who needed his protection. But the current Aaron is so distant it's driving him mad. Daitlian steps in front of her. His voice is laced with impatience. Aaron, you don't understand anything. If you just beg me now, if you just say you want to live, I can plead with the Emperor to spare your life. Daitlian thinks Aaron is just trying to save face and bringing disaster upon herself. He leans in closer, his words full of threats. Are you really not afraid of death? What's the point of acting so high and mighty in front of me? If you'd just open your mouth and beg me, I could get you an easy job. But the current Aaron is no longer a child he can manipulate. She calmly replies, you don't need to trouble yourself for me. After speaking, she turns and leaves without a second glance. Daitlian completely collapses, only able to shout cruel words at her back. If you keep being so stubborn, Ferdinand will eventually get tired of you. The more Daitlian thinks, the angrier he gets. He was so sure he had Aaron in his grasp. But she didn't even acknowledge him. That polite rejection was more infuriating than being cursed at directly. It proves that in Aaron's eyes, he poses no threat at all. Daitlian finally realizes he has made a grave mistake. That woman, Aaron, should have been eliminated from the very beginning. Because of his arrogance, a golden opportunity was lost, and he handed a valuable card to his opponent. He can't swallow this frustration. With a loud crash, everything in the study suffers. Daitlian's rage is immense. He sweeps everything off his desk. Yet, the unease in his heart cannot be suppressed. He has a feeling that things are slipping out of his control. At this moment, Aaron is walking alone down the corridor. Daitlian's sudden mention of the Emperor truly startled her. It's an unexpected variable. She begins to wonder if her decisions are truly changing the future. The coming situation will likely become even more unpredictable. Aaron understands very well. In her previous life, the Emperor never sent her to the West. Perhaps it's because of this variable that the woman, Cleo, developed murderous intent sooner. So, regardless of the thorns ahead, this time, she must go to the West, because hidden there is the key to changing her destiny. As she's lost in thought, a voice from behind calls out to her, Aaron. She turns around and is surprised to see Duke Adley. Why is this character appearing here? Duke Adley suddenly blocks Aaron's path. It seems he has been secretly monitoring her every move, even knowing exactly when she returned to her territory. His words, I have something to discuss with you, clearly carry a deeper meaning. The upcoming conversation will certainly not be simple. At the same time, the atmosphere in the meeting room has dropped to freezing. Ferdinand receives a secret report from the West. At first, he thought it was just minor unrest, but upon deeper investigation, he discovered that a large number of orphans have been secretly abducted. Where were those children taken? What dark conspiracy lies behind this? The news brought back by Helix is horrifying. It's not just missing orphans. Skilled soldiers, those with high-level swordsmanship, And even healthy commoners have vanished one after another without a trace. These are no longer ordinary kidnappings. Helix's final statement makes everyone hold their breath, because all the clues ultimately point directly to the Emperor. If the Emperor is involved, then these muddy waters are unfathomably deep. Derek urgently asks, what does this mean? Are the disappearances really related to the Emperor? It's too absurd. No one dares to believe it's true. Ferdinand doesn't answer, just silently turns and leaves. Derek calls after him. After all this investigation, is the Emperor really plotting something? Ferdinand knows very well that his father is not kind enough to randomly go around saving orphans. If it's not for charity, then where have the missing people been taken? The truth is likely more terrifying than anyone can imagine. Over here, Duke Adley's teacup is also about to slip from his hand. He stares at Aaron and asks, what did you just say? Aaron puts her cup down. I will obey the Emperor's command and go to the West for the promotion exam. Duke Adley is restless after hearing this. This is practically toying with her life. But in reality, in his heart, he is plotting something else. Recalling that day at the banquet, this woman's presence was truly unmatched. That kind of pressure he hadn't felt in a long time even made him consider taking her as a disciple. While he was still hesitating, a voice suddenly called from behind. An attendant rushed over. He brought shocking news. The Emperor had appointed Aaron to go to the West for the promotion exam. Duke Adley was immediately on edge. Going to that godforsaken place is no different from suicide. He was about to go argue with the Emperor but was stopped by his attendant. Please don't forget, your opposition to Amon has already displeased the Emperor. Going now would just add fuel to the fire. Duke Adley feels this woman is truly insane for actually wanting to go to the West. Are all geniuses this arrogant? He tells her bluntly that place is not for humans. To be promoted, one must bring back at least 3 heads of the highest level demonic beasts. This mission was never intended for anyone to survive. Yet, Erin is unusually calm. She says she knows the danger, but still asks him for a chance to prove herself. Seeing her serious expression, Duke Adley ponders for a moment and finally relents. He says, if you're so determined to go, then I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I will agree to let you go. They immediately head to a private training ground on the outskirts of the academy. This place is spacious enough for them to go all out. Duke Adley had someone fetch his sword early on. The speed is impressive. The real showdown is about to begin. With no one else around, Duke Adley gets straight to the point. He wants to hear the truth. Erin is clearly not doing this for fame, so what is the real reason? She remains silent because only she knows that in the original fate, Helix went to the West at this very time and then vanished from the world. A few years later, that place would be completely overrun by demonic beasts, turning into a true death zone. For Erin, the West is a nightmare. That year, Helix was ordered to subjugate the beasts, and he never returned. In her past life, she could only wait helplessly at the academy, watching the tragedy unfold. This time, she must uncover the truth herself. Even if the future has changed, even if no one can guarantee the outcome, she must go to that death zone to search for clues. This time, Erin holds on to a single reason. She says she has something she must protect, so she must go see it with her own eyes. Duke Adley presses, asking what it is, but the answer is that she can't say. If they can't see eye to eye, then there's no need for more words. Duke Adley's demeanor changes instantly. Without any warning, he draws his sword. The power in this move is staggering. Erin can only grit her teeth and defend. The real test has just begun. After just one exchange, the difference in skill is clear. Duke Adley sees the problem at a glance. Although Erin's talent is immense, her physical strength is clearly lacking. However, one cannot master peerless swordsmanship with muscle power alone. A terrifying amount of mana suddenly erupts from Duke Adley. This is no longer a normal spar. If she won't speak, then she'll have to prove herself with her sword. Duke Adley issues an ultimatum, demanding Erin show her resolve through action. This time, he's serious. Erin must risk her life to block the pressure of this sword strike. In the greenhouse, the sunlight is warm, but Cleo's mind is clearly not on the flowers. She casually breaks a lily stem, muttering, "That man was destroyed just like this." Just then, the Emperor suddenly appears from behind, calling her name. The appearance of this uninvited guest makes the atmosphere instantly strange. It seems the old Fox Emperor has sensed something unusual. His arrangement for Erin's promotion exam was clearly a trap. The Emperor personally gives the order. It's time to clean up the Marquis family. He tells Cleo to do as she pleases. This is tantamount to giving her a license to kill. With the Emperor's special permission, Cleo can finally act freely. It seems the Marquis' house is about to change hands for real. Cleo kneels before the Emperor. She admits her incompetence, letting Erin slip completely out of her control. She even volunteers for punishment. The Emperor's tone is calm, but it's more terrifying than when he's enraged. He says the garden has no more room for new flowers. This implies it's time for a thorough purge. The Emperor leisurely sips his tea, saying that to plant new seeds, one must dig up everything buried beneath the soil. To save her own life, Cleo quickly plays her final trump card. She reports that she has sent people to the west, determined to resolve the matter there completely. In her judgment, that place is a death trap. Aside from Duke Adley, no one who enters can hope to come out alive. She is certain that Erin will never return, and she even wants to use this opportunity to strike at the entire Marquis family. The Emperor grants her the authority. Since the assets will be confiscated anyway, he tells her to act freely. But then he adds a cruel final word: if you mess this up, you will be permanently buried in this garden as flower fertilizer. This is the sentence she has been waiting for. The true villain finally reveals their true colors. The floor cracks and shatters. Erin has reached her limit. She can only use her longsword to prop herself up. Duke Adley speaks coldly. "I admit, you're a tough nut to crack. But the next move won't be so easy to block." With a flash of strange blue light, the real danger begins. The Duke's sword slashes down. He says frankly, "Even my own knight commander cannot block this strike." This isn't a display of martial arts. It's an attempt to completely crush his opponent. Erin desperately blocks the attack. The sword feels impossibly heavy, but in that moment, she understands the Duke's intention. This is not just a test. To become a true knight, talent alone is not enough. Duke Adley believes that only he understands what it's like to train in despair, but he doesn't know. He has no idea that Erin still has a trump card up her sleeve. The two swords clash, and the tide of battle instantly turns. Erin's sword carries the weight of time. Because no one knows that this is her second life. In her past life, she had already tasted the bitterness of powerlessness. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change reality. That heart-wrenching despair has all been converted into her strength. Now it's Duke Adley's turn to be cornered. The reason Erin can hold on is because she has lived more than one life. In her first life, she swung her sword day and night, pushing past her limits without stopping. In her second life, she was just an ordinary office worker. Looking back at her life, her heart was filled with regrets. There were so many things she wanted to do, but in the end, all she had was a sense of unfulfillment. But who would have thought her third life would turn out like this, filled with killing and slashing? This isn't the reward of reincarnation, it's an endless nightmare. Failing time and time again has become the sole reason for Erin to swing her sword. This training is to fill the holes in her heart. Only by becoming strong enough can she protect what she couldn't before. The 8th move, the 9th move. Facing Duke Adley's relentless attacks, she doesn't retreat a single step. She absolutely will not lose again. A full 10 moves. Erin manages to block them all. Even at her limit, she has no intention of stopping, because she knows that if she falls here, she will never be able to protect the people she wants to protect. The large door is thrown open. The guard outside is completely stunned. Who would have thought she could walk out without a scratch? Could it be that even the Duke couldn't stop her? Though she is left, her terrifying pressure still keeps the guard rooted to the spot. He quickly runs after Duke Adley, reporting a piece of unbelievable news. Before entering the academy, Eren had never touched a sword. Duke Adley stops in his tracks. After confirming this news is true, he smiles meaningfully. This isn't a genius, this is a monster. That very night, Eren sets off for the west. Everyone knows the continent is about to face another storm. She had intended to leave secretly, but was still stopped by Ferdinand. She has no intention of hiding. She calmly tells him that she is a knight, and her purpose is to protect. For so many years, she has lived according to others' arrangements. Her life's path, her reason for existence, she never got to choose. But this time, she wants to make her own choice. No matter how dangerous the road ahead, she will definitely return alive. Ferdinand knows very well that no one can stop the current Eren. Even if he could do it all over again, he couldn't go against her iron will. If she is determined to walk her own path, then the only thing he can do is stay behind and guard the last line of defense. The scene shifts. Far away, Cleo has received the news. She has been waiting in the dark for a long time. When she sees that familiar figure, she finally smiles. Welcome back. The real showdown is just beginning. Cleo has taken the initiative to come to their doorstep. She smiles and calls out the name Lezer. What follows is shocking news. This man is Eren's biological father. This is the rumored West. Looking around, a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere permeates everything. It's no wonder the people here don't welcome her. Ever since the Emperor conquered the Holy Kingdom, he has forcibly relocated all its people here. The knight's uniform Eren wears is a symbol of the Empire's invasion in their eyes. But she is used to this cold treatment. After all, she didn't come here to reminisce. The place at the end of the darkness, the temple, is her true destination. Eren finally reaches the temple. If Helix left before her, he should have arrived by now. But she didn't expect that two other people were waiting for her in the temple. Helix steps into the darkness, speaking to the familiar figure. I knew you would be here, Asus. The other person seems to have expected his arrival, replying indifferently, I heard you had returned. The atmosphere between these two is clearly not simple. Asus slowly stands up, saying he has just finished praying and moreover, he has been waiting for this reunion for a long time. As Helix's biological younger brother, he is not only a key figure in the Western Temple, but also the strongest candidate for the next pope, possessing terrifying divine power. His power in the West is nearly unmatched. But strangely, ever since he became a knight, the relationship between the two brothers has completely changed. The overly formal etiquette has turned their once close bond into a suffocating distance. Asus gets straight to the point, reminding Helix not to forget that the situation in the West is already a mess. Every step from now on must be flawless. Faced with this questioning, Helix can only remain silent. If Helix hides his feelings deep inside, then Asus is like a monster wearing a smiling mask. He suddenly mentions Eren, asking if she is the one mentioned in the Sanus's prophecy. Although the other person is still smiling, Helix knows this is about to become a big problem. If she is the target, then why hasn't her engagement with Ferdinand been annulled yet? Asus's words grow sharper. He says plainly that they must use any means necessary to separate them. That was the true purpose of sending Helix to the academy. Helix is about to retort, but is cut off by his brother's heartless words. The demonic beast attacks in the West show no signs of stopping. This place already has too many problems. There can be no more mistakes. No matter how many beasts the Holy Knights kill, these things continue to multiply. No one knows where they come from, nor the reason why. The West is likely on the verge of disaster. What's even stranger is that the movements of the princes in the royal family have also become increasingly unusual recently. Combined with the emperor's sudden marriage decree for Ferdinand and Eren, there is definitely an unspeakable conspiracy behind this. Asis looks at Helix. Helix slowly presses him, asking if he knows a solution. However, Helix can only shake his head at their current predicament. Asis explains that in this situation, they're all flying blind. He says in a low voice that their only hope now lies in the person mentioned in the prophecy. Can the one from the previous Holy Maiden's prophecy truly save them all? As Helix and Asis are discussing this, a sudden commotion erupts outside the door. The guards are powerless to stop the intruder who barges right in. The moment Helix sees the visitor's face, he freezes in shock. He never expected Erin to show up here. Before he can even speak, Erin announces her purpose. She's here to take the promotion exam. By coming here, she's made her objective perfectly clear. She's targeting Helix. Erin directly asks Helix to serve as her witness for the exam. The exam requires an official observer to validate her results, but Helix doesn't buy it. He thinks it's just an excuse. He assumes she's just looking for his help to hunt demonic beasts. He turns away, telling her to go back where she came from. But Erin has no intention of backing down. She tells Helix to get over himself, as she has no need for his protection. At the same time, she drops a bombshell. Their destinations are exactly the same. Now, it's Helix's turn to be left speechless. Erin explains that the scattered signs of fighting along the road have already given away his location. This means they'll have to face the upcoming troubles together. Seeing the injured soldiers on patrol, Erin immediately understands the desperate situation they're in. They're short-staffed, and the demonic beasts could attack at any moment. She correctly deduces that Helix is preparing to hunt the beasts and offers to join him. Helix is slightly taken aback, surprised by how sharp her observational skills are. Still, he shakes his head, explaining that his destination lies deep within the forest, where the danger level is far greater than anything they've faced so far. But this is exactly what Erin was waiting to hear. Her target for the promotion exam is none other than those high-level demonic beasts. To prove her strength, she plays her trump card, a letter of recommendation personally written by Duke Adley. Seeing the Duke's authentic seal on the letter, Helix is completely out of excuses to refuse her. This woman has clearly come prepared. It looks like they have no choice but to travel together from now on. As Helix stares at Erin, he still can't quite believe that this woman is actually strong enough to earn the Duke's personal recommendation. At that moment, Asis steps forward, his voice filled with curiosity. He makes the decision on the spot. She will accompany them. When Helix tries to object, Asis simply waves a hand. He says Erin's reputation has already spread throughout the western region, and he's even heard some of the more unbelievable rumors about her. As a priest of the temple, he finds this situation increasingly fascinating. Since things are getting this interesting, he can't possibly sit this one out. He decides to personally join the mission as well. The situation completely changes. What started as a simple promotion exam has now involved a major figure from the temple. With this declaration, Asis makes it clear he intends to personally observe Erin. He wants to see for himself what this woman is all about. Erin remains unfazed. Without another word, she simply curtsies and asks to be shown to her room to rest. But just as she turns to leave, Helix grows anxious. He feels Asis is acting recklessly. Bringing along a wild card like Erin is already risky enough. But what makes Helix most suspicious is the timing of Erin's arrival. Why come to the west at such a critical moment? No matter how he looks at it, something feels off. However, Asis's next statement silences him completely. Erin was sent by none other than the Emperor himself. She is the Emperor's agent. It finally clicks for Helix. If the Emperor sent Erin, then Duke Adley, who wrote her letter, must have switched his allegiance long ago. The political intrigue behind this is far deeper than he ever imagined. Asis, however, remains perfectly calm. He believes this is actually a golden opportunity. They can use this situation to figure out whose side Erin is truly on. Perhaps everyone has judged her wrongly. Maybe she isn't the wicked woman portrayed in the rumors. Who knows, perhaps the one who can truly save this place is Erin herself, the very person everyone has ostracized. Late that night, Erin finally has a place to rest her head. A servant shoves the door open, telling her this is her room. Before Erin can respond, the servant has already turned and fled, as if escaping a plague. The door slams shut, leaving Erin locked inside the room. She is all too familiar with this kind of icy treatment. Though it lacks any warmth, the room is at least serviceable. Later that night, Erin stares at the moon, her thoughts consumed by Ferdinand. She regrets that during their last meeting, her attitude towards him was far too indifferent. She remembers how, just before she left, Ferdinand had strongly advised her to give up this mission. He insisted that with her abilities, she didn't need to embark on such a dangerous task. But Erin knew that this was a duty that she couldn't escape. Even if she refused this time, more dangerous traps would be set for her in the future. As they were parting ways, Ferdinand suddenly stopped, his tone becoming unusually serious. "Lady Erin," he said, "there is something I must be frank with you about." Ferdinand then drops an absolute bombshell. He reveals that he possesses a special ability. He can see into anyone's past. It's an extremely rare power within the royal bloodline. Before Erin can even react, he continues. "Though it wasn't intentional, I have seen your past." At this, Erin is completely thrown off balance. In her memory, Ferdinand has never mentioned this before. The feeling of having her entire life seen through with a single glance leaves her completely defenseless. She has no idea how to respond. What exactly did he see, and why is he so insistent on telling her now? Ferdinand clenches his fists, his voice growing quiet. "In the past that I saw, I confess to you." He finally delivers the final blow. "In that past, I told you that I loved you." Hearing this, Erin is completely stunned. She never imagined she would hear those words from him. Seeing her silence, Ferdinand gets flustered and quickly tries to explain that it was all in the past. "It doesn't mean I like you now." But the more he tries to explain, the worse it gets. He hastily adds, "That's not to say I don't like you now either." The poor man is digging himself into a deeper hole with every word. He wishes the ground would swallow him whole. The atmosphere becomes incredibly awkward. After a long silence, Ferdinand finally musters his courage. He reaches out to grab Erin's arm, his voice turning deadly serious. "What I'm trying to say is I don't want to see you get hurt. I don't want to see you suffer. Even though I've seen your past, I don't know what you've truly experienced or what it is you're trying to change. If the royal family gives you any more trouble, I'll take care of it for you. So please don't go." He pulls Erin into a tight embrace, but she remains silent. She gently reminds Ferdinand that she is a knight. Her life has always been dedicated to protecting others. For years, she has never once lived for herself. Her purpose, her path forward, none of it has ever been her own choice. Back in the present, Erin stands by the window, her gaze firm and resolute. This time, she's determined to forge her own path. Even though the road ahead is dark and uncertain, she has no regrets about coming here. This is a mission she is destined to complete. But now, a massive variable has been introduced into the equation: Ferdinand's confession. The events he spoke of never happened in her memories. He claims to have seen the past, and in that past, he loved her. This revelation throws Erin's world into chaos. In her mind, the cold and distant Ferdinand she knows would never utter such words. She sinks to the floor, trying to force herself to calm down. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Perhaps he only saw a fragment of the past, leading him to this conclusion. Regardless of the truth, she doesn't have time to dwell on it now. She needs to change and prepare to move out. The real trials are still ahead. The idea that Ferdinand liked her back then seems utterly impossible. Erin gathers her belongings. She forces herself to regain her composure. Now is not the time to be distracted by these matters. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the battle has already begun. Helix draws his long sword, taking the lead. He warns that the moment they leave the safe zone, the demonic beasts will swarm them. The situation is even worse than they imagined. The number of beasts is far greater than anticipated, and the air grows thick with a deathly miasma. Looking at the surrounding devastation, it's clear this is no place for ordinary humans. Without the protection of divine power, just setting foot in this forest would be a death sentence. A flicker of unease crosses Helix's mind as he wonders if Eren can handle this. To his surprise, Eren walks through the dense miasma as if she's on a leisurely stroll. Even Asis, walking beside her, stares in astonishment. According to theory, she shouldn't be able to manipulate mana at all. So how can she walk so casually through such a toxic environment? Asis stares at her, his face a mask of disbelief. Eren notices his strange stare. Back at the village, Helix had boldly declared that he would handle the demonic beasts and that she should just stay put and not get in the way. She's had this feeling of being watched since yesterday. Eren is fully aware that both Helix and Asis are on guard against her. It's understandable. After all, she arrived bearing the Emperor's decree. Anyone in their position would question her allegiance. They assume she's a spy for the Emperor. Suddenly, Asis speaks up. A place like this must be quite unfamiliar for a noble lady from the capital, accustomed to a life of luxury. Then, his tone shifts. He warns Eren that the air is filled with a malevolent presence and that true danger has already surrounded them. Helix chimes in with a sarcastic remark, saying if she's scared, now is the time to leave. No one will judge her for being a deserter. This condescending attitude irritates Eren, but she merely offers a cold reply. Thank you for your concern. In truth, Eren understands that these two aren't bad people, they are just fiercely loyal. They are blindly loyal to Ferdinand. Because they admire him so much, they can't help but see Eren as an eyesore, feeling she is unworthy. Before they've gone much further, Helix suddenly blocks her path. He coldly warns Eren. I am the commander here. No one moves without my orders. Without another word, Helix and Asis forge ahead, making no effort to wait for Eren. Watching their backs, Eren sighs. She has a feeling the coming days are going to be exhausting. After trekking through the dense thicket, Helix finally stops. They've reached their destination. Hidden in the middle of this toxic swamp is a massive mansion. Judging by its size, it must have once been a bustling place. Many people must have lived here before. Just as Eren is taking in her surroundings, Helix suddenly turns around with a grim expression, calling out to Asis. Asis is just about to question Eren. He wants to know her true purpose for coming to the West. But before he can finish his sentence, disaster strikes. An incredibly powerful mental magic attack hits them out of nowhere. Reacting instantly, Helix orders Asis to release his divine power and create a defensive barrier. A magical assault of this scale is completely unprecedented. If they hadn't reacted in time, the entire party would have been annihilated. Just then, Asis comes to his senses and realizes something is wrong. When they turn around, Eren is gone. It was too late. Eren had no time to defend herself and took the full force of the attack. When she opens her eyes, she finds herself back home. But deep down, she knows this is an enemy's illusion. Before she can even ponder the purpose of this spell, the scene around her begins to spiral out of control. Blood pools on the floor, surrounded by the bodies of her fallen comrades. This isn't home. It's the recurring nightmare she has tried so desperately to forget. And if this is that nightmare, then he is bound to appear. Just as she fears, Ferdinand steps out of the shadows. He is covered in blood, and his first words completely change the nature of this illusion. Why did you do this? He asks. Did you kill all these people? The nightmare plays out exactly as it always does. Eren is trapped within the illusion, completely unable to break free. She has always believed that Ferdinand must despise her, so she can't bring herself to offer any explanation. She often wonders if things would have been different, if they hadn't been born into powerful families. In the midst of her despair, the blood-soaked Ferdinand asks, "Are you going to kill me again this time?" But what happens next shocks everyone. Eren turns the blade not on him, but on herself. Asis, witnessing this from the outside, is completely stunned. He calls out, questioning why she would do something so drastic to herself. Erin's voice is like ice. She says it's the only way to use pain to forcibly wake herself from the illusion. Asis rushes to help stop the bleeding, but she stops him. Don't touch it, she says firmly. I need this pain to keep myself conscious. Moments before, Asis had tried using his divine power to break Erin out of the illusion. In doing so, he inadvertently witnessed the vision she was trapped in. In that horrifying mirage, she didn't attack Ferdinand. Instead, she drove her own sword through her arm. What Asis can't comprehend is that at that moment, she wasn't being controlled by the magic. In other words, stabbing herself was her own conscious choice. But why would she do something so drastic? Was it really just to break the illusion? Suddenly, a realization dawns on Asis. Erin chose to harm herself because she couldn't bring herself to harm Ferdinand in the illusion. But there's no time to dwell on this. Hordes of demonic beasts are swarming in. He reminds Erin that despite being injured, she needs to focus. The situation has spiraled completely out of control. No one knows where this many demonic beasts could have come from, or how such a dense demonic presence could have remained hidden for so long. This is a huge problem. They're completely surrounded, and there's no way to escape. Seeing the horde of beasts ready to charge, Helix knows that in the coming battle, he'll have to divide his attention to protect the other two. Just then, Erin suddenly speaks. Please like and share this video to support our channel. At her words, Asis freezes. The oath of a temple priest is no laughing matter. Once it is made, there is no turning back. He asks Erin if she truly understands the consequences of what she's asking. But Erin gives him no room to hesitate. I know exactly what I'm asking for, she states. There's no time to explain. Make the vow now. Erin lays her cards on the table. If he refuses to swear the oath, she will not lift a finger to help. For a devout follower like Asis, an oath is a sacred contract with the gods. If he were to break it, he would lose all his divine power. It's an absolute taboo within the temple. To Asis, Erin seems like a naive noblewoman who has no idea of the gravity of her request. But in the end, he agrees. He is too desperate to uncover the secrets that this woman is hiding. The moment the oath is sworn, Erin finally draws her sword. Her movements are sharp and decisive. Asis knows this isn't just their chance for survival, it's his only opportunity to see her true colors. And what he sees is unbelievable. Before Erin, the massive demonic beasts are as fragile as paper. Every one of her strikes is a killing blow. This isn't self-defense. This is a one-sided slaughter. Helix watches from the sidelines, completely horrified. He thought he had a high opinion of her strength already. But he was still gravely mistaken. He sighs, realizing that to describe her as merely strong is an insult to this level of power. This isn't a noble lady. This is a god of slaughter who has just crawled up from the depths of hell. A single sword strike silences the entire battlefield. Who could have known that the Empire's fourth Swordmaster, who vanished long ago, is standing right before their eyes? She hid her identity too well. If a power of this magnitude were revealed, the entire political landscape of the Empire would shift. Helix finally understands why Erin forced Asis to make that vow. This isn't just about keeping a small secret. This is a gag order enforced by the threat of divine retribution. What she's hiding isn't the outcome of a single battle. It's her true identity, an identity powerful enough to eliminate any obstacle in her path. Looking at the corpses of the beasts, Helix knows that from this moment on, he has been dragged into something far more complicated than he ever imagined. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the battlefield shifts. Helix is the first to notice something is wrong. The bodies of the fallen beasts are covered in a thick magical aura. Erin tightens her grip on her sword. She notices that the beasts, which had been mindlessly charging, are now beginning to move into formation. Their movements are synchronized like a well-trained army. This isn't a random beast attack. This is a calculated siege. Someone is controlling these demonic beasts like puppets. Who could possess the power to manipulate them all from the shadows? The answer lies within a crystal ball. Through it, the ferocious beasts become nothing more than obedient puppets, moving at their master's will. And the mastermind behind this elaborate plot is none other than Cleo, lurking in the shadows. She watches the battlefield through her crystal ball, a confident smirk on her face, as if victory is already in her hands.